Chapter 90, Entering Zaldik's House. Advertisement. Nan. Karapika looked at Momu in surprise and asked. Momu smiled and said, "Don't worry, you will meet, no, we will meet the mentor who taught us Nan, and then you will know the truth of this world." "Tell me again." Leorio asked anxiously. "Instead of talking about it now, it's better to wait until you meet your own mentor." Momu shook his head lightly and said. Seeing this, Karapika and the others could only act out of curiosity. "We just came here to meet friends, why should we be tested?" Gon said angrily, looking at the door of trial. In his opinion, a friend is a friend, why should he be tested by others? For friends, he is not even curious about Nan. In this regard, Momu was also very surprised by 073, but also very emotional. If either of Gon and Chia is a woman, Momu can think of the future roots of the two of them. Well, Nan is so magical, it seems that Nan that transforms men into women may not exist. Those over there, may I ask, you just said that you are friends with young Master Chia, is that true? The middle-aged guard sitting in the security booth came out again and interjected. Obviously, the doorman is very concerned about the fact that Momu and the others are Chia's friends. Of course it is true. Gon responded loudly. That's great. When I saw Master Chia in the past, he was always alone. The middle-aged guard said deeply, it's the first time I've heard that Master Chia has friends. Karapika asked, if we want to go in, is there any other way besides going through the main entrance? No, San Mao won't attack you only if you enter through the main entrance. The middle-aged guard shook his head and said, since you are friends of Master Chia, then I can't let you go in and die in vain. This is too strange. Why should we be tested when we come to meet our friends? This is too strange. Gon said angrily. The middle-aged guard looked at Gon, squinted his eyes, and laughed in his heart, feeling relieved that Master Chia had such a friend. He thought for a while and said to Gon and the others, wait a minute, I'll ask. Leorio and the others, who thought there was something interesting, hurriedly followed. Momu shook his head and walked over. He is not optimistic about this approach, because he knows that this inquiry is just a waste of time. Advertisement. If Zaldik's people could be seen so easily, then the pictures of Zaldik's family would already be all over the world. Furthermore, he can push open the door of the trial by himself, and he can enter directly, without any other means at all. However, Momu knew that this kid Gon would probably think of relying on his own ability to meet Chia. Therefore, he didn't say it directly, but prepared to wait for Gon to go through the situation where he couldn't get in before opening the door. If so, continue to exercise. Then Momu might as well exercise here for a while. Anyway, he really wanted to exercise his physical strength. Instead of just relying on the energy assistance of golden fingers and golden cores. How do you know that Chia has no friends? Hurry up and hand over Chia. As soon as Momu approached, he heard Gon's angry shout. Apparently, it was a bad conversation with the housekeeper. Facing the housekeeper's ignorance and dismissal, Gon gritted his teeth angrily. From Gon's point of view, he only needs to ask Chia to come out, and he can easily verify his identity. Then he left with Chia. But as the housekeepers of the Zaldik family, how could they directly bring their master to them just because of a few words from Gon? I want to go in, even as an intruder. Gon said angrily. As he said that, Gon angrily went to get the key next to the guard room. This is planning to go in through the wooden door on the right, and face the San Mao directly. Kaka. Faced with this situation, Sham took a photo casually. Let's go, I can open that door. Putting away the camera, Momu greeted everyone. What, Momu, why don't you say it if you have a way? Leorio asked loudly. We have to try other methods, maybe make a phone call, and Chia will come out, Momu said casually. Hearing this, Karapika and the others also nodded. So did they. It's just that I didn't expect that Zaldik's house was not like this. When they came to the door of trial, Momu didn't hesitate, and directly opened the door of trial, leading people in. Advertisement. Let's go. Momu said to Gon and the others. Gon didn't hesitate, and directly followed the lead and walked forward. Forward. Besides, Momu thought Gon would choose to exercise for a while. But that's fine too. Saved a lot of time. On the way, Momu and the others also saw San Mao, whom the middle-aged guard was talking about. San Mao, who is a few meters tall, looks like a wolf dog. But if you really treat it as an ordinary dog, that would be really stupid. After all, how could an ordinary dog be used as a guard dog by the Zaldik family? After crossing San Mao, Momu and his group continued on the road. The goal this time is the real home. They walked firmly along the way, but soon, they encountered obstacles again. In front of Momu and the others, a black girl with dreadlocks appeared. As soon as this little girl saw Momu and the others, she immediately told them to go back at 4.4. What a joke, How is this possible? Mu looked at the black girl in front of him, and then at the mother and child hidden not far away. I just feel troublesome. Hello, we are Chiya's friends. Gon walked up to the black girl with dreadlocks and said. Get out of here. The black girl with dreadlocks said very coldly. You. Leorio wanted to curse angrily. But it was stopped by Gon. Gon didn't listen to the black girl with dreadlocks, and walked straight towards her without any movement of resistance and vigilance. Seeing this, Mu had another headache. Next second. Mu exerted a huge amount of malice on the dreadlocked black girl. Chapter 91 quickly received Chiya. Advertisement. Ah, what are you doing? The black girl with dreadlocks was panting, and at this moment, a soprano questioned from the nearby woods. Ma'am, I can't move. The black girl with dirty braids knelt down on the ground and replied in fear. Kalito on the other side said calmly, Mom, she was suppressed by the nin of those few people with Ninchi. Ah! Kikyo, Chiya's mother, screamed, how dare they do this, how dare they? Indus, stop them, absolutely don't let them see Chiya. Yes. On the other side, Wutong, who had received Kikyo's order, also pushed his glasses with a gloomy expression. After hanging up the phone, Wutong immediately organized a team to stop Mu and the others. Just as Mu and the others were on their way, two rapid sounds came from ahead. Sneak attack. Mu, who reacted the fastest, stretched out his hands and blocked the front of the two attacks. Puff puff. A large amount of kinetic energy was absorbed by Mu, and the attack immediately lost its threat. Taking a closer look, they were two distorted and shapeless coins. Someone is here, 5 they probably have to use some tough measures. Mu reminded Gon and the others. There is no need for Mu to say more, Leorio and the others also know that the situation is not good. It is just 2 coins that can cause such a speed, obviously there is a lot of power in it. Although I don't know why Mu blocked it so easily. But they know that these coins are dangerous to them. Because, Leorio and the 3 of them found that they couldn't see how the coins came from at all. If it wasn't for Mu resisting it. Some of them must have been hurt. Even, there may be death. What should we do now? Leorio put away the frivolity on his face and said seriously. His right hand has already taken out his own dagger. Karapika on the other side is no exception, with 2-handed knives already in his hands. When encountering life-threatening things, they will not sit still. Blah blah. Advertisement. At this moment, Wutong, the chief housekeeper, came out with a group of housekeepers. He glanced at Mu who took his attack without injury, then pushed his glasses and said, Get out of here, intruder. We are not intruders, we are Chiya's friends, let Chiya come out quickly. Gon shouted loudly. Whoosh. Wutong raised his right hand, and shot a coin at Gon. Mu also stretched out his right hand, blocking the root of the coin. Taking advantage of the trend, it gave the coin a stronger energy zone. Under this powerful energy, the coin directly turned into light and rushed towards Wutong. What? Wutong's complexion changed drastically, and then under the instinctive reaction, he quickly dodged away. Boom. The next moment, the coin hit the ground next to the phoenix tree, causing a huge explosion. When the dust was blown away by the wind, a huge pit with a diameter of 20 meters and a depth of 4 meters came into view. Seeing this, Wutong broke out in a cold sweat. Then, look in the direction of Mu. But Mu also looked at him blankly, but didn't speak. But Wutong knew what Mu meant, and if there was a next time, he would be impolite. Indus does not think this is a lie. Just a simple counterattack can cause such power. It is conceivable, if Mu shot with all his strength. None of them here can resist. And it will get Zaldik's house destroyed. The situation is a bit serious, and it is no longer up to Kikyo, the mother, to decide. Indus took the housekeeper back and also called Zaldik Patriarch. I thought it was a small role that could be manipulated at will. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be this kind of abyssal giant crocodile. After a while, after talking with the Patriarch, Wutong appeared in front of Mu and the others again. Advertisement. Excuse me, welcome. The master told us to treat you as distinguished guests. Without any fear of Wutong's possible conspiracy, Mu and his party just followed behind Wutong and walked towards the butler's room. Please don't be too formal, the young master will come over in a while. Wutong said this slowly. Although he said there is no need to be formal. But according to his cognition, generally speaking, no one would mess around, and would only keep the etiquette here upright. However, Mu ignored him, lying on the sofa casually, waiting for the time to pass. Very good, more than half a month faster than the plot. It is better to leave the exercise for later. I will take Chiya later, and I will go to the Sky Arena. Not only can you exercise, but you can also increase your combat experience, and even gain some money. Regardless of the situation of Mo Mu lying dead, Wu Tong looked at the three people in front of him. The most important thing to observe is Gon, who is the same age as Qi. Then he suggested to Gon they play a game to pass the time. Gon and the others agreed. After all, Mo Mu can't do all the work. The content of the game is very simple. 887 is to let Gon and the others guess which hand the coin is in. However, even if it is a simple game, in the hands of someone who is not simple, the effect is not the same. Just like Wu Tong at this time, his hands are making fake movements in the air quickly, the speed is so fast, it seems that the frame of the video has been cut. After a few times, Gon and the others slowly couldn't keep up. However, because of the existence of Mo Mu, Wu Tong didn't propose the game of eliminating one person if he fails to guess correctly. Therefore, Gon they can continue to guess. In order not to be looked down upon, they struggled to play the game of guessing coins with Wu Tong. Soon, Gon's time of torment passed. Because, Chia has already come. Since you have received it, let's go. Mo Mu didn't want to waste time here, so she opened her mouth and stood up. In response to this, Leorio and the others also left the butler room one after another. Soon, few people accept Zaldik's door of trial. Chia and I decided to go to the Sky Arena to continue our practice. How about you, do you want to go together? Gon looked at the crowd and asked. Don't look at me, you can do whatever you want, your mentor will find you. Mo Mu waved his hands and said, as for me I'm going to the Sky Arena to make some money. Chapter 92, 50 Floors. Advertisement. In this case, let's see you in Yokiksen City on September 1 St. Gon said loudly. After speaking, the five people separated. Afterwards, Mo Mu took Gon and Chia, a total of 3 boarded the airship to the Sky Arena. A few days later, Mo Mu, Gon and Chia came to the gate of Sky Arena. At this time, there is a line among a group of strange-looking people. The queue was very long, and Mo Mu waited for a long time before finally arriving at him. After speaking with Gon and Chia, he walked alone into the Sky Arena, which is 991 meters high and has 251 floors, the 4th tallest building in the world. For this, Mo Mu is also full of emotion, having none is domineering. 991 meters is only the 4th tallest building in the world, which is outrageous. Welcome, please fill in your personal information as required. Standing in front of a front desk, a waitress handed Mo Mu a form while talking. Mo Mu took the form and looked at it carefully. I found that, apart from some basic information on the form, the most important thing is the personal fighting experience time. If you want to rise to a higher level faster, you just need to write a higher level of fighting experience. Mo Mu came here this time to make money and exercise. Fighting below 100 floors is of no use to Mo Mu. So, Mo Mu wrote 11 years directly on the fighting experience. Believe it or not, that's their business. Anyway, Mo Mu wrote it like this, if you don't accept it, come and beat me. After filling out the form, Mo Mu handed the form back to the waitress. Then, waited for the waitress to enter his information into the computer in front of her. Hello, you are number 2788. The waitress said to Mo Mu with a smile. Number 2788? Trouble, there are quite a lot of people today. With her lips pursed, Mo Mu stepped aside, waiting for Gon and Chia to finish filling out the form. Soon, Gon and Chia completed the form filling and reached number 2789 and number 2790 respectively. After registering their names, the 3 of them did not hesitate, and walked directly to the competition hall where a large number of people were cheering loudly. As soon as they entered, the 3 of Mo Mu felt a wave of heat blowing towards them. Advertisement. The enthusiasm of the people obviously not only ignited the atmosphere of the scene, but also accelerated the release of their own heat. This also caused the temperature in this hall to increase a little. The air conditioner was on, but it still couldn't match the enthusiasm of the audience. Mo Mu observed the arena here with his eyes, and what he could see was a 4x4 arena square, with exactly 16 arenas. At this time, there are players competing in every arena. The sound of bang bang boxing, fist to flesh, looks very brutal. And it is precisely because of this that the competition in this hall can ignite the hidden enthusiasm of the audience. In such a lively scene, the arrival of the 3 of Mo Mu did not attract anyone's attention at all. People who are not famous, here, no one will pay attention to them. It sounded like a lot of fun, but Mo Mu looked around to check it out. There are not many audiences here. There are a lot of empty seats, and it seems that this place is not as popular as it sounds. Obviously, the audience is more interested in the battles on the upper floors than the pecking at each other on the first floor. After finding a seat, Mo Mu sat down with Gon and Chia. After a while, above the heads of Mo Mu and the others, the voice of the radio came 2518, 2788, please come to the E-ring. Number 2518, 2788. The broadcast above the head rang 3 times in a row. Let's go. Mu left a sentence, got up and walked towards the ring. Standing on the ring, in front of Mu, stood a young man with strong muscles. The young man's muscles are very refined, and on this young man's body, Mu found a lot of traces of fighting. Scars in all directions were printed on the young man's body. The temperament is very capable, not like a Ronin. On the contrary, it looks like the elites in the army. It seems that my luck is very bad, to be honest, I almost didn't want to come up just now. But I'm sorry, I have to call up quickly, otherwise, I guess I will be laughed to death by my comrades in arms. The young man looked at Mu and said helplessly. Mu didn't speak, just stood there casually, turned to look at the referee at the side. This is the first floor of the competition hall, which is used to assess the level of the players. Please perform to the fullest within 3 minutes. Now, start. Advertisement. The referee didn't give the youth too much time to speak, and directly announced the start of BY. Whoosh. The young man directly exerted his right foot, and his figure jumped out instantly. He planned to make a quick decision, bring Mu down, and throw him out of the ring. In order not to hurt Mu, he used grappling techniques. Seeing this, Xiaomu's eyes flickered. Then he casually grabbed the young man's right wrist. Then, following the momentum of the young man, he pulled behind him. In the next second, the young man was guided by his momentum and Mu's strength. He jumped out of the ring directly and fell outside the ring. The whole scene seemed to be that the young man rushed over and jumped out of the ring for no reason. The audience watching it was very angry. Unlike the uninformed audience, the referee saw it for real. Beep beep. Number 2788, you can go to the 50th floor now. The referee clicked on the printing machine in his hand, and then handed Sham a small note. After receiving the note, Mu left the ring directly. Niu Dezhao, looking at Mu's back, the young man under the ring stretched out his hand, and then took it back with a wry smile. This time, it was a big shame. Fortunately, not many people heard what he said just now, otherwise, it would be really embarrassing for Kai. Coming to the ring, Zhenmu didn't leave directly. Just sitting here, waiting for Gon and Chia to make their grades. This time does not take long. As two people whose numbers are not far from Mu, it didn't take long before it was time for them to play. Chia still solved the opponent with a simple hand knife. But Gon's situation is different, he failed this time through the gate of trial. Therefore, the power is not as great as in the plot. Handy also has nearly a ton of strength, but it is still a little less. Fortunately, his strength was well trained by Mu, and he successfully climbed to the 50th floor. Chapter 93. It's okay, I'm strong. Advertisement. Hello, are you a contestant? Out of the lobby, when Mu and the three were about to go to the 50th floor, a waitress walked up to the three and asked with a bow. Because of her work requirements, when encountering a player carrying a note, the waitress will always ask for the first time. That's right, we need to go up to the 50th floor. Gon nodded and said. Hearing this, Mu could clearly see a hint of surprise in the waitress' eyes. In her opinion, there are quite a few players in the Sky Arena who can rise every day, but those who can directly rise to the 50th floor are definitely a minority. The waitress never thought that she would meet 3 of them at once, as she usually didn't meet any of them. And, all 3 are so young. Please go this way, the Sky Arena is based on 10 floors, that is to say, if you advance to the 50th floor, you can rise to the 60th floor, but if you lose the battle, you can only go down to the 60th floor. It's the 40th floor. While guiding Mu and the others to the elevator, the waitress skillfully introduced the progress of the Sky Arena. Mu and Chia are very clear about this information, they even know that they can have their own private room on the 100th floor. But 793 considered that Gon didn't know, so they didn't interrupt the waitress. Ding! Soon, the elevator came, and the waitress guided the 3 of Mu to get on the elevator, and then helped press the number for the 50th floor. With so many tourists here, Mu and the others were able to board the elevator so easily. It wasn't because they were lucky, but because the elevator they took was a special elevator for players. Soon, the elevator was 50 floors bigger. The 3 of Mu left the elevator. Go and report, we should still be able to play a game today. Chia suggested, and then took the lead towards the registration desk on the 50th floor. Welcome 3, please show the receipt. The 3 of Mu each handed over their own notes, and then waited for a while. Then, the registrar at the counter pushed the 3 envelopes out with one hand. Hello, this is the prize money from the game you just played. Please keep it and check it. There is really a bonus. Gon said in surprise, Ba. Advertisement. The 3 of them opened the envelope and looked inside, and took advantage of the opportunity to pour out the money in the envelope. 152 nuns. Gon looked at the steel in his hand strangely and said. Chia casually threw the 152 rings he just got into the vending machine beside him, and bought a can of drink. After opening it, he said, "That's right, there are only so many bonuses on the first floor. After winning the 50th floor, there should be tens of thousands of nuns, and on the 100th floor, there will be millions." "Millions?" Gon said in surprise. "That's right, if you can climb to the 200th floor, you can get 200 million at one time. If you add up, it's nearly 400 million ordinances. Although it's not much, it's enough." Chia smiled indifferently said. After hearing this, Gon was dumbfounded. He just said 400 million, and then he giggled. Snap! Mu slapped Gon on the back of the head and woke him up. "It's worthless, it's just 400 million ordinances and you're like this. If you get hundreds of billions in the future, don't you want to directly order the coffin?" Mu looked at Gon angrily and said. Facing Mu's words, Gon laughed dryly. Soon, the three of them came to the player waiting room, opened the door, and the three of them walked directly into the player waiting room. As soon as they entered the player waiting room, the three of Mu could feel the serious atmosphere here. The contestants stand, sit, lean, or lie down and do their own things. They all exude an aura that is inaccessible to strangers. The overall appearance looks very powerful. However, Mu just took a look and then looked away. Chia didn't even look at it, and walked towards the empty space beside him with Gon. Gon, on the other hand, was very curious about this place, looking back and forth. Soon, Gon discovered that the players here are not very strong, not even the candidates in the hunter test. Although it may be to many ordinary people, these players do have some strength. However, they are not Nen after all, nor are they Chia's amazingly talented existence. Guys who don't even dare to take part in the hunter test, or say they can't get in. It really doesn't deserve their attention. Advertisement. When they came to the empty seat, the three of Mu sat down and waited while talking and laughing. In fact, Chia is mainly talking about it alone. Although Mu belongs to transmuter, his work is more inclined to emitter. Apparently, he's not just a transmuter. Instead, it is biased towards the emitter side. If the standard transmuter is 2, emitter is 3. Then the transmuter of Mu may be around 2.4. It can't be more biased, and if it is biased, then the emitter is biased towards the transmuter. Therefore, Mu's character is quite different from Leorio's. And according to Mu's considerations, Leorio is likely to be a transmuter on the side of enhancer. The battle speed of the 50th floor is also very fast. Because there are more arenas and more fights, the speed of the rounds is much faster. Soon, Maimu's name was called. "Mr. Mu, Mr. Okamoto, please go to ring A on the 56th floor." The announcement in the player waiting room rang, 3 times in a row. Let Gon wait for the time, Mu got up and went directly to the elevator door, and pressed the 56th floor. Oh. Ah! Before he came out of the player tunnel, Mu could hear the excited shouts of the audience in the competition hall. When he came out to take a look, he found that the number of audience here was indeed much larger than the audience on the first floor. Standing on the ring, Mu looked at his opponent. It was a strong man with a height of 2.3 meters, much thicker than the young man encountered on the first floor. "Boy, although I don't know how you got here, you still have to admit defeat and don't make fun of your own life." The strong man frowned and said to Boyu. Mu waved his hands and said, "It's okay, I'm very strong." Chapter 94 200 floors, Wing appears. Advertisement. Mu's words made the strong man very dissatisfied. "I kindly reminded and persuaded me, but was treated as a donkey's liver and lungs." This made his impression of Mu even worse. Decided to teach Mu a lesson, let Mu know that Sky Arena is not a place to play games. "Everyone, I kept you waiting. Next, let's move on to the next game. Both teams are strong players. Everyone, please look at the big screen, which will broadcast the wonderful replays of the 2 contestants." The commentator of the ring shouted loudly to arouse the emotions of the audience. After the voice fell, the battle scenes of Mu and Okamoto were being played on several large screens behind the auditorium. Mr. Mu's skills are amazing. Facing the opponent's charge, he just lightly guided him sideways, and easily jumped a grown man directly out of the ring, and easily won the victory. And Mr. Okamoto's fighting skills are equally astonishing. A set of punches is majestic. As long as he seizes the opportunity, the opponent will have to lose by Han with that set of punches. 1. Everyone, are you ready to place your bet now? If you think about it, then just press the button on the armrest to place your bet. The narrator enthusiastically introduced the information of Mu and Okamoto, in order to mobilize the emotions of the audience and let the audience place their bets. The steps to place a bet are also very simple. The audience only needs to press the person they want to buy to win, and then enter the operation of how much to buy. Finally, Press submit and swipe the card to complete the bet. Spectators completed their betting. Finally, on the big screen, the odds of Maimu and Akamoto appeared. Akamoto, 1.402. 2.845. Wow, in the final betting result, Mr. Akamoto has the upper hand. The commentator shouted loudly, it seems that knowing martial arts really has a greater advantage. Start. The referee shouted loudly after the commentator finished his introduction. As the referee's voice fell, Akamoto, a strong man who wanted to teach Momu a lesson, ran towards Momu with determination. Akamoto thinks his speed is very fast, but in Momu's view, it's just that. Although Akamoto's strength is very good, but because of his excessive size, his speed is only faster than ordinary people. This kind of speed, even an ordinary person, as long as he can resist Akamoto's aura. Advertisement. Avoiding Akamoto's attack is not difficult. As for defeating Akamoto, forget about it. Even ordinary people are like this, so Momu's own speed is not bad, and she is also the existence of Nin. It's even more relaxed. Akamoto came in front of Momu, and then he grabbed Momu hastily with his palms as huge as cattail leaf fans. Facing this attack, Momu casually took a step to the left and turned sideways. The right hand is facing Akamoto's right wrist smoothly, grabbing and sending. Brush. 1. Another stepped into the footsteps of his predecessors, and Mu directly flew out of the ring following his inertia. The whole picture looks like a match-fixing match. For a moment, the atmosphere of the audience around was stagnant, and then frantically slapped fake words. Momu didn't care about this at all, and left the ring directly after the referee announced that he had won. Only Akamoto, a strong man who was still in a daze, was left to deal with the angry audience. Mainly gamblers who bought Akamoto to win. Soon, Momu came to the 60th floor. Then he learned from the registration desk the time of his game tomorrow and the prize money after winning the 50 room. Holding the envelope, Momu opened it directly. Looking inside, I saw 6 10,000 yuan ring nuns, and some scattered steel shops. He took it out and put it in his pocket. Then I bought a can of drink and waited for Gon and Chia to come over while drinking. He didn't keep Momu waiting long, and soon he saw Gon and Chia coming out of the elevator together. After getting the bonus, the three teamed up and left the Sky Arena. They first went to have dinner, and then found a 2-bedroom house and rented it according to the advertisement on the roadside. 0. Seeking flowers 0. Advertisement. Artistic people are bold, and they don't worry about black people eating black people. If he met, Momu would even think that he was lucky. What's wrong? In the living room of the rented house, Momu looked at Gon and Chia standing in front of her and asked. When will the Nin you mentioned be able to learn? Can I learn together? Chia asked first. Momu nodded knowingly and said, yes, if you want to learn from Nin, then go to the 200th floor as soon as possible. If you want to come to the Hunter Association, you won't watch you participate in the 200th floor without protection. You mean? Chia narrowed his eyes, looked at Momu in surprise and asked. Yes, that's your idea. Above the 200th floor, they are all Nin people. Momu confirmed with a nod. After hearing what Momu said, Chia regretted it very much. He had already reached the 200th floor a few years ago, but he didn't go in. If he did, then he already knew about Nin's existence. Xiao comforted Chia. With goals, the motivation of Gon and Chia is less enthusiastic than that of Yuan Mu. Originally they only needed to play 2 games a day, but Sky Arena arranged for them to play 3 games a day. It should have been at least 8 days to reach the 200th floor. It only took 5 days abruptly, and the 3 of them scored 200 floors. You guys are so messed up. Just when Momu, Gon, and Chia were about to enter the corridor on the 200th floor without Hisoka's warning, a black-haired man appeared behind the 3 of Momu and said. Momu stopped Gon and Chia, turned and looked behind. Looking at the young man named Wing in front of him, he grinned. It's him. Chia asked curiously. Right. Chia and Gon looked at Wing carefully, but they didn't see anything. The 3 of Momu seemed to be waiting for his performance, which made Yun Tongqiu stunned for a moment. Then he looked towards Momu. He could only think of it, maybe it was the reason force that Momu, an in-person, had known for a long time. Chapter 95, Giddo. Advertisement. Momu brought Gon and Chia, who were already wrapped in Niankai, to that person, and walked towards the registration desk on the 200th floor. However, as they got closer and closer to the registration desk, they saw 3 disabled players on the road, staring straight at them. It looks a bit permeable. These 3 people, Momu certainly knows who they are. Giddo, Seidaso, Realvelt are their names. In the plot, the 3 of them still have a lot of roles. They act as Gon and Chia's Trunan counterparts. Although the strength is not very strong, but at least, among the third-rate Nin, the standard is still there. At least, they are much stronger than MOMU's mother Catherine. However, because the three of them lacked the teaching of those who can read 800, they just relied on their own groping and learning, so that their Nin level was not strong. It's new. Realvelt said slowly. It's a newcomer indeed. It's been a lot of fun these few days. Seidaso said with a dark smile. Hey. Gido smiled and didn't speak. When the three of MOMU passed them, the three of them also walked towards the registration desk together. Looking at the room cards in the hands of the three of MOMU, it was confirmed that the three of MOMU had already registered at the registration desk. And looking at the application form on the registration desk, the three of them also knew that among the three of MOMU, someone was about to compare. Hey, the rookie just has guts. Gido grinned involuntarily as he looked at the competition application form submitted by MOMU. It's good luck, I can win a game for nothing. Realvelt said happily with a smile. GG, one person can lose up to 4 games, and we each have 1 game, how will we divide the remaining game? Seidaso squinted and said sinisterly with a smile. While speaking, he looked at the other two vigilantly, and it was absolutely impossible for him to give up. Idiot, don't they have 3 of them, 1 of them is enough. Gido brazenly said in the ears of the 3 of MOMU. Just when Gido, Seidaso and Realvelt shared the victory of MOMU, Gon, and Chie. After completing the registration and application, MOMU left with Gon and Chie. Gon originally wanted to participate, but was threatened by MOMU with a photo. Advertisement. You will not be able to participate until you have completed your Nin practice. When MOMU and his group passed by the 3 Gidos, they could also hear the words of the 3 Gidos. At this, MOMU and Chia couldn't help but rolled their eyes. They were very upset that they were treated as chopping meat, but it was funny again. After returning to his room, as expected, the news that he would participate in the competition at noon tomorrow had already been displayed on the TV. And there was more than one, there were 3 in a row. Obviously, for the next 3 games, Yuanmi was booked by the 3 of Gido. Seeing this, MOMU also smiled. After that, he didn't care about these, but started to practice the advanced skills of Nian Qi. Yes, unlike Gon and Chia who went to open the Nian, MOMU asked about the various cultivation methods of Nian Qi. At first, Wing didn't want to talk about it, and wanted to wait. But finally said it. Because MOMU directly said that he would go to Netero to teach. Of course, this is not a threatening approach, Wing will not be afraid of this, and I don't think President Netero will teach MOMU. It's just that when MOMU was holding on to his shoulder, and he couldn't break free no matter what. Wing suddenly came to his senses. He has been manipulated. And if MOMU really went to the Hunter Association to pester President Netero, I'm afraid that there is no way to carry out many loud voices. Thinking of this, Wing felt helpless. After all, MOMU didn't mean to hurt anyone, he just pestered you. The practice of advanced Nian Qi skills is very smooth. MOMU's strength is slowly getting stronger. The time soon came to the second day, and it was also time for MOMU's game. This is a high-profile fight, and Mr. MOMU, the lucky man, is already in the ring. And his opponent is Mr. Gido. Mr. Gido has maintained a proud record of 4 wins and 1 loss. Advertisement. The enthusiasm of the commentator ignited the atmosphere of the scene. In this lively atmosphere, Sham and Gido were looking at each other. The commentator continued to mobilize the emotions of the audience, and then took the opportunity to open the betting channel. Start. The referee gave an order, and then quickly took a few steps back. He gave up the ring to the contestants MOMU and Gido. Buzz buzz. Gido threw out 10 spinning tops straight away. While the spinning top was spinning wildly, it was able to stop firmly on Gido's horizontal crutch. It can be seen that Gido is still good at playing top. Rookie, you met me in the first game. You are lucky. If you were someone else, you would be dead. Gido looked at MOMU and said. It's appeared. It's Mr. Gido's unique skill dancing spinning top. The narrator seized the opportunity and quickly introduced the fighting stage of Chi-Do. Gido didn't care, he had been introduced many times already. Holding the crutch in his right hand, he swung vigorously and shouted, Battle Waltz. Sitsaizi. Wyuda's spinning top rushed to all parts of the arena quickly, and then began to scatter around at random without any rules. Looking at the Wyuda 2.8 tops running around him, MOMU walked directly to Gido under the surprised eyes of Gido, the audience and the commentator. It's amazing, Mr. MOMU ignored Mr. Gido's spinning top and walked towards Mr. Gido. Could it be that he has researched a way to deal with Mr. Gido? The narrator took the opportunity to shout loudly. Humph, let me see how you can crack my battle waltz. Gido said angrily. Day. As if responding to Gido's words, the 2 spinning tops collided at this moment, and one of them flew towards MOMU. Oh, make you proud. Gido laughed wildly in his heart, intending to see MOMU's painful appearance. Facing the flying top, MOMU didn't stop and continued walking. Snapped. Chapter 96, I don't understand, but I'm shocked. Advertisement. Oh my god. What did I see? Mr. Momu was hit by Mr. Giddo's spinning top, this is not good. The narrator shouted as if he had seen some incredible scene. Not only the commentator, but everyone on the scene was shocked at this moment. I thought Momu was so strong, but I couldn't even dodge the attack. However, they were shocked very soon, watching the spinning top falling from Momu's body, and remained silent for a long time. How strong is his defense? There was silence for a while, and soon cheers and applause rang out without sparing any effort. How could you do such a thing? What did you do? How could my spinning top not work? Giddo couldn't believe that such a thing happened. Who knows? Momu shook his head and said. While talking, he got closer to Giddo. Impossible, I don't believe you can block all my spinning tops. Giddo shouted in panic. You'll know if you try it. Momu shrugged casually and said. Momu approached Giddo casually, but in the arena, 05 didn't see any dancing tops continuing to attack him. This scene made Giddo's complexion very ugly. Looking at Momu who had already stood in front of him, Giddo was very anxious. He doesn't want to lose. Don't be too complacent, even if you can carry my top, but you can't score from me, in the end, you must lose. Giddo shouted loudly. Sitsizi. After Giddo finished speaking, he started to spin rapidly. Tornado spinning top. Giddo's proud voice sounded in the arena. Hey. With Giddo's own crazy rotation, Giddo at this time is like a big spinning top, which makes people feel that there is no way to start. Here it is, this is Mr. Giddo's spin defense. According to the data, no one has been able to get a point from Mr. Giddo's move. The commentator took the opportunity to shout again, enlivening the atmosphere. Seeing Giddo's big spinning top spinning wildly in front of him, he stood still and grinned. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he walked directly to Giddo. Then, press the right hand to Giddo. Scoff. Advertisement. Day. In just a split second, Giddo, who was spinning rapidly, was directly stopped by Momu. Feeling the movement of himself stopping, Giddo widened his eyes and looked at the smiling Momu in front of him. Grunt. Then, he swallowed involuntarily. Whoosh. In the next second, the fast man flew out. Boom. He slammed heavily on the wall around the arena and made a loud noise. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he fell to the ground, unconscious. He didn't die, but he also suffered a serious injury. Oh, it's a pity that it can still hold the kinetic energy of its own spin. Momu doesn't really care about Giddo's death. Therefore, the strength used is the energy intensity caused by Giddo himself. If he is not dead now, it means he is lucky. In this regard, Momu will not reduce the price by adding damage. After the referee announced Momu's victory, Momu didn't stop and left the ring directly. After meeting Gon and Chia and talking a few words, the three of them started a new round of practice. Gon and Chia practiced with Wing, while Momu practiced alone. Only when he encounters some small troubles, he will go to Wing to ask. Soon, Shuam's second match began. And this time, Momu's opponent is Seidaso. Seidaso is the man wearing the leather mask in the plot. Because of his temperament, he looks very gloomy. Seidaso's nen is very ordinary, just like Giddo's enhanced top. When developing, he didn't think much about his own nen. In the end, his nen, like Giddo, has no creativity. Advertisement. The invisible left hand is just a big hand made of cold air. The so-called invisible is actually only for ordinary people. This kind of nen is really too unimaginative. For this kind of nen who already knew, Momu just felt that he couldn't get excited at all. GG, that guy Giddo's failure is just because he doesn't know what your nen is, but you can only fight in melee. As long as I keep yours from getting close to me, there is nothing you can do. Seidaso looked at Momu, wanting to exert pressure on the language level, making Momu panic. As soon as the words fell, Seidaso calmly controlled his big hand of thoughts and moved closer to Momu. Sneak attack. This is his long-term winning fighting method. Ordinary people, because they don't know his nen, and his nen chi factor is also highly concealed for ordinary nen people. He can get it easily. Just need to wrap the enemy, 767, and then directly take the enemy out of the ring, he will win. Although it is not very creative, but the effect is not bad. However, that's for the average nen person. For Momu, this is really a bit bright. Seeing the big hand of Nian Chi protruding towards her, Momu twitched her mouth, but ignored it, and walked slowly towards Seidaso. Momu, who didn't dodge, was easily wrapped by Seidaso's big hands of Niankai. GGG, successfully captured. Seeing that he succeeded, Seidaso squinted his eyes and smiled. What did you succeed in? Momu asked as he walked. Of course it is, wait, why are you still moving? Seidaso looked at Shim in horror and shouted. Then, his thoughts moved quickly, and he used his thoughts and energy to exert all his strength, trying to stop Momu's footsteps. However, no matter how hard Seidaso's Nen tried, Momu's actions didn't stop at all, and she walked towards him as usual. Damn it, why are you still moving, why? Seidaso shouted while looking at Momu who was about to approach him in cold sweat. Seidaso's exclamation made the audience very puzzled. Under the explanation of the narrator, although I don't understand, I was shocked. Chapter 97 Alchemy of Almighty Golden Elixir. Advertisement. Soon, Momu has already come in front of Seidaso. Then, under Seidaso's wide-eyed gaze, he clenched his right hand and lightly sent it to Seidaso's chest valve. This punch was very slow, so slow that Seidaso felt a little strange. But, now is not the time to think about these things, he wants to hide. Don't hide, or I will attack with all my strength next time. Momu squinted and said with a smile. Although what Momu said was very simple, there was no pressure on him to kill the minister. However, Seidaso seemed to be fished out of the water at this time, and he was sweating wildly. He saw death. Seidaso forcibly stopped his movements, and watched Momu's fist imprint on his chest valve. Seidaso, who thought he had no power, flew out like a rag doll the moment Momu's fist touched him. Then he slammed into the walls around the arena heavily and fell to the ground with serious injuries. Then, after looking around, I hung up. Amount. It seems that Seidaso's resistance to beating is not as strong as Gido's. Moreover, the strength he just used was stronger than Gido's. Tisk tisk, bad luck. Put away the expression, Momu left the ring. After another period of time, he stood on the ring again. However, his opponent, Realvelt, was nowhere to be seen. Winning without a fight, sham is very boring. With a pursed mouth, he left the arena. Originally, I wanted to continue practicing and exercising. However, no matter how he hangs up the application, no one wants to fight him. This forced Momu to put away his thoughts and practice seriously. Every day is not to exercise the mind energy skills, that is to use it crazily, practice to increase the upper limit of one's mind energy. The effect is obvious. When I first came to the Sky Arena, Momu's potential is still only around 24,000. And today, 1 month later, Momu's potential capacity has risen to 36,000. Advertisement. It's not that Momu doesn't want to continue strengthening, but because, with the increase of potential energy, the effect of practicing forcibly raising energy has been greatly reduced. At the beginning, every hour or 2 hours can carry out a practice chi lifting practice. And now, without 4 hours, there is simply no way to end it. Time is too short to do this at all. Now, the best way is to maintain to fight. But, no one is as king as him. This made Momu very speechless. Now that the increase of the upper limit of mind energy has entered the stage of slow growth, Momu is no longer obsessed with relying on exercise for rapid growth. After all, besides this, he has other ways to do it. For example, my own almighty golden elixir. To take an omnipotent name. If you can't do almighty thing, then it's not sorry for the name. It just so happens that now he has almost completed the practice of mindfulness skills. You can follow up the next step of the development of Universal Golden Pill. Just use that method. With a mutter, Momu started his busy Nen development. So, a week passed. Nen, Universal Golden Elixir. A golden Cornean beast that can store energy. 1 energy storage, it can store the energy from Momu, and it can only store the energy from Momu. 2 energy return, return the stored energy to Momu, and it can only be returned to Momu. 3. The upper limit of stored energy is directly proportional to the upper limit of air conditioning. 4. Alchemy, refining the stored energy into pills that can be eaten and absorbed by living beings, and the pills can be stored outside for at most 1 day. This idea was developed by Momu based on the chakra elixir of Taoist alchemy and the Otsutsuki family in Hokage. The principle of the 3 is the same. They are all converted into energy that can improve the strength and lifespan of the eater. However, compared to the extremely simple chakra elixir, the F refined from the almighty golden elixir is more inclined to Taoist alchemy. The types of elixirs used by Taoists are not just for strengthening strength and increasing lifespan. Healing, broken mirrors, poisons, S**exchanges and more. Almost all kinds of things can be done, the only trouble is that you can't refine it until you know the formula. Advertisement. Fortunately, Momu's universal elixir does not have this problem. After all, his way of alchemy is energy alchemy, so he only needs to find the kind of energy that can achieve the effect he wants to add to the rest of the energy. Then alchemy will be fine. In the final analysis, his alchemy method is the product of the combination of Taoist alchemy and the energy alchemy principles of the Datong Mu family. Sitting cross-legged in the hall of the room, Mu suddenly raised his hand and extracted the energy in one of the energy storage tanks of the universal golden elixir. Through the operation of the almighty golden elixir Neon Beast, a somewhat blue pill appeared in his hand. Holding the elixir, Mu looked it over. Then he threw it directly into his mouth. There was no need for him to chew, the elixir directly turned into a wave of energy, which penetrated from the mouth to all parts of the body. Boom! Boom! As this powerful energy permeated Mu's whole body, he only felt that his body had inexhaustible strength. The cells were flooded with a large amount of energy, starting their own strengthening. This is not the case of working out like Mu did before. It is the effect that all parts of the whole body are being strengthened. He only felt that his five senses became more sensitive. Qian's body is getting stronger. 1 minute later. Mu looked at her hands in shock and inexplicable. He knows the effect of alchemy and its strength. However, he never thought that he would be so strict. Talk about one of the most obvious improvements. Mu had only tons of power before. Now that he has been strengthened by the pill, he knows that his strength is no less than 100 tons. Moreover, this is not the final result, the energy in his body is still strengthening his body. It is slowly pushing his body to become stronger. According to the current situation, Mu feels that even if it is increased to 10,000 tons, it is still possible. Such a strong effect, why has no one noticed it before? In fact, it's not that no one has noticed it, and even said that some people have tried it. It's just that none of them can do what Mu does. Chapter 98, A Powerful Combination of Damage Transfer and Universal Golden Elixir. Advertisement. The reason for all this is due to Mu's Golden Finger damage transfer. Without this Golden Finger, the elixir that Mu made could increase his strength by 1 ton, and he would be able to laugh. Because of the damage transfer, Mu doesn't need to degrade his Nen to load a power-absorbing setup. Because of the damage transfer, Mu is able to perform a lot of energy-absorbing operations. It is even possible to stay in the seabed pressure of hundreds of meters for a whole day in exchange for a huge amount of energy. No one can achieve this level of energy. Only Mu can do it. And so much energy is concentrated in a small pill, and then used to strengthen a person. It is conceivable how big the effect will be here. And, now Mu just spends a day with hundreds of meters of seabed. If it is carried in the trench of tens of thousands of meters for a month, or even a year. With so much energy gathered in one elixir, to what extent must Mu's body be strengthened? Thinking of this, Mu's breath became short of breath. In the end, he might be able to become a god. It's just that, before the energy is exhausted, Mu feels that he'd better not take the second elixir. Otherwise, it might explode. Good boy. Mu looked up at the ceiling 903 with emotion. All of a sudden, he changed from cultivating superpowers to cultivating immortals and taking drugs. This made Mu unexpected. Still, he likes it. Damage transfer, universal golden elixir, forced Dafa. Moreover, I am not only able to refine elixirs that increase strength and lifespan. Well, it seems that I can look for some strange energy in the future. If these strange energies are refined into elixirs, it will definitely be an excellent thing. Oh, the strength has increased by 1 ton again. After a few minutes, Mu sighed again. The combination of my own golden finger and Nen is awesome. Already defenseless. Advertisement. Now it is becoming stronger and faster and almost invincible. In other words, his own limiter has not been broken, which makes Mu's progress has been progressing slowly. Otherwise, he would have been like Saitama in the world of One Punch Man, an existence that combs the middle of the earth at any time. However, my strength has become stronger, but my control has become looser. It seems that the training of control has to be put on the agenda. Mu shook his palm, looking very melancholy. Even so, if Mu had a choice, he would still choose to take that pill. There's nothing wrong with being stronger, it's just making the control a little weaker. Slowly repair it and come back. As for worrying about destroying surrounding objects or humans, just don't touch it. Of course, in fact, Mu doesn't need to worry about these at all. Because, he discovered the ability of his golden finger to transfer damage. It's not just as simple as absorbing incoming energy and then transferring it out. It is damage transfer, and everything related to damage, Mu can actually control and transfer. In other words, Sham himself can actually control the damage he deals. Because of this, even if he stomps the ground with all his strength and walks now, the moment the damage appears, it will be diverted by Mu. Then send it to Jindan for storage. After knowing this, Mu's mind changed. He began to think about being able to transfer damage when he was close. So away from your own harm, can you also perform control transfer? Thinking of this, Mu couldn't wait to start practicing. This is also an exercise in control. When the situation came to this, Mu also found that it was useless for him to stay here any longer. As for Gon? In the absence of a match against Hisoka, he was pretty safe in the Sky Arena. At least it won't hang up casually. Think here. MOMU also found Gon and Chie. Advertisement. After explaining the situation, I said goodbye to Wing. Just left the Sky Arena. With hundreds of millions of monks, he began to look for all kinds of strange energies to make alchemy. This time, several months have passed. In late August, one day near September, another airship landed in the suburban airport of the city of Yukixen very normally. And MOMU, who has been busy for several months, happened to be riding in this airship. When he came to Yukixen airport, MOMU was surprised to find that the number of airships here was too much. This is no wonder why the Yuxinfei airship was built in the suburbs. After thinking about it, MOMU also figured out why this was the case. This should be because, recently, Yukixen will start an auction here. After all, for people all over the world, whenever this time comes, the flow of people in the hairdresser's room is always ridiculously high. Even those who didn't come will pay attention to Yukixen's situation through TV and other channels. Because of this, if you want to take a taxi to Yukixen City at Yukixen Airport, you need some conditions. For example, money and competition with means. And if he came here with his own car, or if he had a foundation on Yukixen's side, then there will be no such problem. But it is obvious that most of the people who come here do not have such conditions. MOMU is no exception. So after getting off the airship, he could only watch a group of people waiting for a taxi, using his intelligence and body to snatch the taxi away. Looking at the long queue in front of him, MOMU rolled his eyes. He estimated that it would take at least 1.5 hours to get his turn. Hey, how could he want to do such a thing? Shaking his head, he stepped out and walked outside. After leaving the airport, MOMU did not use the flight, nor did he use other methods. Just like that, he walked up with his own legs alone. This is a training plan MOMU set for himself. As long as you can walk with your feet, try to walk with your feet. In order to store energy. Chapter 99, A Coincidental Meeting with the Spider 4. Advertisement. Walking is the practice of MOMU. For MOMU who already has thousands of tons of strength, each of his full strength stomps can bring him a powerful return of energy. In addition, during this period of time, MOMU's control over the damage transfer ability has improved to a certain extent. Allow him to maintain the absorbed damage in the body for a short time. This allowed him to use the way of walking to superimpose energy, and made feasible progress. Since successfully doing this, MOMU has been stomping for at least 2 months. After 2 months of practice, the energy in his body, as if stuck in a bug, has not been stored by the almighty golden elixir. At this time, MOMU didn't even know that there was a wave of energy in his body. If he used it to refine alchemy, what kind of terrifying elixir would be produced? This is just a thought, MOMU didn't do it. Now, the elixir he ate for the first time has not yet been digested by his body cells. It can be seen that the upper limit of humans in this world is higher than that of Sham's previous world. It's not ridiculously high either. At this point, MOMU is very helpless. However, he has nothing to do now, the limiter cannot be broken through, and he can only rely on the power of the elixir to slowly attack. This process clearly takes a lot of time for MOMU to look at. Thinking of this, Mu couldn't help but appreciate the difficulty of unblocking the limiter of One Punch Superman's world power. The limiter can be broken casually. Even if it is still a bit difficult, it is already much better than MOMU now. Sighing, MOMU kept walking along the concrete road in the desert. Although every step of MOMU is heavy, there is no trace of the footsteps he has fallen or the path he has traveled. It's as if he walked by without him. In this case, time flies by. Suddenly, MOMU was surprised to find that there were also 4 people walking slowly in the distance in front of her. Taking a closer look, he recognized the 4 of them from their attires. These 4 are the 4 members of Phantom Troop. Number 1 Nobunaga, number 2 Phaeton, number 3 Maki, and number 7 Franklin. Touching his chin, MOMU remembered the situation of this plot. Advertisement. These 4 people came together, and a car passed by during the period. Whoosh. Just thinking of this, MOMU heard the sound of a car behind him. After a while, a convoy drove past MOMU, then approached the Spider 4, and then drove towards the town of Yukixen. It wasn't long before the convoy left. Something happened to the 4 spiders walking ahead. Boom. I saw Nobunaga and Franklin in the Spider 4 collided with each other in an instant. The arms supported each other's arms, and then started a very fast offensive and defensive battle. It was clear that they were both very unhappy with each other. However, even so, they didn't use nin, but just fought with fists and kicks. Soon, Sham came to the rear where the 2 were fighting. Watching the battle between the 2 in front of him, MOMU didn't have the slightest interest. Ignore them and go straight across. With the figure of MOMU crossing the past, the battle between Nobunaga and Franklin stopped in an instant. The two stood still and observed Momu's situation. Looking at Momu's strange way of walking, I was very puzzled. The foot was lifted and then dropped heavily, but there was no movement. Quiet as if no one was there. This surprised Nobunaga and Franklin. They speculated about Momu's situation, but they didn't take any action. They are no longer in the scope of tasks, and they are not martial idiots. They don't pay much attention to this kind of thing. In this case, Momu slowly caught up with Phaeton and Maki. It also slowly passed by the two of them. Watching Momu's actions, Phaeton and Maki stopped the conversation just now, watching Momu slowly pass them and walk forward. After Momu left for a certain distance, Phaeton just looked away, but continued the conversation with Maki. Advertisement. 0, asking for flowers. Then, he froze. Phaeton noticed that Maki, who was standing aside, was trembling at some point, as if he was afraid of something. What are you doing? Phaeton asked, frowning at Maki. Maki adjusted his emotions, but the desire in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. That person is scary. Maki said looking at Momu's back. Nobunaga walked over and said with a smile, yet, with such a heavy foot, he has no strength to fall down. He has a strong control over his own strength. It's really powerful. People like this come to Yukexen's side, and I don't know if it will affect the team leader's plan. Franklin also walked aside, joined the conversation and said. If you're worried about this, just kill him. Phaeton raised his mouth and said. 0. It was as if he was talking about an extremely ordinary trifle. No. Maki suddenly shouted loudly. What do you mean? Phaeton looked at Maki and asked. Maki gasped and said shoot now, we're going to die. Hey, Maki, is it a bit serious when you say that? Nobunaga scratched the back of his head and said. Maki didn't speak, but just looked at Nobunaga like that. Seeing Maki like this, Nobunaga and the others looked at each other. Then also got a headache. Maki's sixth sense is so sensitive that it makes them click their tongues. If Maki says they will die, then they might die. In this regard, several people also believe so. It's troublesome, what if he and the leader stop the plan? Nobunaga said melancholy. For this kind of thing, after seeing the leader, let the leader make his own decision. Maki said. After speaking, the rest of the people had no other ideas. Step forward and continue walking towards Yukexen. On the other side, Momu first looked back at the Spider 4 in surprise, then shook his head again, and continued to walk towards Yukexen. In order to keep the energy in his body from being blocked, he controlled his pace and time. Perhaps he will be able to relax when he becomes more proficient in the future. Chapter 100 Hey Gang Killers. Advertisement. Soon, Momu came to the edge of Yukexen City. Because there is still some time before the auction, Momu plans to find a place to live before talking. Compared with renting a house, Momu prefers to live in a hotel, even though renting a house will be cheaper. However, Momu looked around, felt the malicious eyes around him, and continued to walk towards the center of Yukexen City calmly. From time to time, Momu would scan the people around her, thinking about how to deal with it. Let them follow, the alley is ahead. Suddenly, Momu saw the alley ahead, grinned and walked over. Momu's walking pace is neither too fast nor too slow, and her movements are slightly weird. Seeing this, those malicious people who followed behind him slowly followed 290 while talking and laughing. There is no state of being about to commit a crime at all. If it wasn't for Momu who could feel the malice, he would think that the people who followed him were just ordinary civilians. Sure enough, when Momu walked into the alley, the group of people following Momu flocked into this alley, fearing that Momu would run away. After these people entered the alley, the first thing they saw was that the person they were following was walking slowly towards the front. This scene made them grin and relax. Then a few people walked out of the team, quickly caught up with Momu, and then blocked the exit of the alley. Hey, come to this city for the first time. The leader at the front of the team, while smoking a cigarette, grinned while exhaling smoke. Scoff. There was a chuckle in the alley. Momu looked at the people in front of him with a strange expression. He found that no matter where he was, he always encountered so many stupid people who couldn't see clearly. Or, there are too many ordinary people in contact, and too many successes. Let them have forgotten that in this world, there are still people who can resist the idea. Advertisement. Boy, just be proud of yourself now, and I'll see how you'll be proud of it later. Facing Momu's sneer, he said with a petty smile. After speaking, without waiting for Momu to reply, he waved his hand directly. As he waved his hand, all the minions around him rushed towards Momu. Bang bang bang. For a while, there were sounds of punching and kicking in this alley. In less than a minute, the only people standing in the alley were Momu and the little leader who led the team. For the rest of the minions, Momu directly laid a heavy hand and sent them to hell. You Boss, I don't know Taishan, so please forgive me. The team leader pointed at Mo Mu in shock, and then knelt down to beg for forgiveness. Faced with such a plea for forgiveness, Mo Mu remained indifferent, and even played it at him boredly. Boom! In the next second, the leader of the team was blasted out, and his body broke. I thought I could see a different approach, but it was still the same as the plot. This made Mo Mu very disappointed. Mo Mu didn't care at all about killing the group of people in front of him. Looking at their previous actions, one can know that these guys are not good people. Coupled with the fact that Yukexin is rich in the He gang, these people in front of you are definitely members of one of the He gangs. Staying here is just to attack people like Mo Mu who come to Yukexin for tourism. And judging from their proficient appearance just now, it is estimated that many people may have been tied up in just a few days. Most importantly, these people are not the only He gangs here, if you count other He gangs. Mo Mu reckons that, in the past few days, at least hundreds of people may have been tied up. As for how they will be treated after being tied up, Mo Mu doesn't know, but also knows that it will definitely not be a good thing. It's just that he knew what he knew, but he didn't intend to save anything. This time it was just that he encountered it himself, so he made a move. Let him go out of his way to save people for no reason. Advertisement. Sorry, he doesn't have this awareness yet. Perhaps in his previous life, if he had such ability, he might have hunted down human traffickers all over the country. But here? Forget it, I'm really not familiar with you, and I'm not a compatriot, thank you. But even though he won't save people on purpose, he can still do it if he just helps to call the police. It's just that Mo Mu knows that the police officers here in Yukexin have a lot of interests in the He gang. Even if they contact the police officers here, it will have no effect. So, let's contact the Hunter Association directly. I'm just an ordinary energy hunter, so don't steal other people's job as a criminal hunter. Mo Mu took out the mobile phone he had bought before, casually informed the Hunter Association, and ignored the matter. After walking out of the alley, Mo Mu continued to walk towards the center of Yukexin City. After arriving at the destination, Mo Mu randomly found a decent hotel around and walked in. This hotel should be one of the few most luxurious hotels in Facti. Even if you just stand outside and look at it, it makes people feel that it is definitely a waste of money. Then, he came directly to the front desk. Open a room. Mo Mu said to the waiter at the front desk. Mo Mu, who could no longer walk, patted his left leg with his left hand. This is also one of the methods Mo Mu uses to maintain the continuous accumulation of energy in his body, but the effect is not as obvious as walking with his feet. Excuse me, do you have an appointment, sir? Because of the 1.3 auction, we don't have any extra rooms to provide. The waiter said to Mo Mu with a smile. Mo Mu didn't speak, but put his hunter license on the front desk casually. Sir, your room has been opened, I wish you a happy life. The waiter quickly opened the room for Mo Mu. Then he respectfully pushed the room card and hunter ID back in front of Mo Mu. After getting the key, Mo Mu walked into the elevator under the watchful eye of the waiter. Mo Mu found her room after all but the lift. When he came to the room, Mo Mu checked the situation in the room. After finding that no camera was installed, he nodded. Then, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows of the room, quietly watching the feasting lights below. Chapter 101, Bargain Expert. Advertisement. Time flies by. Early the next morning, Mo Mu woke up, washed up and went out. Mo Mu first went to a nearby restaurant to have breakfast, and then walked towards Yukexin's largest auction market. He was going to see the situation of the world's largest auction market. It's all here, if you don't get acquainted, it's not in vain. Along the way, Mo Mu found that the closer he got to the auction market, the more even the road conditions became. Obviously, the pedestrian density here is ridiculously high. The good thing is that Mo Mu doesn't come by car, so it is not difficult to walk. In this way, Mo Mu soon arrived in the auction market. After Mo Mu came here, he found that there were so many people here that only the heads could be seen. On this road full of people, Mo Mu is also very speechless, and it is extremely uncomfortable to walk. But fortunately, the ability to transfer damage allows him to ignore the forces pushing towards him. Under such circumstances, Mo Mu could only follow the flow of people and slowly move towards the auction market. Here is the entrance, but also the exit. 05. Some people want to go in, and some people want to come out. It's so crowded here. Usually, this is also the place where the most trampling incidents occur. But I didn't see Hay helping these maintenance personnel to take care of this, just let some members suppress people here, and they can't fight for it. Fortunately, after Mo Mu passed through the crowded entrance, the space inside the market became a little loose. I have never done that kind of crowded situation. The market is crowded with people, and various stalls are neatly planned and placed on this square. There is a road between the stalls for several guests to walk together. There is a lot of voices here, even if two people are talking shoulder to shoulder, they must speak out loudly. Another person can hear what he is saying. Mu doesn't have this kind of problem because he is only one person. Here, Mu saw various stalls. It was a bit similar to those markets that Mu had seen in her previous life. It's just that the goods here are more complete. Advertisement. Food, tea, jewelry, games, novels, comics, antiques, daily necessities, etc. Almost everything one needs, and doesn't, is here. Hurry up, I heard that the phone guy has been held down by a guy. What? No way, the mobile phone guy is an expert at raising prices, and he will be lowered by others. Yeah, that's why I told you to run faster, otherwise, you won't be able to see it in a while. Yes, yes, go, go, go. At this moment, two pedestrians passed Mu quickly while talking. Hearing this kind of thing, Mu rubbed her chin and became interested. Immediately, he walked towards the mobile phone booth. Could it be that guy Leorio? Suspicion arose in Mu's heart. This time happened to be the time for the development of the plot. He had reason to suspect that the person who was bargaining at the mobile phone booth might be that guy Leorio. Soon, Mu came near the mobile phone booth. He couldn't get in, the place had long been surrounded by people, 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. Shaking his head, Mu didn't push forward because it was really unnecessary. Looking for a place to stand, Mu also saw the appearance of the person who was negotiating the price. Undoubtedly, that familiar dress is Leorio himself. Time passed slowly, and Mu's ears were full of bargaining voices. Buy it now. 112,000, I'll buy you two. No, how about another 500? Words such as lowering prices and raising prices are passed on crazily, like the whispers of demons. In the end, Ori got a jaw-dropping price for Gon and the others. A Beetle 7 mobile phone only costs 115,800 chots. The total price of the 2 volumes is 221,160 precepts. Compared with the price of 400,000 ring nuns that the merchant said, this price has been reduced by nearly double. Advertisement. How high is the profit here? Converted into soft sister coins, a mobile phone was mentioned by Leorio at 2,910 yuan, while the original price was 5,263 yuan. Hearing this, the corners of Mu's mouth twitched slightly, and then he looked at the Beetle 7 in his trouser pocket. That was bought by him for 400,000 ring nuns. Because there is no price reduction at all, and there will be no bargaining. However, the signal of the Beetle 7 mobile phone can cover the entire human world, and it is also loaded with the function of mutual translation between 200 ethnic groups. Can watch movies, videos, and even map positioning. It is hard for Mu to believe that such a powerful mobile phone only needs to charge itself 5,263 yuan. But now, this kind of mobile phone, which sells for 5,263 yuan, has been negotiated by Leorio to 2,910 yuan. This is really outrageous. By the way, I bought the same model for 80,029 yuan. Leorio proudly took out his Beetle 7. Hearing this, Xiaomu felt that it was even more outrageous. This means that Leorio won the 070 Beetle 7 for only 2,106 yuan. This kind of bargaining ability made Mu very emotional. If you let Leorio live in his own era of live streaming. Mu believes that with Leorio's bargaining ability, his live broadcast room will definitely explode. Slowly, the pedestrians dispersed. Mu also walked over. Cousin Mu, Gon and Chia greeted happily. Yo, Gon, Leorio, Chia. Mu waved and said hello. Cousin Mu, where have you been these days? Mito Aunt has been wanting to ask. Gon said enthusiastically to Mu. Auntie Mito? Ho ho, I'll go there when I have time. During this period of time, I've been doing business outside. Mu was taken aback, then nodded and explained. Okay, now we are short of that guy Karapika who hasn't arrived yet. Leorio said with a smile. For Karapika, he's already here, but he should be very busy. Mu shook his head lightly. Leorio expressed dissatisfaction with this and said, no matter how busy you are, don't you even have time to meet your friends. On the way here, I met 4 Phantom Troop members. Mu nodded and said slowly. What? Leorio, Chia and Gon looked at Mu in shock. Chapter 102 People from Greedy Island. Advertisement. Mu, you met a spider, and nothing happened. Chia looked at Mu in surprise and said. If there is anything, I'm just passing by. Mu said, waving his hands. Chia was stunned for a moment, and then said in relief, that's right, there is no conflict, and I won't shoot casually. Then what should we do now? What should Karapika do? Does he know that the spider is coming to Ukexan? Leorio frowned. No, even if Karapika doesn't know now, he will know when the time comes. After all, there are 4 spiders appearing on Yukexen's side, so according to the style of the thief gang of spiders, they will definitely want to steal. At that time, it is impossible for Kurapika to know. Chia said with a frown. Now Yukexen is here, the place where 4 members of an A-level thieves gang can do it together. I'm afraid there are only those large auction venues. Will this meet Kurapika? Leorio also frowned. He was a little uneasy, always feeling that the two must meet the same. Chia said with an ugly face, before, when Gon and I called Kurapika, we learned that he was working as a bodyguard for a gangster. And tonight, there will also be an underground auction. Leorio frowned and said, in other words, as long as the person protected by Kurapika wants to participate in this underground auction, then Kurapika will definitely face off against the spiders. I guess that's right. Chia nodded and said. Then what should we do? Gon asked anxiously. Mu said casually, just contact Kurapika directly and tell him the news. However, according to Kurapika's temperament, I guess even if he listens, he won't give up. Yes. Mu's words were agreed by the 3 of Leorio. How could they not know Kurapika's temperament during the time they got together? But even if they know they can't do it, as friends, they still have to find a way to help. Thinking like this, Leorio took out his mobile phone and called Kurapika. Then informed the Kurapika spiders. By the way, Sham also talked about the image of the 4 Maki. After learning the news, Kurapika did not choose to give up as expected. They even asked Mu and the others not to look for him for the time being. Advertisement. Leorio was very angry about this, and cursed at Kurapika. Gon was also very angry and shouted to drive Kurapika away. Then he was stopped by Mu, who punched him and fell to the ground. However, Gon refused to accept it, and stared at Mu with wide eyes. But he was stunned by Mu's question, do you know the location of Kurapika? It was just such a sentence that brought back the mood of the cursing and angry Gon. None of the 4 present knew where Kurapika was. Even if Mu knew it, he wouldn't say it. He wanted to try his best to prevent Gon from putting himself in danger, so how could he still provide him with information? Several people can only temporarily give up the discussion on this topic. However, it was also agreed to go to the underground auction venue to see the situation tonight. Then what are we going to do now? Gon asked before he could react. Boom. Leorio punched Gon in the head. Then he said, idiot, of course I want to make money now, do you still want to buy the game of Greedy Island? But, we haven't found a way to make that much money yet. Gon said and became depressed again. Hundreds of millions of small money, Gon and Chie, they are not worried. However, 8.9 billion, or even doubling it may not be enough. They must prepare funds of more than 20 billion kiwis. You can't, but I can. I'll teach you how to do it. Leorio said confidently. Now their strength is different from before. Leorio is confident that he will make the right amount of money in a short period of time. Especially Gon and Chie, because they didn't have the practice of Zaldik's family during that time, and they didn't have Hisoka's troubles, and they haven't been injured in the battle with Gido. This made the 2 of them, in this half a year's time. Advertisement. I have already completed the basic practice of Nian Chi skills, and I have also developed my own Nin. The ability is the same as the plot, it's just a lot earlier. Now their combat power is not known how much stronger than that in the plot. Leorio, you are amazing. Gon looked at Leorio with admiration and said. For Gon's friendly attitude, Leorio was very grateful, with a complacent expression on his face. By the way, Mu, you are here, do you have any other important things? If you can, please help them with me. Leorio turned to Mu and said. Didn't I tell you that I'm from Greed Island? Mu said casually. Gon exclaimed, people of Greed Island. Not only Gon exclaimed, but also Leorio and Chie. Boom. Mu punched Gon on the head and said, don't be so loud, you are afraid that others will not hear you. It's unbelievable that you are from Greedy Island. Doesn't that mean that Greedy Island is not a game, but a real island? Chia said in horror. Mu shook his head and said, no, Greedy Island is a game, but it's a city where the real princess exists. How is this possible? Leorio said in surprise, didn't the Greedy Island game say it was Gon's father? It's so outrageous, Gon's father, my cousin's methods are amazing. Mu also said with emotion. Only those who have practiced Nin can clearly understand how outrageous Kim Freak's method is. With a few people as a team, a real game was built. The technology and difficulty contained in it are really amazing. This is not something that can be done just by thinking about it. At least, Mu knows that he can't do this by himself. In other words, it is temporarily impossible to do this. Later he grows up. Not to mention an island, even an entire planet, he can play with it in the palm of his hand. Chapter 103 Candle Chasing Game. Advertisement. Gon exclaimed, "Ah, then we are going to compete with cousin Mu for the Greedy Island console." Chia punched Gon on the head with a sullen face. Let his head play a big bag. Afterwards, Chia tugged at Gon's ear, and explained the situation loudly to him. You're still fighting, this type of game console, with one game console and an expansion slot, can provide 8 people to play together game. We only have a few people here, even if Karapika joins in the pre-up, there are only 5 people here. What are you afraid of? That's right, this way you can pool your money together, and the chances of buying the next Greedy Island game console will be much higher. Leorio nodded and said. After finishing speaking, he turned to look at Mu and asked, Mu, how much money have you prepared? I want to estimate how much you are short of. I only have 400 million monks now. Mu waved his hand indifferently and said. Leorio nodded, then looked at Gon and Chia beside him. Facing the eyes of Leorio and Mu, Chia turned his head to look away and whistled. Gon looked at Mu and Leorio in embarrassment. You two 880, don't tell me, you don't have any money. Leorio asked with a trace of uneasiness in his heart. No, we still have millions of nuns. Gon waved his hands anxiously and said. Hearing this, Leorio breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, very well, with more than 400 million nuns, my plan can be changed, so that I can accumulate funds faster. After finishing speaking, he greeted Mu and the others, and got busy. Seeing this, Mu did not refuse either, and left with Leorio and the others. In fact, he didn't intend to rely on making a lot of money to buy Greedy Island game consoles. Even if he needs this game console very much, it becomes his ticket to enter and exit Greedy Island. Otherwise, he might not even be able to return home. The idea of buying the Greedy Island game console with money will not work at all on the side of that crazy old man who loves only love. According to that old gentleman's assets. 7 game consoles, if you want to be able to bid for it. Advertisement. Then Mu and the others need to prepare at least one of the assets of the old gentleman, UFT. And this amount may have reached about 150 billion ringgits. Ho ho. Earn more than 150 billion in a few days? This in itself is something to talk about day and night. Unless some means are used, otherwise, Mu doesn't think it can be done by normal means. Especially, if their starting capital is not high. Gon and the others already find it difficult to earn 1 or 2 billion monies. Not to mention 150 billion ring nuns. Therefore, Mu, he played carefully all the time, after the old gentleman bought the Greedy Island game machine. On the condition of helping to heal his lover, trade a Greedy Island game console. There might even be a chance of getting a sum of money. That being the case, why work hard to make money? 400 million is enough for him to live, no matter how much it is just a bunch of numbers. Moreover, the most important thing is that the hunter certificate can face a lot of fees and get a lot of discounts. Among all human beings, there are only more than 200 hunters with gold content, it's not a joke. However, it has come, and Mu will not say that he can't leave without emotional intelligence. Just play and experience life. After deciding on the next goal, Mu also followed Leorio to start making money. Unlike the plot, this time Leorio did not conduct an arm wrestling auction, but changed his choice. For fear that their power is not strong enough to overwhelm all. On top of that, money doesn't come fast like this. After thinking about it, Leorio chose to build a temporary venue, and then played a candle chasing game with a prize pool. The game is very simple, and those who participate need to pay an entrance fee of 10,000 kinias. Advertisement. Players will get a lit candle at the beginning of the game. The content of the game is very simple. While ensuring that your own candles are not extinguished, extinguish the candles of other players. In the end, the only player whose candle does not go out will get all the money in the prize pool, as well as jewels worth 10 million specially bought by Leorio. The conditions are attractive and the prizes are good. Therefore, in the venue that Leorio and the others created, hundreds of people immediately signed up. In the eyes of these people, this is a gamble, and they are somewhat confident in their own strength. All want to try it. In order to prevent the money from falling into the hands of other people, Mu, Gon, and Chia need to pretend to be passers-by and get involved. The first game of chasing candles started, and in less than 3 minutes, it was over. The winner is Mu. Let us congratulate this player. With his own strength, he has won millions of rings and jewels worth tens of millions. Leorio said loudly, Sir, may I ask, do you need jewelry, or exchange it for a nun? Exchange it into a nun. Mu said according to the previously arranged script. Okay, congratulations to this gentleman, you have obtained 11.26 million ordained nuns. Without further ado, let's play the second game. I think there are still many people who are not convinced by their performance just now. It doesn't matter. Let's try harder. Maybe next time you will be carried on. Don't give up on the nun. Listening to Leorio's words, many people were moved, but seeing Mo who seemed to be going on again, they hesitated. Hey, coward! Mo said very bluntly. After finishing speaking, without waiting for the people around to speak, Mo walked away calmly. After disappearing in front of people's eyes, Mo flashed back to the vicinity of the game field. At this time, he had already changed his outfit, putting on a hat and a mask. Passers-by, seeing that the strongest one has disappeared, can't wait to participate in the second game. This time, more people participated. And Chia got into it. Unlike Mo, Chia needs to play an ordinary kid and win with a little bit of luck. Chapter 104 The Spider's Action. Advertisement. Tell me directly about your work tonight. In the underground auction venue, there are 3 items that you have to get your hands no matter how much you spend. The full-body mummy of Princess Gorako, the tissues of actor Joe Limachi together with the DNA testimonial, and the flaming eyes of the Kurita clan. Hearing this, Kurapika's eyes couldn't help showing a tinge of redness, and his heart beat fast. Melody on the side looked at Kurapika worriedly, but didn't know what to say. Also, I received a tip that someone may attack the underground auction venue tonight. If you really find an emergency, you must know how to respond accordingly, and you must carry out the activity on the premise of getting the auction item. At 9 o'clock tonight, there will be an auction at the cemetery building. Yualianfu, Dochino, and Feiji will leave the bidding to the 3 of you. In a luxury hotel building, the captain of the Nisra family guard, Dazone, was seriously talking about their work arrangements for tonight to his subordinates. But they don't know that this trip will cause heavy casualties to the people present. Of course, whether you know it or not, this has little to do with Shuam. After several conditional auctions, the people around who joined in the fun no longer dared to participate. Because the 2 children won the final victory every time, this made people sure that this was not a game they could win. At this point, Mo and his party had no choice but to put away the place and leave here. Today, they have earned about 11 million or so. In other words, they only played a dozen games in total. The average time spent in each game is only about 10 minutes. That is to say, it took about 2 hours for the 4 of Mo and Mu to make this sum, which is definitely a huge sum of money for others. Even if it is converted into soft sister coins, it is about 340,000. I earned 340,000 yuan in 2 hours, which is nearly a year's wages for an ordinary person. It can be seen how easy it is to make money after having strength. And because they left early, they didn't meet the Feeden people who passed by here. However, this matter does not matter, because they have already decided to go to the cemetery building to watch tonight. At night, several people from Mo came to the cemetery building in a team. Advertisement. But he was stopped 500 meters away by a group of people. Seeing this, Leorio was very upset, and at the same time said with emotion, an underground auction can directly clear the area within a radius of 500 meters. Moreover, Facti's security team can help maintain order. Then what shall we do now? Gon asked anxiously. Stupid, don't worry, look around first to see if Kurapika is outside. If it is outside, we don't need to go in. Chia knocked Gon on the head and said. Leorio nodded and said, that's right, these Hey gang members are not good things anyway, let them in Phantom Troop dog bite dog, just right. Look over there. Mo didn't join the conversation, but Ji pointed to a direction to remind Gon and the others and said. Following Mo's guidance, Leorio and the others also saw Kurapika and Melody who were looking towards them. After seeing the person they were looking for, the 3 of Gon also had a happy expression on their faces, and rushed over in a hurry. Mo followed behind the 3 of them, not in a hurry. Soon, they came to the surprised Lipika. Why are you here? Kurapika looked at Mo and asked. Of course I'm here to see if you can match up with the spider. Leorio said loudly. Gon said anxiously, Kurapika, did you see those spiders? Chia shrugged and said, don't even think about it, seeing how calm he looks, you can tell that he hasn't seen him yet. But, I know, someone must have been in those spiders. Mo glanced at the cemetery building in front of him. Indeed, it's already inside, and it's already killing people. Mo nodded and said. What? Kurapika looked at Mo in surprise and asked, what you said is true. 0, ask for flowers. Of course, there suddenly burst out a strong energy, so obvious how could I not see it? Mo shrugged and said, this is obviously the case of using Nen. On this point, Mo is not lying because he knows the plot. Advertisement. He could indeed see the manifestation of energy. Being able to do this is thanks to his ability to study damage transfer with great concentration. With the familiarity of damage transfer, he found that he can observe the energy situation of all aspects from a long distance. It is precisely because of this that Mo can carry out alchemy by collecting different energies. Otherwise, Mu would probably be able to refine some energy star pills to make himself stronger now. Hearing what Mu said, Karapika and Melody changed their expressions, and then hurriedly used the walkie-talkie in their hands to contact the 3 colleagues at the auction venue. Apparently, no one responded. It's all like this, I'm afraid he has already been killed. Silently, Karapika contacted his superiors and told them the news. After the Hay Gang staff confirmed, the auction venue in the cemetery building was already empty. Look over there. Mu looked up at the sky, pointing to a fire in the sky and said. The sound attracts all attention. Everyone looked over. Then I also saw the hot air balloon flying in the sky. Those people, could they be the spiders you mentioned? Leorio asked suspiciously. Mu nodded and said, yes, there are just a few of them, and there are a few more. The members of the Hay Gang who were still confused at first, after being notified by Karapika, also found the whereabouts of the hot air balloon in the sky. Hastily organized the manpower, and drove after him. Seeing this, Karapika also rushed out, intending to chase after him. However, how could Leorio and others let him do what he did? Immediately, he chased after him, and even left a place for Mu. Mu is very strong. On this point, Leorio and the others all agree. With a strong person following him, the sense of security suddenly exploded. Chapter 105, Infestation of Yin Beasts. Advertisement. Ha ha ha. Just approaching the place where the spiders landed, Mu and the others could already hear a gigantic and heroic laughter. In this regard, Mu raised an eyebrow. He could hear a murderous breath from it. Mu got out of the car, and stood there casually looking at the scene. Leorio and Karapika behind them looked at each other, then stood on a rock, and looked at the scene. In the eyes of several people, a burly man dressed in rough clothes, laughing wildly and attacking a group of gangsters. It's just that, with a punch or a slap, a person's head is smashed into pieces. In this way, a life was in his hands. Gon and Leorio were greatly shocked by this, and their eyes widened. Compared with Chi 863 and Karapika, they have never seen such a scene. As for Mu himself, what he has seen in the past 6 months has long allowed him to deal with this matter safely. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud muffled sound, and a sniper bullet landed on the temple of that burly man Yuvajin in an instant. However, the headshot seen in the impression did not appear, but the sniper bullet was bounced off. This scene shocked the members of the Hay Gang present and couldn't believe it. Impossible. You can't even deal with him with a sniper rifle. Fake, absolutely false. Yuvajin straightened his head unhappily, looking at the direction of the sniper bullet trajectory. At this glance, he discovered that there was a sniper there. At this time, the sniper was still pulling the lever, ready to give him a second shot. The burly man curled his lips in displeasure. Then he bent down to pick up 2 small stones, and threw them in the direction of the sniper and elsewhere. Whoosh! 2 stones flew out with extreme speed and shot in 2 different directions. Despair! In an instant, 2 different voices sounded. However, the sniper's head just now was like a broken watermelon. Advertisement. On the other side, Mu's right hand is holding a small stone. That's what Yuvajin flew over before. The reason why they attacked him was because, where Mu was standing, he went out a little, and was just seen by Yuvajin. Mu, why don't you stand up a little bit more? Leorio said to Mu. To this, Mu did not answer, but curled his lips and threw the stones in his hands a few times. Get out of the way, I don't believe it, you can still survive the rocket that can blow up a tank. At this time, a fat cotter with a bald head came out cursingly holding a rocket launcher. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he stood up and faced Yuvajin without hesitation. Hearing the fat man's words, Yuvajin opened his right hand in displeasure and said, "It's really sad, I only have the strength of a tank." Seeing Yuvajin's arrogance, the bald and fat cotter frowned angrily and shouted, "Go to hell, BD." Whoosh! The rockets rushed towards Yuvajin with blazing fire. Boom! In the next second, a loud noise resounded throughout the valley. The rocket exploded, but Yuvajin not only survived, but appeared in front of everyone without even being injured. The biggest injury was that the white t-shirt on his body was burned. Strange, monster. Run, this guy is no ordinary person. It's just that if you want to escape at this time, it's too slow. Seeing Yuvajin's killing spree, Mu held back his movements for the time being. He despises the gang members in front of him, if he can let them die. Mu is still very happy. And he just temporarily suppressed his emotions of revenge. This is not difficult for Mu. Someone is coming, step aside, Mu said to Gon and the others. Who? Leorio asked suspiciously. Gon and Chia looked at the distance with solemn expressions. On this ground, I don't know when it started, there is an extra heartbeat. Melody said, pointing to the ground nervously. Hearing this, gone, and the others looked at the ground in surprise. Advertisement. Mu didn't care or worry, he had already seen the energy of the yin beast on the ground. Those who can swim underground are nothing more than earthworms among the 10 yin beasts. As for the yin beasts, Mu also wants them to die. Anyway, it's not a good thing. Let them fight Yuvajin, they are dead. Several yin beasts passed Mu and the others, and walked confidently in front of Yuvajin. Years of winning gave them a feeling of invincibility about their own strength. Afterwards, a few people came to a verbal dispute, which was very unnecessary. Puff. Suddenly, the yin beast earthworm sprang out from the ground, and bound one of Yuvajin's hands. The yin beast earthworm raised its arm, and punched Yuvajin Wolf with lightning speed. In an instant, Yuvajin's head was crooked. However, the yin beast earthworm that punched was more seriously injured. Almost all the bones in his hand were broken, his fingers were twisted, and his injuries were extremely serious. Seeing this, the yin beast earthworm's complexion changed drastically, and he hurriedly grabbed Suojin's arm and burrowed into the ground. This time, Yuvajin's left hand was severely restricted, and his body was forcibly pressed against the ground, unable to move. Gather chi and punch. Super Destruction Punch. Yuvajin punched 5.5, and directly smashed the ground under him into a deep pit with a diameter of 50 meters. He even left one of the earthworm's arms, leaving him in a state of serious injury. Yuvajin stood up, laughed wildly twice, and looked at the yin beast in front of him flawlessly. Faced with such a situation, the remaining yin beasts did not retreat. Move around Yuvajin again, looking for opportunities. Whoosh! In the next second, the yin beast dog found a good time, or a good time provided by Yuvajin himself. Directly and quickly rushed to Yuvajin, and then passed him. When leaving, the sharp teeth took a piece of meat from Yuvajin's shoulder along the way. The toxin in the teeth spread directly to Yuvajin's whole body. Let it be poisoned, and only the neck can move. Chapter 106. Advertisement. Whoosh! After Yuvajin killed the yin beasts, Mu directly threw the stones from his hands away. The target is the head of the immobile Yuvajin. Clam, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yuvajin grinned and shouted loudly. While speaking, his thought energy directly gathered on his forehead, maintaining a firm head-to-head confrontation with the stone thrown by Mu. Boom! A loud sound resounded in the valley, deafening, causing many members of the He gang who survived by chance to cover their ears directly, excruciating pain. In the next second, the confident Yuvajin flew out with his eyes wide open. If he hadn't taken advantage of the situation, his neck would have been broken at this time. He also did not expect that the opponent's strength would be so strong. Damn, Yuvajin! Nobunaga stood up and shouted. When the voice fell, he was already standing on the open space between Mu and Yuvajin. Didn't go to see Yuvajin because he knew, 05 that would not work. Professional matters should be handled by professional people. He is a combatant, and defending against the enemy's attack is what he should do now. Like him, there is Phaeton. At this time, he was also standing next to Nobunaga, looking at Mu. Nobunaga, Yuvajin is fine. Shulnark shouted. Hearing this, Nobunaga breathed a sigh of relief, and the rest of the spiders also ignored Yuvajin. Sneered a few times, and then asked Shizuko to suck the toxin out of Yuvajin's body. That guy, isn't he the one I met before? Franklin pointed at Mu and said. Whoosh! Mu ignored the spiders' discussion and kicked the stones on the ground. In an instant, a few stones hit Yuvajin with rapid speed. Ding ding ding! However, facing this kind of stone, Nobunaga and Phaeton absolutely couldn't let Mu succeed, and swung their knives to chop it down. Suck! What? A hole! Without the toxin-ridden Yuvajin, he took a deep breath and shouted angrily. Advertisement. The sound was so loud that everyone present couldn't help covering their ears. Mu is no exception, he will not be injured. However, he found the sound unpleasant. Whoosh! Before Yuvajin's roar stopped, Mu once again raised a lot of stones to Yuvajin and his group. Among these pebbles, some pebbles have very thin thought energy, while some stones have very thick thought energy. If you can't analyze it clearly, or ignore it, that would definitely be a disadvantage. The spiders of Phantom Troop are all good players. All of them are top-notch nin, sensitive to dry air. The moment Mu attacked, they realized that those stones were different. However, they didn't care about this, and everyone used their own means to resist. Seeing this, the corners of Mu's lips twitched. He knew the strength of the group of people in front of him, so how could he still use ordinary attacks? When seeing Mu's weird smile, Maki's heart tightened. She wants to remind the rest of the members that something is wrong and be careful. However, she is too slow and Mu's attack is too fast. Bang bang bang! Without waiting for Maki's reminder, Mu's attack fell on the spider's resistance items. Bang bang bang! In an instant, the underestimated power in the stone burst out, directly hitting the spiders by surprise. The spiders that flew upside down looked in the direction of Mu in horror. Just now, they seemed to be hit by a giant dragon, and their strength was so overwhelming. That's how it should be, don't go, he's mine. Yuvijin stood up and shouted with a wild grin. After finishing speaking, he rushed towards Mu. The rest of the spiders also stopped their footsteps upon hearing this. Shizuku, are you okay? Franklin asked Shizuku. At this time, Shizuku's situation can be described as a bit ugly. A stone from Mu flew out and hit the mountain directly. If it wasn't for maintaining, Shizuku felt that he would be dead now. Advertisement. That power is too great, it is unbelievable. Such a small stone can carry so much energy. 6 ribs are broken, and the hand bone is broken. Shizuku said disgraced. Franklin was silent for a moment, then looked at Mu coldly. The holy garden was overflowing. Although he also broke a hand bone just now, it didn't affect his desire to kill Mu. He didn't know about Franklin's murderous intentions, even if he knew about Mu, he didn't care. Seeing Yuvijin rushing towards him, he didn't mean to wait where he was. With a jerk, he rushed to Tiandiu. Soon collided with Yuvijin at the mouth of the valley. With a ferocious smile, Yuvijin punched Mu in the head. Faced with this punch, Mu is not afraid at all. He grinned to gather energy, mobilized the energy in the golden core, and then blasted at Yuvijin's fist. This kind of head-to-head confrontation made Yuvijin laugh even more when he wanted to change Yuvijin. No longer changing his moves, he continued to slam 910 towards Mu. Boom! Like 2 missiles blasting together, the powerful energy phoenix instantly swept the space around the 2 of them. A large number of shock waves and gravel sputtered crazily towards the surroundings. In the next second, Yuvijin, who was still proud before, changed his face and flew upside down, and his arm was directly blasted into pieces in this collision. Yuvijin stared wide-eyed, looking at Mu in horror. Looking at Mu's unscathed right arm, he officially realized the gap between himself and Mu. Whoosh! Just when Yuvijin's complexion changed drastically, Xiaomu directly raised his leg and rushed towards Yuvijin. Yuvijin! Nobunaga's complexion changed, and he hurried out, intending to intercept Mu. Ring ring ring! At this moment, a chain was thrown directly at Nobunaga. If Nobunaga didn't defend, the chain would hit him. And this is not the most dangerous place. If Nobunaga was going to rescue Yuvijin regardless, Kurapika would be able to capture him directly. Forcibly entering the absolute state is really too domineering. Perhaps it was the crisis sensing over the years that made Nobunaga aware of a little danger, which made him temporarily give up the idea of rushing to Yuvijin. Chapter 107 Want Feeden at the Queen? Advertisement. Nobunaga was stopped. Feeden rushed out with a sullen face. The target is Yuvijin's side. He was going to stop Mu. ZZ. But at this time, a figure shining with lightning came from the side window. Straight towards him. This speed made Feeden click his tongue slightly. Faster than him. Spotting this point from the corner of the eye, Mu raised her eyebrows slightly. Unexpectedly, Chia has already developed her own skill in using Nen. Gathering his mind, Mu has already rushed in front of Yuvijin. As for Feeden, he was stopped by Chia. Chia didn't attack, just harassed Feeden. And once Feeden wants to break through to save Yuvijin, Chia will try to approach and attack. Boom! At this moment, a huge explosion suddenly appeared at Yuvijin's location. For a moment, almost everyone's eyes were drawn to it. When the dust disappears. Instead, he saw Yuvijin's broken body lying in a deep pit. What? Facing this situation, Nobunaga and the others widened their eyes. Yuvijin! Nobunaga shouted angrily. Then he wanted to break through Kurapika's interception and rush to Mu's side. It's just, how could Kurapika let him succeed? The swinging of the chain is full of power. I kept thinking about how to catch Nobunaga. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. I thought I needed to continue looking for opportunities, but I didn't want to, so I gave him such an opportunity now. Moreover, because the combat situation and the plot are completely different. There was no time for Kurapika to think about what he couldn't let go of. Now, he only wants to avenge his compatriots. This person, let's start with the swordsman in front of him. Seeing that Mu has established an advantage here, he also feels that the spider is nothing more than the bodyguard of He Gang. Advertisement. After looking at each other, they joined the battle one after another. However, they don't know. The spiders are not too weak, but Mu is too strong. Even Kurapika can handle a spider alone. Chia and Gon 2 people. When facing a suitable opponent, although it cannot be defeated. But also able to entangle a spider. These Nen who can serve as He Gang bodyguards. Most of them are third-rate warriors, and their weak strength makes people look down upon them. In this situation, they dared to participate in the battle between Mu and the spiders. It's just courting death. As predicted. In less than 3 minutes. Hey, help the bodyguards, these Nen people, there have been a lot of casualties. For the first time, these people realized the gap between themselves and first-rate Nen people. In this regard, Mu pouted, and was about to kill some other spiders. Okay, you've done a good job, leave it to us. At this moment, several voices appeared around, calling to stop Mu and his group. Looking at the newly appeared, it seems that he is very attractive. Mu was silent for a moment, then stepped aside. Others want to die, and he can't stop others from not. Do it yourself? That's not good, these guys are oddly shaped, if they accidentally touch something weird, they won't feel sick for a whole day. Mu not only retreated by himself, but also called Kurapika and others back, and stood together with Leorio. Mu wants to quit, but Nobunaga doesn't want him to quit. He wants to kill Mu to avenge Uvajin. The yin beast, who was trying to make fun of Mu and the others, dared to rush forward when they saw Nobunaga. Also very angry. The whole team rushed towards Nobunaga. They want to kill all these spiders in front of them. With this kind of thinking in mind, the yin beasts felt that they had the chance to win. Then, 2 minutes passed. Damn, they are so brave, I thought they were so strong, they couldn't even last for 2 minutes. Leorio looked at the yin beast that was wiped out by all the members, very angrily shouted. While killing the yin beast, Nobunaga wanted to rush towards Mu non-stop. Advertisement. However, at the moment of action, he was restrained by Maki using the psychic thread and pulled back. Let's go. Maki ignored Nobunaga's yelling, and shouted directly, Commander's order. Speaking of Nobunaga, he rushed towards the other side of the valley. When the rest of the spiders heard this, they also took action one after another. Everyone rushed to the other side. Faced with this situation, how could Mu let the spiders escape? He threw a bomb directly at the spiders. Then the mind bomb is a bit strange, the energy is not like a mind bomb, but a plasma. The speed of reciting bombs was very fast, and the transfer caught up with Phaeton, who was at the rear of the palace at this time. Boom! Phaeton, who couldn't dodge in time, was hit by a bomb. The world seemed to vibrate. Before the dust dissipated, there seemed to be a little change in the explosion area. Damn it, how dare you get so carried away? In the dust, a deep voice sounded out. What? Hearing the words behind him, Maki, Franklin, Shulnark and others who were running ahead changed their complexions and stared at each other with wide eyes. Brick glanced at Phaeton, he really didn't expect that Phaeton would enter such a state at this time. And Mu, who knew Phaeton's ability, also looked helpless at this time. Hey, he himself is not worried about these attacks, and even said that he wants to get close to them. However, Gon Etal could not do this. This kind of attack is definitely stronger than the moves in the plot. Because, Qian's Mu is confident that his attack damage is much stronger than that ant. Phaeton's Nen, the stronger the damage received, the stronger the power. Not only can it avoid damage, but it can also cause huge damage to the enemy. Phaeton's ability actually has some similarities with Mu's damage transfer. Therefore, if you want to win Phaeton, you must kill him instantly. Otherwise, as long as Phaeton still has Nen Chi, Nen can use it. Phaeton are immortal beings. Mu is very emotional, Phaeton's talent is really amazing. Much more amazing than most Nen. Tang. The spiders wished they could turn their feet into wheels and fly away, running wildly towards the distance with all their strength. Hey, what's the matter, are you going to stay in the palace? Didn't expect that there is such an awareness among the spiders. Leorio said, Yuandeo puzzled. Chapter 108 Mistake, Die. Advertisement. In the next second, under the gaze of everyone at the scene, Phaeton, who was standing on the rocky mountain, his clothes changed in this instant. Immediately, a red Baxiang dress that can wrap his whole body was conjured up. The clothes are weird, but everyone didn't care about them, but thought about what this is Nen. His energy seems to be much stronger. Chia looked at Phaeton in surprise, secretly vigilant about Phaeton's mind ability. Okay, it's time for you to go. Mu said at this time. Whoosh whoosh. While speaking, holding the wrists of Gon and Chia with both hands, Wan sent them flying into the distance. Then it sent Kurapika and Leorio flying. The power is so great that the melody on the side is horrified. If she hadn't heard Kurapika's steady heartbeat, she would have thought that Mu was killing her own people. The landing will be a bit heavy, so figure out a way for yourself. Mu grabbed Melody's wrist and threw her flying as well. Give back the pain to you, become hot, you unforgivable sinners. Phaeton stared at Mu and shouted in a cold tone. In an instant, a group of extremely high-temperature energy clusters rushed out from Phaeton's body with a whoosh, and shot straight towards the sky at high speed. Mu grinned and rushed towards Phaeton. Scorching sun. Phaeton shouted loudly. After flying to a height of tens of meters, the energy group suddenly grew larger, and instantly turned into a small sun, which radiated heat and scorched the ground. Gon and the others who were thrown away looked at the small sun in the distance and felt the heat from it. The pupils of both eyes widened involuntarily. If it weren't for Mu. They are now. Thinking of this, Leorio and the others couldn't help but fell silent. Ah! Scorching sun is an indiscriminate attack. On the scene here, the people who can still move freely, except for Phaeton himself who has taken protective measures. Then I know Mu. And those ordinary He Gang members and He Gang bodyguards who have not been killed but still don't leave, hide and die. Advertisement. A group of people couldn't even hold on for 1 second under such extreme high temperature. The moment the small sun appeared, they were directly turned into coke, and then turned into carbon annihilation. With one move, almost all of them were killed or injured. It can be seen how outrageous the scorching sun created by the intensity of Mu's attack is. What a strong Nin! After landing, Chia looked at the direction of the valley in surprise, feeling the heat coming towards them, and put away the self-disciplined thoughts that the nurses had learned to be patient. Cousin Mu. Gon rushed towards the scene anxiously. Gon, wait! Chia's complexion changed drastically, and he hurriedly stopped Gon's body. Now the scorching sun has not disappeared. If it passes like this, then Gon is afraid that he will be in the same situation as those guys who have turned into carbon ashes. Let go, I'm going to rescue cousin Mu. Gon shouted loudly. Leorio stopped from the side and shouted, Gon, stop for me, there is no longer any living thing alive, you just died in the past. Karapika stared blankly at the front, feeling very unstable in her heart. Another friend, because he died. This reminded him involuntarily of the past. That person is not dead. Just then, a female voice sounded from the side. In an instant, the eyes of Gon and the others were attracted. Seeing the 4 people looking over, Melody said cautiously, that person's heartbeat has been steady, and there is no sign of injury. Really? Leorio exclaimed in surprise. After getting the response from the Melody, Leorio said to Gon overjoyed, Great, Gon, I knew that Mu had time to escape with us, but he didn't do it. There must be a reason. At this time, no one cares about Leorio's statement. Because they were all frightened by the guessing fact in front of them. A person can survive this kind of high temperature that can almost burn sand to crystallization. Mu, who was surprised by everyone, has already come to Phaeton at this time. Seeing Mu who appeared in front of him and was still unharmed, Phaeton's eyes widened. 0, asking for flowers. This is the first time he saw this situation. Advertisement. For the first time, I saw someone who could move freely in his own Nin. For a moment, he lost his mind and was a little dazed. And this stupor became Phaeton's journey to bid farewell to this world. Although, Phaeton quickly reacted. However, it is impossible for Mu to give Phaeton such a chance. At that moment, he used an attack 10 times stronger than any attack just now, and blasted it on Phaeton's temple. It also includes the various injuries that the scorching sun inflicted on him. In an instant, Phaeton's head disappeared. All that was left was a headless corpse standing in place. Then under the shaking of the heat wave, he fell to the ground. Standing in place, Mu glanced in the direction of Maki who had disappeared. Think for a while. Did not catch up. No need, he believed, that fellow Krollo would deliver it himself. Even if not, Mu will still have other time to find them. As for whether it will affect your family? Hey, Cao Mu is the least worried about this. Because, after he got the Greedy Island game console, he will start to strengthen his mother and Mito, who are close to him. No need to do much. Only one piece of energy Danko is needed to be able to confidently protect their strength. Coupled with Nin's words, the chances of persisting until he catches up are too great. Looking away, Mu walked towards Gon and the others. I was run away. This time the spider made a big somersault in our hands. I'm afraid that Ukexen will not be quiet in the next few days. Mu said slowly. TCH, this is also about those gangsters. It has nothing to do with us. Even if they want to retaliate, we don't need to be afraid. Chia said disdainfully. Leorio nodded and said, that's right, let them come over and see if I don't beat them all over the floor. Seeing Leorio being so shameless, Mu and the others couldn't help but look at each other, and then stopped attacking him. Chapter 109, The Action of the Spider. Advertisement. The repelled spiders also returned to their temporary base in Ukexen at this time. What's going on? Krollo looked at the miserable state of Maki's group and asked with narrowed eyes. Uvijin and Phaeton are dead. The opponent has a very strong person, Uvijin didn't hold on to him a few times. Nobunaga said angrily, gnashing his teeth. Krollo paused, frowned, and said, seriously, what's going on? The He Gang and those ghost beasts at the beginning were trivial matters, only the 4 people who appeared later were troublesome. Maki nodded in response. That's right, especially the big black-haired guy, he's not as strong as a normal person, Franklin interjected. That's right, it's clear that the energy 733 on the stone is very common, but the power carried by the stone is stronger than Yuvajin's fist. Nobunaga said. The words of a few people made the other spiders present also excited. Shulnark, can you find out which faction that black-haired man belongs to? Krollo turned to look at Shulnark, seemingly asking, but his tone was more like an order. Yes, the car he was riding in has a special label of the He Gang family, and it should be related to that He Gang family. Shulnark nodded and said. Shulnark left immediately, he had to find the whereabouts of the dark-haired man quickly. If it is run away, even if the leader takes action, there is no way to find it. By the way, if something like this happens, the head of the team might make a big fuss with Yukexen, Hisokajin and Fiden to see him off. With this in mind, Shulnark shook his head with emotion. Thinking about it, he should be able to find the black-haired man soon. Fiden, I didn't expect you to be killed. Finks also felt emotional after listening to the conversation. Fiden got along best with him in Phantom Troop, but now this situation happened, how could he not be upset? When the rest heard this, they turned their attention to Finks. I must kill that black-haired man. Finks cursed angrily. We encountered those 4 people. We don't know what they are, but we can tell that the black-haired man is very powerful. There are 2 children, one uses lightning, the other has heavy fists, and the other has blonde hair. People use the chains on their hands, which is very tricky. At this moment, Franklin's thick voice sounded again, allowing the spiders present to get more information. Also, my gut tells me that if we stay there and fight, we're all going to die, Maki added. Suck. Advertisement. As soon as these words came out, the spiders gasped. Krollo, who was originally thinking, also looked sideways at Maki. Until now, my instincts have been urging me to get out of here, away from that black-haired man. Seeing Krollo looking over, Maki said hastily. At this moment, Shulnark walked back from the outside in silence. I found the He Gang, but I didn't find the information of the last few people. Shulnark said, it should be because they are new and the information has not been updated. After speaking, all the spiders present squinted at Shulnark. I think Shulnark is being stupid. Since I haven't found it yet, of course I have to continue to find it. Why come back and talk about it at this time? I need to find some people to ask, come and ask, who will accompany me? Shulnark explained. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, and then wanted to take over the job. Hisoka, you go and lie down. Krollo first gave the order and said. In the field, there are not many people who are suitable. Both Franklin and Shizuka were injured. Nobunaga and Finks are thugs, but too much movement, as are the rest. Maki would be appropriate. But she is troubled by her own feelings now, and Lian Lulu will not send her out. In the end, there was only Hisoka. After Hisoka and Shulnark left, the spiders fell silent again. Just when the spider was looking for Momu and his party. Momu and the others are busy with their own affairs. That is to make money. It's just that they have no way to continue the previous game auction, because no one came to participate. Fortunately, they successfully caught up with the black boxer. Advertisement. However, before they could start punching, the He Gang launched a bounty auction, and the target was Maki, these spiders who were not dead yet. Where did the news come from? Of course it was from Kurapika and Melody. The arrogant 10-year-old man, even if the yin beast has already died, but for the sake of face, they have no intention of letting it go like this. A2 billion, making Gon and the others very greedy. Now on the reward order, there are still 5 people in total. If they are all caught, it will be tens of billions of taboos. In one fell swoop, half of Gon's goal would be accomplished. For a moment, Gon and the others were moved. In this regard, Momu gave a suggestion. That is the high-profile leak of their location at this time. Momu believed that within a long time, the spiders would come to the door. At that time, wouldn't tens of billions succeed? This proposal was approved by all Gon staff. Therefore, Momu and his team started the game again, and the scene was even bigger. When Momu and his party were acting, the spiders also found some information about them. Where are we going to find them now? Nobunaga said sullenly. It should be at the auction. Finks guessed, since he wasn't here for work, it's very likely that Yuk 3.1xin will go to the auction. It's either at the hotel or at the auction, and it's possible to stay in that auction market. Krollo nodded and said. Franklin spread his right hand and said, Yukixen held a lot of auctions during this time period, we can't find them one by one. Maki, what do you think? Krollo turned to look at Maki, asking for the opinion of the magical Maki. Maki's magical intuition, in many cases, can get them good results. Therefore, when encountering such a question with multiple choices, it is a good choice to ask Maki. Not sure, I don't think they're there, Maki said, shaking his head. Chapter 110, The Spider Visits. Advertisement. Not there, what does that mean? Nobunaga scratched the back of his head wondering. It should mean that there are no people we want in these places. Shulnark said, guessing. Not here. Where is that? At this moment, Industry and Commerce pointed to the person holding the flyer and said, there. As soon as the words fell, the spiders looked straight at the direction Shizuka was pointing at. Then I saw the portraits of Momu appearing on a leaflet. In this case, it can't be wrong. Let's go. Crollo led the team, Yumian headed for the location on the leaflet. Judging from what Maki said before, Crollo also knows it clearly. Among Momu and others, Momu cannot be dealt with by just a few spiders. A group of more than 10 people, except for the dead Phaeton and Yuvijin, all the spiders walked towards the game address. After half an hour. Here we come. Momu put away his bored look, and said seriously to Leorio and the others next to him. Where is it? Leorio and the others didn't react too much, they asked while playing the game. Momu scanned the surroundings, then pointed to the front left and said 05, over there, the distance is about 300 meters. Relying on the energy observation ability that comes with the damage transfer ability, Sham easily discovered the actions of the spiders. Suck. Chia and the others gasped and looked at Momu. Never expected that Momu's perception distance is so large. How many people are here? What Leorio wants to know most is such a question. He knows that his own strength can't help him now, so what he needs to do is other things. And being able to know the number of spiders can also make him plan well. 11 people, those who were injured or not, all came. Momu said directly. Suck. Another gasp. This situation, no matter how you look at it, is not right. Advertisement. And, the most important thing is, Leorio knows that the fighting power on their side is only Momu, Gon, and Chie. Kurapika is not here now, even if he asks for help, he probably won't be able to come for a while. He himself is a cheerleader. 3 against 11. Among them, Gon and Chie, at most, can only wrestle with one spider. That means, Momu alone needs to fight against 9 spiders. This. Thinking of this, the expressions of Leorio, Gon, and Chia changed immediately. Run away. Leorio suggested. This statement was agreed by both Gon and Chia. In this regard, Sham didn't care at all. He waved his hands and said, you go first, I will meet them. Washang is so confident that he doesn't need to worry about losing at all. He may not be able to stop people, but if you want him to lose, just dream. What are you talking about, how could we leave you here alone? Leorio shouted angrily. That's right, I can't fight them. Chia shrugged indifferently and said. No, I want you to hide so we can catch them off guard. Momu shook his head and said, if you can work harder, we can even reduce the opponent's personnel when we start a war. At that time, there were only 9 people beating 3 of us. Leorio frowned and said, but there are still 9 people. That's enough. When I run it again, the opponent will be able to reduce the number of personnel by 2, 3 to 7, and some are not combatants. It's not a big problem. Momu said, waving his hands. Also, hurry up, they're coming. Hearing Momu's urging, the 3 of Leorio gritted their teeth and hid. Fortunately, Leorio is different from the one in the plot. Knowing about Nan's situation, he still spent a little more time. Although Nan has not been developed yet. However, at least are mastered. Although it is not high, it is enough to hide one's aura. Advertisement. Whoosh. 3 seconds after the 3 of Leorio hide. Crollo brought the other 10 people down in front of Momu. Seeing that only Momu was waiting for them here. Crollo glanced vaguely at his surroundings. However, there are too many people here, and he has no way to determine where Momu's partner is. I can't help but turn my attention back to Momu. Very courageous, he is a rare Nen player. Crollo looked at Momu and commented. Not far away, Hisoka squinted at Momu, and secretly touched his body with his right hand. I always feel that the wound is aching. Leader. Nobunaga looked at Crollo anxiously, worried that Crollo would invite Momu to become a member of Phantom Troop. Once this is the case, they will not do anything to Momu. Because it is clearly stipulated in Phantom Troop that team members cannot shoot each other. Discussion is another matter, as long as you don't use Nen. And most importantly, the conditions for joining Phantom Troop are very simple, as long as you challenge any 803 member of Phantom Troop and kill him, you can join. Momu had previously killed Yuvijin and Phaeton. In other words, Momu is qualified to join Phantom Troop. But also can have 2 numbers for optional. In this case, Nobunaga couldn't help but not be in a hurry. Don't worry, I didn't intend to invite him in, and even if I were invited, he wouldn't join. Krollo could understand, so what he said just now was just his one time. That's all. That's right, it's not right to be a good person, what's the point of being a mouse that can only stay in the gutter? Mo Mew nodded, seeming to agree with Krollo's words, but in fact he was mocking along the way every spider. You guy, you really dare to say it? Finks looked at Mo Mew with bruises, and said through gritted teeth. Mo Mew shrugged and said why not? Be careful, there are still a few people on the other side who are not here, they must be hiding. Maki reminded the spiders. Then force them out, kill the BD in front of you first. Finks said loudly. That's what he said, but Finks didn't do it directly, but looked at Krollo aside, waiting for instructions. Chapter 111 Lay Dan. Advertisement. Bang bang bang. In a game field, a group of people are beating a young man. Although the boy had already tried his best to resist the attack. However, it is hard to beat four hands. In the case of Judo, he was still a boy who received many attacks. Slap. However, after the attack fell on the young man, the people besieging the young man discovered a fact that shocked them in horror. The juvenile skin is able to bounce back damage. The few people who were beating the young man quickly retreated to the back. Then he looked at the boy feeling troubled. Why, don't you fight anymore? The boy, that is, Mo Mew, looked at the people in front of him and asked with a grin. At this time Gon and Chia haven't come out yet. Because there is really no chance. His nin should be related to rebound, don't melee, try using long-range attack. Shulnark suggested. Listening to his proposal, the rest of the spiders did not refute. Because in the battle just now, they could already feel the rebound damage from Mo Mew. However, they didn't know that it was just Mo Mew's intention. Obviously it can store energy, so why rebound it? This is because Mo Mew wants to catch the group of guys in front of him by surprise. There were too many passers-by here just now. But now after this period of fighting, the passers-by around have already escaped. As for the passers-by who didn't leave because they were too curious, will Mo Mew hurt them soon? Oh. Curiosity will kill the cat, it's already like this, let them run without leaving enough time. Then don't blame yourself for being affected. Today. A large number of long-range attacks attacked Mo Mew, which made the hidden Gon people anxious. Gon even wanted to rush out to save people. Therefore, his thought energy also showed some signs of instability. Oops. Instantly returning to his senses, Gon secretly thought that something was wrong. Advertisement. The fluctuation of his breath just now is enough to prove that the experienced spiders found him. I found you. Sure enough, at this moment, Pakunoda looked in Gon's direction and said. In the next second, Pakunoda rushed out in Gon's direction. See this scene. Gon also knew that he had no way to hide. Hastily broke open the table he was hiding, and dealt with the rushing Pakunoda. Once contacted, Gon discovered that the woman in front of him was not strong, but it was impossible for him to take down Pakunoda in a short time. This discovery made Gon's complexion tightly wrinkled. He knew why this happened, but he felt that his strength was not very good, and let a person who was not that strong to hold him back. Then let the stronger spider deal with Mo Mew. Seeing this situation, Gon was also very unhappy, and made up his mind to win the battle quickly. At this time, among the spiders that could attack from a distance, they were all shooting at Mo Mew frantically. Facing this kind of attack, Mo Mew didn't move at all. Because the number is really too much, no matter how many movements there is no way to completely stop them. Unless it is to avoid. However, Mo Mew didn't have this idea, and wanted to get hit more by the way. In order to store more energy. Damn! Seeing Mo Mew's unscathed appearance, the spiders all cursed secretly, only Krollo's eyes were shining. It's like seeing something you like. If I can have such an ability, I will be invincible. He can't die. Krollo would love to keep this ability. But, now he doesn't know what condition Mo Mew's ability has, and all the effects of Nin. In this case, he has no way to display his Nin. Therefore, Krollo intends to wait and see. On the other side, Chie and Leorio, who were hiding, breathed a sigh of relief. Then I was worried again. They looked at the battle situation on Gon's side, and they were very entangled. Suddenly, their eyes lit up, and they saw that Gon was leading Pakunoda away to the distance. This is a good opportunity, to be able to deal with an opponent first, that is an excellent thing. Advertisement. Without hesitation, Chie and Leorio sneaked away. The two people who acted did not see it. At the moment of their action, several of the spiders had noticed their existence. They are Krollo, Hisoka, and Maki. Krollo glanced around, then nodded at Maki. Maki didn't hesitate, and directly called Kuba Shizuku to follow. The strongest one is right here. The strength of the other side is not enough for them to dispatch more people. The reason why they bring Shizuku and Kyubi is because they are worried that another guy who is not there is ambushing ahead. All of a sudden, the 11-member spider team was reduced by 4 people. Now there are only 7 people left. Faced with this situation, Sham grinned. He didn't even think about convincing Hisoka. What I said before was just to reassure Gon and the others. They don't know the strength of MOMU, and they estimate MOMU's situation after learning them by themselves. That would of course be a miscalculation. Obviously, MOMU is stronger than they imagined. And this force is strong, when Gon and Chia are far away from here. Gotta burst. Boom. Under the horrified, Lee's, eyes of Crollo and the others, MOMU directly smashed a blue run elixir glowing with thunder on the ground. A thunderball with a radius of 1 mile appeared. That is Lei Dan, a elixir extracted from lightning energy. The energy of this elixir is very active, and it is used by MOMU to temper the body. This elixir also gave his body a strong growth. It's like an electric shock, and it's the kind that has no side effects. However, the energy of this elixir is very active. Once hit hard, it will trigger a strong reaction. In an instant, the energy stored in Lei Dan was released. And obviously, the energy value that can make MOMU into an elixir is definitely not a pediatric thing. It was also composed of several lightning bolts. The energy of several thunderbolts is all gathered in a small pill, and one can imagine how terrifying the energy inside it is. Chapter 112 Escape? Where are you fleeing to? Advertisement. How could it be? Maki and the others chasing Chia muttered to themselves while looking at the thunderball behind them in horror. Captain. Pakunoda's eyes widened, and he rushed towards the thunderball very sadly. Gon was also frightened by the terror of the thunderball, staying where he was did not stop Pakunoda from moving. Seeing this, Maki and Kyubi quickly stopped Pakunoda. Pike, calm down, the leader has so many abilities, he will definitely not die. That's the way it is said, but Maki has a very bad premonition in his heart. Obviously, the truth is not as calm as she said. Whoosh. At this moment, a figure rushed out of the thunderball. Maki and the others looked at the visitor expectantly. When they saw the face of the visitor, their complexion changed drastically, and then there was a burst of sadness. Because the person who came was MOMU. The enemy MOMU can appear without injury, which means that people like Crollo are dead. Only in this way, MOMU will abandon the enemies who are close at hand and come to chase them. Maki gritted his teeth and looked at MOMU, then shouted angrily, "Let's go." During the call, he rushed out with Pakunoda first. Followed by Kyuba, Shizuku. Seeing this, Gon and Chia began to intercept. Go. 247 Pakunoda yelled, then broke free from Maki's palm and stayed. Judging from her situation, one can tell that she is planning to act as a backup for Maki and the others. In this regard, Maki wants to refute persuasion. Go, don't let me do it for nothing. Pakunoda said loudly. Seeing this, Maki gritted his teeth, looked at Pakunoda, and then glanced at MOMU's direction. Then he turned around and ran away. Gon, hurry up. Chia gritted his teeth and said. Today, Phantom Troop has so many dead. If let a few of them get away, that is definitely not a good thing for them. His family is not worried about these. However, Chia was worried that Mito Aunt, who was very kind to him, would be targeted and killed to retaliate against Gon and the others. If this is the case, Chia doesn't even know what Gon will be like. Leorio also thought of this, gritted his teeth and speeded up, trying to cross Pakunoda and chase Maki and the others. Bang bang bang. However, how could Pakunoda, who stayed behind, let them go after Maki so easily? Advertisement. Immediately raised the pistol in his hand, and 3 bullets were shot out. The bullet is the bullet that Nen manifests, it does not hurt, it can only transport memory. Dodge, and Pakunoda will keep shooting. There are no words to avoid. That would be caught in Pakunoda's teleport past memory. What? Is it bad to give away your precious memories to others? Well, why precious memories? Just throw away the memories of eating or reading. If you encounter X ruffian, you can even throw away the memory of your bathing. Although one shot can't kill a person, it can also make the first person fall into memory and control the person involved. One more shot with a real bullet at the end will do the trick. This is an ability that is very strong in one-on-one combat, but not suitable for multiple combat. In addition, the special effect of transporting memory is also very strong. Being blocked by Pakunoda, Gon, and the others had no choice but to dodge. Then he watched helplessly as the 3 of Maki disappeared. He wanted to stop it, but was interrupted by Pakunoda's bullets. In other words, we did not deal with story of Pakunoda here. There was absolutely no way they could go after the Maki trio. However, this situation is not in MOMU's consideration. When I saw Maki and the 3 were about to escape, he was already flying into the sky. Boom. Then in an air vibration, his figure flew towards the three of Maki. It doesn't take 2 seconds. He had already landed over the heads of the 3 Makis. Looking at the Maki 3 who happened to be looking over, Mu grinned. No pleasantries. With powerful energy, he smashed straight at the 3 of them. Woman? Beauty? What is that? Advertisement. In Mu's view, the group of spiders are just scumbags who have gained strength and then imposed their hobbies and fun on innocent people. Childhood misery is no excuse for their ability to do such things. And beauty will not be their guarantee. Take the spider's perspective. You will feel that they are justifiable. However, if you put in the perspective of those innocent people, then these people are demons. In the world, the innocent are the largest group of people. Mu was the same in her previous life, but she has acquired extraordinary abilities in this life. Not being a patriarch. That's why his years of education are not bad. It's not that education slipped through the net. Humanity and character determine that he will have his own ideas and some willfulness. However, he will leave some leeway. For example, just now, when he fired the thunder ball, he directly destroyed a relatively empty area of Ukexen. You can see 1 or 2. He wondered how many of them innocent curious people would die in the aftermath of the battle. I don't want to know these either. Given time, do they run away? Is it possible that you still want Mu to send them away safely? Whoops, thinking too much. Even the innocent curious, Mu doesn't care. Not to mention Maki these spiders? Bang. Mu's strong strength is destined to make his battle scenes not too long. And in order to make a quick decision, Mu will not make it too gorgeous. If it wasn't for the strange life-saving ability that Krollo guy might have, he won't use that kind of large-scale attack anymore. Now he has the most powerful fists and feet, and there is no one who will follow him alone. Only that Weirdnan is what he fears. Just one attack, Maki and Shizuku and Cuba 3 spiders. In a split second, there was death like Krollo's. Standing next to the bodies of the 3, Mu turned his head and looked behind him, where there was still a spider that hadn't been solved yet. And just when he was about to act, a burst of energy suddenly burst out from the corpses of Kyubi and Shizuku. Chapter 113, Bad Name. Advertisement. After death reading, an ability that naughty people will appear after death. It is usually related to the nin of the nin person itself, a way for the mind to work on its own. Generally speaking, the closer to the trait system, the crazier the nin, the more likely to have after-death thoughts. For example, the trait Neferpitu in Chimera ants. Another example is the conjurer Hisoka. And his manipulator Shizuku and Cuba. They will recite after death, although it is very unexpected, but it is not unexpected by Mu. Facing the afterthoughts that attacked me. Instead of being shocked, Mu was looking forward to it. Use your body to bear it yourself. Then the after-death thoughts were collected into energy, and the energy that produced the after-death thoughts like Krollo was stored together. After waiting, refine it into an elixir. This is the next thing. Now, in front of Mu, there is another difficult thing. That's the deal with Pakunoda. Seeing the fact that almost all the spiders died, Pakunoda's will to die became stronger. Therefore, Gon doesn't really want to make a move. And because of Gon, Leorio and Chiya also felt that it didn't matter whether Pakunoda died or not. For this, Mu was speechless. Looking into Gon's eyes, he suddenly shot and killed Pakunoda who was dying. Then, without waiting for Gon to speak, he said first, I don't want to hear the news of the deaths of Aunt Mito and Grandma when we are adventuring. Since they are already immortal, then put away your unnecessary kindness. After speaking, Xiaomu shook his hands and left here. After listening to Mu's words, Gon was silent. Chiya and Leorio rushed to comfort. Several people also left the place. Unlike the calmness of the few people who retreated quietly, the outside world was frightened by what happened here. The huge thunder ball can be seen from a long distance away. As long as you are not blind, you know the big problem in the battle. Then there were reporters who took the risk of probing for information. Within 2 hours, the news that Ukexen was wiped out for a mile appeared on all major social platforms. Advertisement. Various news platforms also reported this information wantonly. This let most people in the human world know that someone used a large weapon in Ukexen. However, people who know the existence of Nin place their doubts on the Nin. But even so, the ability of a place was wiped out all at once. It also makes people who know Nin click their tongues. It is really scary to be able to cause this kind of power. After careful investigation, from the passers-by who escaped, it was learned that it was caused by the battle between Mu's group and another group of people. Since another group of people had already died, this situation must have been caused by one of Maimu's group. Or all together. After confirming this point, the major forces dare not venture in again. After all, this is a real humanoid nuclear weapon. If one is not careful, get annoyed. Who knows what great fun could be. Even if it is to test, it should be to let others try, not themselves. They are not stupid. They are all sixth children, and no one should try to trick them. Mu didn't know about this, even if he knew, he wouldn't think about it. Right now, he is annoyed that he has used too much force, so that he has no way to exchange the bounty with the corpse. In this regard, Sham is very disrespectful. But that's all there is to it. In this way, time flies, and soon came the time to bid for the Greedy Island game. That morning, Mu took Gon and Chia into a taxi and drove towards Nanpi auction. Leorio didn't keep up. Like Kurapika, he left Yukixin a long time ago. Without Phantom Troop's disturbance, Heigang's underground auction will still be as peaceful as in previous years. Nothing happened, and naturally Kurapika would not continue to stay here. As for the head of Kurapika's boss, he may be in bad luck. It's ridiculous that he is still dead under such circumstances. 0. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. However, it has little to do with Mu. Sitting in a taxi, the three of Mu came to the gate of the auction building through a lane reserved for the auction. The reporters waiting in front of the building had no intention of stepping forward to see this taxi. But when I saw the three of Mu getting off the taxi, but he rushed forward without hesitation. No time. Mu said directly. Scoff. Hearing Mu's words, all the reporters braked urgently and stopped not far from the three of Mu, and they didn't dare to approach them at all. Apparently, these reporters knew the three Mu and wanted to be interviewed. However, they didn't dare to really harass the three of Mu. This is being afraid. And the source of this is when Mu and the others wiped out a mile of land in Yukixin. They were just working part-time, but they never thought about risking their own lives. From this point of view, it can be seen that the reputation of the three of Mu in the human world at this time is already very great. The three of them walked into the building very quickly, and no reporter dared to stop them. And at this moment, outside the building, another car approached. Batra is here. Big news. Damn it, you guys ran so fast. Rod Pole. The reporters who wanted to interview the three of Mu before have surrounded Batra and started various inquiries that they had prepared long ago. Batra is here. Hearing the movement behind them, Gon and Chia were also attracted. Let's wait for the auction to end. Mu waved his hand indifferently, and led Gon and Chia into the building. The three found the venue B they were going to and walked in together side by side. As soon as he entered venue B, Mu found that a large number of people had gathered here. Like the three of Mu, they all came in costumes. After finding their own positions, several people sat down quietly. Regardless of the situation of the people on the side who are scared because of their appearance. Chapter 114 I Need a Greedy Island Game Console. Advertisement. The hostess standing on the stage, wearing a seductive dress, showed her plump figure to the fullest. After showing herself, she started today's opening with a smile to everyone in the audience. The opening remarks were very relaxed and witty, which also made most of the rich people on the scene smile knowingly. Subsequently, the hostess also conducted the auction for the first item of this auction without any pause. Bidding is very easy, often after several people bid, the auction item will be bought. The auction was going on quickly, and in a blink of an eye it was time for the auction of the Greedy Island game console. The Greedy Island game machine was brought up by the staff of the auction venue and placed on the stage. Everyone observed that the Greedy Island game machine on the stage, 003 didn't even have wires, but it could light up. What is even more surprising is that when the staff hammered down, the table where the Greedy Island game was held was broken, but nothing happened to the game console. For a while, the bidders who were not interested in the game at the beginning also became a little interested in the Greedy Island game machine. Hearing that the starting price was only 1 billion ring nuns, rich and powerful people began to bid one after another. Mu also directly raised her hand, calling out the maximum price they can come up with now, 2.6 billion. They don't have much money, so they can only add 100 million shouts. The three of Mu knew that it would definitely not be this price. The reason why he spoke was just thinking about whether he could use his fame to scare the people around him. And obviously, this approach has some effect. After seeing that it was Mu who was a man, the people present stopped shouting in surprise. 5 billion however, within 1 second, Bartra directly put the price up. In this regard, Mu could only shrug his shoulders, and then leaned back on the chair to rest. I knew at a glance that my own ideas would not be realized, and I continued to fight, and I didn't have the money. Why not wait until the auction is over and make a deal with Batra? The auction is still going on, and the bidding price of Batra and other wealthy people is getting higher and higher, and finally even reached the height of 27 billion kiwis. Advertisement. Gon was already stunned, and Chia was also very surprised. Just when everyone was surprised by this, Chia's second brother, Miji, who was sitting not far from Mu and the others, looked at the front with an angry expression. Because, at this time, the money in his pocket was just a little short. This is very annoying, just a little bit short, the funds he prepared were just suppressed by Batra. After that, the auction items have nothing to do with MOMU. Those things are all novelty hunting things, and they are not interested at all. Time flies by as the three of MOMU lament that there are so many rich people in this world. Soon, this auction ended like this. Afterwards, MOMU took Gon and Chia and left venue B, but did not leave, just waited outside for a while. After waiting for a while, Batra also came out of it, and then joined Zhuizuila and a group of bodyguards. Just when Batra was about to leave with others, MOMU took the lead with Gon and Chia and walked in front of Batra's group. At this time, the three of MOMU are no longer the unknown little characters of the past. For the three of them, many people present knew each other. Also very afraid. After all, anyone would be afraid of a walking nuclear bomb. Even if the Hunter Association has said it, it will not use force indiscriminately. But, who knows if there will be some blind guy who wants to fight MOMU and the others. With such a strong person, even the aftermath of a battle can kill them. Your Excellency, what can I do? No matter how nervous Zhuizuila was, he still stood in front of Batra and stopped the three of MOMU. I need the Greedy Island game console. MOMU said straight to the point. What? Hearing what MOMU said, Zhuizuila and Batra finally knew why the three of them stopped them. After clarifying this point, Zhuizuila and Batra first stared at MOMU angrily, and then felt helpless for a while. Advertisement. For this matter, Zhu Law is no longer able to decide. After all, that Greedy Island game console cost 27 billion taboos. This kind of funds has already exceeded half of Batrina's reward for clearing the game. Zhuizuila turned his head to look at Batra, waiting for his answer. Faced with this kind of persecution, Batra was very angry, but also very helpless. Because he knew that he couldn't resist. At least here, he can't resist. As for finding someone to deal with it, he also knew that no one would be willing to be hostile to a human nuke. If so, how much would it cost? Can it be successful? This is all an unknown. After trying to understand this point, Batra also knew that today's Greedy Island game machine is bound to be lost. Because of this, offending a human-shaped nuclear bomb, it is better to be more active. No problem, this Greedy Island game console is given to you. Batra nodded and said, if you clear the game, can you sell me some things? A human-shaped nuclear bomb entered the game, and it was hard for Batra to believe that the person he invited could pass the game. Taking precautions, he focused 1.6 on the three of MOMU. At least, but in the end you can still get the cards you need. MOMU glanced at Batra, and didn't agree to such a thing, because he didn't intend to clear the level at all. I want such a game console, just to be able to get away home. If you pass the level, won't you be kicked out of the game? That means I can't go home. However, he is not a robber, so it is not appropriate to just take away things that others have spent a lot of money to buy. So, after MOMU took over the Greedy Island game machine from Batra's subordinates, he threw a healing pill at Batra. Take it, it can cure any disease. Chapter 115, Squeeze to transmit energy. Advertisement. Healing pill, a kind of elixir refined by collecting the self-healing energy of cells. Almost any condition can be cured. It's just that there is no way to regenerate it. If this kind of elixir is sold, it is almost certain that it will definitely make a lot of money. However, MOMU did not do that. Because, he doesn't want to keep collecting the self-healing energy of those animal cells. That's inhumane and time-consuming. MOMU just harvested some self-healing energy at the right time, and then he can refine dozens of such elixirs. Not much. Batra didn't pay attention to the back view of the three of MOMU leaving. His attention now is all on the elixir he is holding in both hands. A cure for all ailments. If other people told him this kind of thing, he would not believe it. But if it is a human-shaped nuclear bomb, Bart is convinced. Because, he didn't think that a person who could easily take away the Greedy Island game console he just bought would deceive him at this time. That just doesn't make sense. 05 Hurry up and get ready to go back. Batra said loudly. Zhuizuila's complexion changed, and he asked eagerly, Mr. Batra, are you no longer buying the remaining game consoles? Batra's body obviously paused, and then he was more concerned about his lover's recovery. I want to go back, this elixir will definitely restore my love. Zhuizuila has no doubts about this. After all, there are too many non-people in this world, and it is not impossible to have such a healing ability. Especially when the opponent is still such a strong person, it is really unreasonable to cheat on this kind of matter. However, that is Batra's own business. He has worked so hard for the Greedy Island game for so many years, just to get a reward of 50 billion. Now Batra looks like he wants to ignore it, which makes him very worried about whether he can get the final reward. And, most importantly, he didn't want to waste all his years of hard work. Mr. Batra, even if this elixir can restore your lover, Have you ever thought about the age gap between you and you don't want to leave your lover alone after 100 years? Chwezahula anxiously persuaded, as far as I know, in Greedy Island, there is a magic potion that can make people rejuvenate. As long as you can get it back, you and your lover can live for a long time. Okay. Advertisement. Yes, that's right. Chwezahula's words brought back Bartra's rationality. In his situation, it is indeed necessary to make these considerations. After regaining his sanity, Bartra forced himself to endure for several days, and took down several remaining Greedy Island game consoles. Then he returned home and fed the pill to his lover. Of course Momu's elixir was not lying to him, as the elixir entered his mouth. In an instant, the energy in the elixir began to work. Almost instantly, it spread all over the body, and within 10 minutes, Bartra's lover woke up and was able to walk on the ground. Of course, this is a few days later. And now, Momu, Gon and Chia are packing things. They are already planning to leave Ukexan. Because, here, it is no longer necessary. Moreover, if the three of them enter the game, it will leave this game console unattended. In this field, put down such an expensive game machine. Even people who are afraid of Momu, without knowing it. For a large sum of money, they will take risks and sell it. For unnecessary trouble, Momu decided to take the game console back to Whale Island and use it again. Soon, with their respective luggage, Momu, Gon, and Chia arrived at the airport in a car. Then took the airship and flew back to the city closest to Whale Island. After that, take a boat and return to Whale Island. It took a few days before and after, both Gon and Chia couldn't wait any longer. The game console placed in front of Momu and the two had already used up one game socket. Even if Momu and the others planned to use the expansion socket, they would be happy to allow up to 4 people to enter the game. Fortunately, there are only 3 of them here, so they don't need to worry about these things. Brush. The first one to sit in front of the game console was Gon, who disappeared from Momu Ball Chia the moment he used Nian Chi. Advertisement. Oh, it's really gone. Chia said in surprise. As he said that, he leaned over to see what was going on, and then entered the game together. Chia, let's go in after 4 minutes. Momu stretched out his hand to stop Chia's movement and said. Chia nodded and stood there studying the game console, and waited for a while. 5 minutes later. Without hesitation, he sat directly in front of the game. Brush. Chia, like Gon, disappeared in front of Momu in an instant, and went to Greedy Island. Looking at the energy that emerged when Chia disappeared by 600, Momu smiled. Hey, teleportation energy, there really is such a thing. I don't know if I try to absorb it, will I be teleported to Greedy Island? Momu grinned. He was a little curious in his heart, and he was also very eager for this kind of transmission energy. Even if you can't squeeze too much, but you can do it a few times. Then he can have several teleportation opportunities, right? Thinking of this, Momu's eyes are very happy. After waiting 5 minutes, Momu didn't hesitate, sat directly in front of the game console, and activated Nian Chi. Whoosh! A wave of energy directly enveloped him. In this regard, Momu collected it directly, and did not miss it at all. After the energy disappeared, Momu also grinned when he saw that he was still in place. Then he once again launched his thoughts on the game console. Whoosh! In this way, Momu severely squeezed out 5 teleportation energies. It also attracted the attention of the 2 administrators of Greedy Island. Fortunately, at this time, Momu has stopped. On the 6th time, it was directly teleported to Greedy Island, and appeared in a room full of mind patterns. Chapter 116, Going Home. Advertisement. Momu stands in front of a woman wearing a sci-fi helmet and sitting in a sci-fi workbench. He is not gone, even though he has a little relationship with Jin, it is absolutely impossible for the woman in front of him to look at him differently. Of course, Momu's own unique identity is also recorded in Greedy Island. Therefore, when she saw Momu, that woman was also very surprised. However, he quickly restrained himself and didn't pay attention to other things. Although Momu's situation is amazing, but that's it. Then, like almost all players, he briefly introduced to Momu how to use the ring, and how to collect and use cards. After that, let Momu leave. After Momu walked down the stairs, what appeared in front of his eyes was an endless prairie. The sky is blue, the breeze is blowing, and the air is filled with the fragrance of green grass. Looking at this beautiful picture, Momu is in a good mood. However, besides the prairie, there are quite a few malicious eyes here, which made him particularly unhappy. We're being targeted, Xiaomu said softly as he walked towards Gon and Chia who were waiting for him. I've changed hands several times, and I'm very patient, but I can't even hide my sight, so my strength won't be too strong. Chia said slowly. After speaking, he yawned, looking very bored. Okay, then you guys can start the game. Mu nodded and said. Okay, wait, let's start the game? What about you? Chia looked at Mu strangely and asked. Gon, who was still very happy at the side, also looked at Mu in puzzlement. Mu waved his hand indifferently and said, this is my hometown. I didn't come back to clear the game. I just went home. There is no need to say more about the game. By the way, this is my home address. When you pass by while playing games, come and have a look, by the way. After listening to Mu, although Gon and Chia felt a little sorry, they didn't stop Mu. After all, this is a personal idea, and they can't force Mu to play games because of their own ideas. Just like that, Mu separated from Gon and Chia. Before leaving, he also pointed out the direction of Andanibal to Gon and the others. Mu walked towards the direction of home, but did not take off directly. Because he was going to fish. He believes that this time will not be too long. As predicted. Without making Mu wait long, a cloud of thought energy appeared in the sky. Whoosh! Advertisement. Xiaomu could vaguely see a figure in the cloud of thoughts flying rapidly from the other side. With a clear grin, he stood there and waited. Snap! In the next second, the figure in the Niankai directly hit the position 5 meters away in front of Xiaomu. Looking carefully, there is a book floating in front of the figure like his own mother. At this time, this person looked at Mu with a sneer. It's the same as Mu. Under Mu's gaze, the young man maintained a disdainful expression. Then he slowly wanted to take out a voyeuristic card from his card book. However, before the young man could move, his body froze. Just now he felt a black shadow flashing in front of him, and then he felt his neck was grabbed. This is master. It's over, I'm screwed. The young man's eyes widened, and he stretched out his hand to grab the come again card and use it to escape. However, he who was gripped tightly by the neck couldn't say anything at all. He could only watch Mu take out all the cards from his card book and put them into his own card book. That's it, he could only smile apologetically, not daring to show any dissatisfaction at all. Very well, you can go now, welcome to continue to trouble me next time. Mu did not kill the young man in front of him, but said in this way. After finishing speaking, he put away the card book regardless of the young man's situation. Then with a bang, it rose into the sky and flew towards the direction of the home. Grunt. Seeing Mu taking off, the young man swallowed hard. Boss, if you go fishing, go to those high-level players, what kind of card does a little guy like me have? The young people at this time, where they can't be sure, they are being fished. And also the stupidest one. Thanks to him, he was still complacent. Now, he feels that he is panicking. $7. Thank goodness I'm still alive. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Mao Nian is also rejoicing. He even bowed in the direction of Mu, thanking Mu for not killing him. Mu, who doesn't know what the young man behind him is thinking, even knows it. Probably just laugh it off. His flying speed became faster after he became stronger. Breaking the speed of sound is just a matter of leisure. It's just that Sham is not so high profile. Flying is fine, causing a sonic boom is bad. At least, if you fly, not many people will pay attention. Only if you are using a spell card. But when a sonic boom was caused, many people paid attention to it. Although this can make Mu have a very high status in Greed Island in one fell swoop. However, Sham didn't want to do that. Because what he cared about was his mother's illness. Catherine doesn't want to meet people, and Mu can't let Catherine go to meet people on purpose. Even if they want to see each other, they come one by one. Easy to talk, 0122010005 Fila 181340340. Instead of a group of people surrounding his house, and making Catherine even more afraid of seeing people. Soon, Mu returned to the front of the house. Looking at this and the family that has been away for more than half a year, Zhenmu is also full of emotions for a while. Boom boom boom. Knock on the door, Mu is waiting outside. Who is it? After a while, Catherine's voice sounded from the other side of the door. Mom, it's me. Mu said. Ka. The door opened, but Catherine said eagerly, come back, come in quickly, and close the door. Saying that, before Mu could speak, Catherine rushed to the sofa in front of the TV and sat down. Forward. Watching this scene, Mu was dumbfounded for a while. He also thought that when he met his mother, he would at least have to cry a few times, but he didn't expect it to be so plain. Chapter 117, A Round-Trip Postcard to the Dead. Advertisement. P.S. It's not easy, Kanjiu has been released. Although she was speechless by Catherine's reaction, Mu still had to tell her mother about her grandparents. Picking out the vocabulary, and speaking it as smoothly as possible. However, no matter how smooth Samu is. But after all, it was news related to her parents, how could Catherine be indifferent? After Mu finished speaking, she just felt that the sky was falling. His eyes were dull looking at the TV in front of him, and he was very interested in the plot in the past. Now, however, there is no attraction to her at all. Mom, calm down, the matter of grandparents is a foregone conclusion, we can't change it. Mu walked to Catherine and said comfortingly. Facing Mu's words, Catherine had a little reaction. She looked up at Mu and didn't speak. The eyes are full of sadness, despair, and self-blame. Looking at this, Wei Mu is also very helpless. He was thinking about ways, thinking about how to get over Catherine's heartbreak this time. After thinking for a while, Mu found that he really had no good solution. Now, the best way is to find a kind of card and clear it to restore Kaiser's calm. Mom, let's find the designated card No 031. Mu looked at Catherine and said seriously. What? Catherine froze for a moment, but hadn't reacted yet. Mu looked into Catherine's eyes and said, designated card No 031, a round-trip postcard for the deceased, as long as you write a letter on the postcard with the deceased's name and send it, a reply will appear on the reply postcard the next day. In this way, we can have a dialogue with our grandparents, and we can also know their situation. Even, can help them. Really? No, I know this kind of card. Its collection level has reached S level, and there are only 13 cards. How can we collect it? Catherine said very unconfidently. Don't worry, if I'm not sure about this kind of thing, I won't say it. Mu said with a confident smile. Seeing Mu's confident expression, Catherine also came to hope, and hurriedly asked what to do. Faced with this kind of questioning, Mu told Catherine to wait at home, and he went to find this kind of card by himself. Although Catherine said that Mu could not be allowed to take risks alone. But, in the end, he was persuaded by Mu. Advertisement. Catherine, who was persuaded, could only stay at home and wait anxiously. And Mu with a goal. Also out of the house. Go to the location where card No 031 will appear to find clues. This search really made him gain something. He found a courier in a deserted building like a post office. From it, I got a 031 round-trip postcard to the deceased. With this card, Mu returned home non-stop, and then materialized. Without hesitation, he took out 2 sheets and sent them to grandparents respectively. They need to make sure whether this kind of postcard will really be sent to grandparents. Or, just because of their subconscious reasons. Because of this situation, Mu and Catherine even wrote letters from their grandparents separately. Although separate, their problems are similar. Time passed slowly while waiting. On the second day, Catherine couldn't wait to look at the return postcards in their hands. After seeing the information on the 2 return postcards, Catherine cried happily. Seeing Catherine's appearance, Mu also breathed a sigh of relief. At least, this is a good thing, which means that in this world, the underworld does exist. At the same time, it was confirmed that the upper limit of cold ability was more exaggerated than I thought. But if you think about it, even space can be created, so it is not a miracle to cross space and communicate with the underworld. The most amazing thing here is, perhaps, the fact that the underworld exists. It is even said that the underworld did not exist in the beginning. However, everyone's yearning for the underworld led to the emergence of the underworld. Niankai is the miraculous power formed by the mind and thoughts. 0. Ask for flowers. When a large number of people have such thoughts and ideas. That underworld formed naturally, and it was not a miracle. Advertisement. God-making? That's a trivial matter. Creating the world is the terrifying power of the human group. Especially in this kind of place with the power of miracles. Thinking of this, Xiaomu was also deeply moved. The creation of the underworld is definitely a big deal. First of all, it is necessary for the world to have an understanding of the underworld, then this needs to rely on information dissemination, and finally form legends. Then it became a myth, allowing the world to have a deep understanding of this myth. Even if you don't believe it, the subconscious mind will think that it is better to believe it than to believe it. In this way, the underworld has a foundation. 0. It only needs to establish the underworld, and then as long as all human beings are not extinct, or the myth is cut off, it is almost impossible for the underworld to risk disappearing. If you can also load your own information into it, then he can become a god in the underworld, and become a long-term or even eternal existence. Generous, Mu is very emotional. However, these have little to do with Mu. Now he just needs to let Catherine confirm that his grandparents are fine. Now he has one more important thing to do. Collect moving power from those moving cards in Greed Isle. When using the round-trip postcard for the dead before, Sham discovered a very interesting fact. That is, most of the energy contained in these cards was something he had never seen before. Therefore, at that time, Mu thought about whether it is possible to collect some of these energies for alchemy. It was also at this time that Mu had a little helpless awareness of his own abilities. He can collect energies, but he has no way to create these energies by himself. This makes people very uncomfortable. Every time you use it, you need to collect it, which is too troublesome. Because of this problem, Mu has been thinking about how to carry out energy conversion during this time. Only by solving this problem, Mu will not have that kind of helpless begging who is busy collecting energy in the future. Chapter 118 Energy Conversion of Golden Core. Advertisement. 5 Energy Conversion. Transport the stored energy to the energy primer, and slowly convert it into corresponding energy after the guidance of time. The more energy, the longer the time consumption. After a period of time, Mu finally developed his own means of energy conversion. The principle is very simple. First put the energy seeds that need to be converted into an empty storage bin as a primer. Then rely on methods such as alchemy to refine the rest of the energy that enters the storage bin, and then convert it into corresponding energy. The method is still alchemy, but it doesn't make an alchemy in the end. However, although it is convenient for Mu himself, it makes his Nen more bloated. Fortunately, Mu's ability is still damage transfer, and it can also be Dan's expansion of the body container. 22:2f. That's why 923 allowed Mu to achieve this kind of Nen development. After the ability development is completed, Mu's next itinerary will be much simpler. Of course, collect the energy frequencies of various cards on Greedy Island. And now, the closest kind of energy. It's not a card, but the Greedy Island game ring in Mu's hand. Thinking of this, Xiaomu's eyes were on his hands. In the next second, as Mu called out, the Japanese card book appeared in front of Sham. The emergence of books, Mu did not pay too much attention. His attention at this time has always been on the moment when the book appeared and turned the object into a card. In that moment, there is such a moment of energy that arises. Accompanied by this energy, Mu collected it in a storage bin of his golden elixir with ease. Actually, before, Mu has collected both energies of books appearing and turning objects into cards. It's just that at that time, because he found that he had collected these energies, he couldn't call out the card book. The other one is that it is possible to turn objects into cards, but there is no way to save them, so this is not coming anymore. However, it's different now. If the book can't be called out, then forget it, he doesn't care much anyway. What he needs is the energy to turn objects into cards. Advertisement. With this, he can simply find a book. Now he has been able to continuously produce this kind of energy. This means that his cards can be stored for a long time. It's off the charts. What does this situation mean? This shows that Mu now has a very exaggerated storage method. If one book is not enough, prepare a few more books. It's a big deal, just hang it on yourself. Moreover, the card books on Greedy Island cannot be converted into cards, but there is no saying that the ordinary books prepared by Mu cannot be converted into cards. In this way, Mu only needs to be carded by the book full of cards. Then he only needs to carry a book card. Thinking in this way, Mu also experimented in the same way. Because he himself also wanted to test whether he could turn books into cards. And obviously, the final result made him very satisfied. A book half the height of a person can collect thousands of cards in total. Now it has become a small card in front of him. And, because of the repeated calls and cancellations on the books, let the card in front of him have the effect of repeated recarding. He even said that all his current cards have this effect. This scene has become spectacular. Holding the card in her hand, Mu couldn't help grinning. Then, Mu squatted down and picked up a small stone on the ground. Immediately afterwards, he mobilized some energy of the newly refined card to wrap the pebble in his hand. There was a touch sound. In the next second, a stone card appeared in Mu's hand. Flipping through the stone card in his hand. Time passed slowly. Advertisement. After a minute. Touch. The stone card returned to its original appearance. It's still a minute, try again. Mu looked at the stone in his hand and muttered. Then mobilize the energy of the card again to wrap the stone. With the sound of touch, the stone in his hand turned into a stone card again. But this time, Mu didn't just watch, but began to continuously inject card energy into the stone card. This time, he injected a monthly energy. Then there was no further injection, just waiting for the time of the stone card in his hand to pass. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 11 minutes passed. Touch. The stone card without card energy injection, after the energy of the card is exhausted, once again restores the original appearance of the stone. Well, in this way, a card energy is equivalent to a maintenance time of 1 minute. Mu nodded and muttered, that's good, it doesn't take long to refine a card energy. And it doesn't consume too much energy, so it's quite suitable. Moreover, as long as my card energy increases, the refining speed will be much faster. At that time, the card energy I refine at a time can even last a card for a day, or even more. In this way, the energy of my card can support me for a long time. It's just that collecting other energies will be a bit troublesome, and it will delay my time for refining other elixirs. There is a small disadvantage, but it also has irreplaceable advantages. 5.1 As long as I collect a little bit of energy, I can carry out energy refining and training, turning small into big. In this way, doesn't it mean that I can glimpse a little bit or two of Chiya's younger brother's wish-fulfilling energy? 11. Although the side effects seem to be quite serious, it should only be due to the lack of energy and the need to replenish energy. Thinking to himself, Mo's breath became short of breath. Thinking of the scene where he seemed to be able to make a wish at will, how could he not be able to calm down? He is almost not lacking in energy, what he lacks now is special energy. No rush, as long as I follow the steps, I will be able to meet Chiya's younger brother, and then collect a trace of wishing energy from it. Chapter 119 Energy Collection Target. Advertisement. Now that you know your energy means are feasible, then Mu will not let go of those props that are useful to him. For example, No 003 Spring Aspirations, No 008 Incredible Pool, No 009 Harvest Tree, No 015 Capricious Devil, No 065 Witch's Rejuvenation Drug, No 070 Crazy Doctor's Muscle Enhancer. 003 Pot of Spring Water A17, a pot that can gushes clear water, and can gushing 1,440 liters of clean water a day. The energy of this pot of spring water, as long as Mu has it, it is equivalent to preparing a nearly unlimited source of standing water. For others, it is 1,440 liters of water a day, but for Mu, that is unlimited, as long as there is still Neng Huang. Judging from the energy collection rate of Mu, even if a person drinks 3 liters a day, other miscellaneous things use 17 liters of water. He can also provide enough clean water for a city. However, judging from Mu's current situation, there are only a few people around him. 008 Unbelievable Pool S10, the number of fish in this pool will increase by 1 every day, and fish that live in any water area can live in this pool and swim together. In the past, he was worried about the problem of meat, but now that he has this pool, Mu no longer needs to worry about his own food reserves. 009 Harvest Tree, S10, this is a tree that can bear all kinds of fruits. No matter how harvested, it will definitely bear a large number of fruits again the next day, although the types and quantities are random. This thing can prepare enough fruits and vitamins for Mu. There are water sources, meat and fruits. Except that there is no rice, it is enough for living things to survive. Except for these 3 important cards, the remaining props all have their own functions. Obviously, these are just a few of the cards that Mu is bound to get, and he will not be limited to these few items. Mu's goal, of course, is to collect the energy of all the cards and use it as the basic energy for refining different medicines. But in fact, the kind of Su Yuanengji that Mu thought of before Chiya's younger brother. On Greedy Island, there are actually some. That is the capricious demon No 015, one of the targets identified by Mu before. 015 Capricious Devil S10, this is a devil who can fulfill the card holder's 3 wishes. However, to make 1,000 wishes in a row, the devil chooses 3 at random. Give me 10 billion, give me 10.1 billion, etc., the same desire to just increase the amount is not acceptable. This is also a wishing prop. Advertisement. Although the conditions for making a wish are very complicated, it is difficult to make a wish naturally. But he can indeed make a wish. If Mu can prepare 1,000 wishes, and then collect that kind of wish energy at the moment when the wish is realized, in fact, Mu can also obtain the wish energy. And it may also be a completely different wishing energy from Chiya's younger brother Nanaka. But the problem is, Mu, he can't save all the 1,000 wishes. This is very frustrating. Shaking his head, Mu temporarily let go of his helplessness about this kind of thing. Now, the most important thing is to collect cards. As far as the card collection problem is concerned, collecting and doing tasks alone is obviously the slowest behavior. The fastest way, of course, is to snatch the cards. In the past, Mu still talked about fear. But now, he is fearless. Without hesitation, Mu once again came to the most common city in Greed Island, Andanebel. In this city, there are various bounty tasks that players need, whether it is to earn money or cards, they need to stay here. Most importantly, there will be a monthly competition here every month. At this time, Andanebel would gather a large number of players. Just right for Mu's action. In the plot, Gon and Chiya participated in the boxing contest of this month's monthly contest. Then I got a Sword of Reality card in the specified card. Mu doesn't care about this kind of card. He just needs to know that this kind of thing can attract a large number of players to peep. When Chia and Gon were targeted, he would appear as the aureole at the end and wipe out these players. Advertisement. At that time, even if these players don't collect many cards, he can get a lot of cards from them. This can also greatly reduce the time for MOMU to collect cards. Thinking of this, MOMU couldn't help grinning. In the crowd of Andanibal, MOMU quietly waited for the opportunity to come. He looked around probingly with both eyes to see if any players appeared. It's just that, in the case of no confrontation, the card is not used. Basically, no player will call out the card book. This made MOMU want to sneak attack, and 877 suddenly became not so easy to do. Disappointed MOMU can only wait for the opportunity. By the way, I also saw Chia and Gon running around on Antonibal's side. MOMU can see Chia and Gon can also see MOMU. It is basic courtesy to meet and greet. It's just that Chia and Gon didn't invite MOMU in his party because MOMU said that there is no card collection. The three parted again. After that, MOMU stayed around with nothing to do. Until two opposing players appeared not far away, and the card book summoned in front of them. MOMU is now excited. Darkly, he dodged and walked over. Then they knocked them out. Then he slowly checked the two card books that were still floating. Picking and picking, MOMU took out the cards he needed from the card book just like choosing products in a supermarket. No nuns, no spell cards. All kinds of daily necessities are useless at all. Only the three designated cards in the card books of the two players are his targets. Of course, these designated cards are only the lowest collection level. Chapter 120 Waiting for Kenneth. Advertisement. No way, collecting the cards of ordinary players is also very slow. The best way is to find the members of the strategy group in the plot and get all the designated cards from their hands. Momuto rubbing his cheeks helplessly, he said. The most important thing is that those people, who hold so many cards, will be targeted by the bomb demon, and will even be killed to death. Therefore, MOMU is not grabbing cards, but saving people. What a gesture of kindness. According to the development of the plot, after that, almost the entire strategy team will be killed by the bomb demon. This is already considered a great death rate. Therefore, if Sham can seize the cards of those people before the bomb demons attack, it's really saving them. Time is passing slowly, and the day has passed in the blink of an eye. MOMU, we are going to leave, we don't have spell cards in hand, this is too unfriendly to our game. Chia and Gon found MOMU and said to MOMU. Okay, have fun. MOMU said with a nod and a smile. Chia pouted and said, it's impossible to be happy, we were robbed of a designated card. Gon nodded dryly. He was also very angry, obviously they had worked so hard to get the cards, but now they were snatched by others, how could they still be happy? In this regard, MOMU shook his head and said, if you want to use the normal game rules here, then you need to understand the rules here and adapt to them. Obviously, the opponent used spell cards to steal your cards. This is a normal part of the game. Chia said unhappily, we know that's the case, it's just that it's uncomfortable to be robbed of the card. Those guys, when I get enough spell cards, I must grab all their cards. When he said this, Jiang's expression became like a wolf's cat. Looking at Chia's appearance, MOMU also felt very emotional. It's like watching anime. Dazed for a moment, Xiaomu also bid farewell to Gon. Advertisement. He didn't plan to leave Andanibal, but planned to stay here and guide the members of the strategy team to absorb him into the club. After all, the next itinerary for Chia and Gon will only be to practice with Biscuit. Although this kind of practice was indeed very important to MOMU before. But, for MOMU now, not a big deal at all. In the past, it was just watching a show boringly, and then I still did my own thing. In this case, there is no need to join in the fun at all. Chia and Gon both left. MOMU's side fell into a state of silence once again. Just in this situation, a middle-aged man who looked a bit decadent approached him. The guy in front of him is a middle-aged man with short hair. The whole person looks a bit unkempt, with a big beard, sunken cheeks and thick dark circles under his eyes. It all made this middle-aged man look very decadent, if he didn't know that he was still a player of this greedy island game. MOMU will regard him as those middle-aged men in the outside world, after all, there is no difference between them. Hello, my name is Kenneth, can I meet you? Kenneth introduced himself to MOMU very seriously. It was just the words that were spoken, which made MOMU almost shoot directly. What does it mean to get acquainted? Gan. Did he think he was flirting with a woman? Next time you strike up a conversation like this, I'll hang you up and beat you up. MOMU said with a vicious look at Kenneth. Then he picked his head and motioned for Kenneth to continue talking. Kenneth looked at MOMU's performance and nodded, but he didn't care. Advertisement. Because, he's seen worse attitudes than this. What's more, this kind of situation, he also showed it on purpose. How could he make such a mistake for a person who often strikes up a conversation with people? Not because he needs a beginning to attract the attention of newcomers. I'm here to invite you to join our strategy team. As a newcomer, you are also very confused about this game. Kenneth spread his hands and said. Mu rested his cheeks and did not speak, but nodded to indicate that Kenneth could continue. In this game, if you don't get in touch with the difficulties, boredoms, and horrors encountered in it, it will be too dangerous for a newcomer like you. And if you can accept our invitation, we can explain these things to you as soon as possible. After all, no matter what, for you who come to this game for the first time, information about the Greedy Island game is also necessary. Kenneth persuaded Mu slowly. Regarding this, Mu also nodded and said, information is indeed what I need very much, but, you don't want me to join your very busy strategy team because it is useless, right? What's the matter? You have to tell me some information that I don't know, so that I can trust BA. The why? Mu really wants to enter the strategy team and find the person who keeps the cards. However, it is too casual, Mu thinks it is not good. So, give it a shot. Kenneth looked at Mu, thought for a while, then nodded and called out his own card book. Promise. He thought he would see Mu and call out the card book, but he just saw an indifferent Mu. Regarding this, Kenneth frowned and paused and said, I think that when a player calls out a card book, as a player, it's better to call out his own card book. Even if, in your card book now, there is really not a single card. No, they can't call out. Mu said with a nonchalant smile. Seeing Mu like this, Kenneth was a little lost, he was not sure what was going on with Mu. However, seeing that even though he said things so seriously, Mu didn't call out the card book as he said, Kenneth didn't want to take care of it, but, in order to win a collaborator, he still acted patiently. Even though Mu seems to be really not even a little nervous. Chapter 121 MMUI 3 Ways. Advertisement. To defend against the attack of spell cards, only spell cards can be used to deal with it. This is the rule of this game. Kenneth looked at Mu and said seriously, even if you are very confident in yourself. Mu waved his hands, and said boringly, forget it, I'm too weak, I can't lift my spirits. Seeing Mu's performance like this, Kenneth was also very upset, he was a little angry. Obviously he was talking about useful information seriously, but Mu didn't express it at all, and he was even so frivolous. Even if he acted nervous, he wouldn't be so angry. However, what you said is indeed the same thing. The speed of collecting cards by one person is indeed not as fast as that of a group of people. Mu waved his hands, soothing Kenneth's emotions and said, so, can you tell me how many designated cards you have collected? I will decide whether to join you according to your progress. After all, if you're just starting, I might as well do it myself. Mu said this, and glanced at Kenneth with a slightly slanted corner of his eyes. Listening to Mu's words 973, Kenneth also expressed his understanding, because this is indeed the truth. After thinking for a while, he said, we have collected 51 cards now, but most of them are low-level cards, and there are many high-level cards. Now we have a lot of information. It only takes a little time. Can be collected. Mu nodded and said, is it halfway? That's not bad. It's really good, at least, if Mu collects these cards by himself. I don't know how much time to waste. Mu who was thinking of going directly there now and snatching all the cards. At this time, he was planning to give up this idea. Compared with 51 cards, wouldn't it be better to wait for a while and let the cards become more than 70 cards, or even more than 80 cards? Thinking of this, Mu smiled unwillingly. Then, under Kenneth's gaze, he nodded and agreed to his invitation. Very well, there are a few people here, so you can come too. Kenneth relaxed a little from his tense mood, and planned to take Mu to the square here. Bite, anyone else? Oh, by the way, according to the time, the group of people invited by Bartra should be coming soon. I understand, that is to say, after this trip, I can still meet those familiar people. Hey, that's not right, if you say that. Didn't Biscuit have no contact with Gon and Chie? Oh hey. Advertisement. If they hadn't been trained by Biscuit, how would those two brats get involved in the Chimera Ant matter? Maybe, before they meet the three major guards, they will be beaten to autism by those Chimera Ant soldiers. Thinking of this, Mu raised his eyebrows, and he, who was following Kenneth, pressed his temple involuntarily. Boom. At this moment, a huge explosion suddenly sounded next to Sham's ear. Looking up, Mu showed a thoughtful expression. Damn it, the bomber has appeared again. Kenneth gritted his teeth and cursed secretly. The way it looks like, there is a case where the spring is fried. Facing Mu's inquiry, Kenneth gritted his teeth and talked about the evil deeds of the bomb demon. Regarding this, Mu was very speechless, but he also knew how Kenneth and the others were. If MOMU hadn't learned a lot of information through the anime plot, he didn't know that Bomb Demon had sneaked into the strategy group. Of course, they don't know that Bomb Demon is not alone, but a group of 3. Soon, the two came to the square. Sure enough, I did meet a few familiar faces. Under Kenneth's gesture, MOMU sat down, quietly watching the group of people in front of them talking about some information that Kenneth had said before, and information that Kenneth had not said. It's very simple, it's nothing more than a matter of risk and benefit distribution. But these things are things that almost every organization will have. Therefore, as long as you make it clear, basically there will be no rework. These are small things, but what worries MOMU the most is that Biscuit has no intention of leaving. Until this guy Ganshu finished talking about these things, she didn't plan to leave. Instead, he stayed where he was and continued to keep quiet. This is really frustrating. Before helping Gon, it was because of the relationship between Mito and his own mother, and the help between relatives. MOMU will not reject what can be done. Now, the few people have known each other for so long. It is also impossible for him to watch his friend have an accident. Advertisement. They are friends, not just a cooperative relationship of interests. Life is alive, unless you don't want friends, don't want relatives, and abandon all feelings. Otherwise, it is impossible to ignore anything. It is even said that even if it is for pretend, it is also an emotion. There are only 3 options before MOMU. One is to guide Biscuit to meet Gon and Chie. As long as the 3 of them meet, Biscuit will definitely be impatient to teach Gon and Chie. The second is that MOMU personally taught. But, obviously, Sam didn't want to do that. He can help, but doesn't really want to do it all himself. With this time, he might as well find a place to sit down and drink tea. The last one, and MOMU thinks it can be the easiest one. Give Gon and Chia an energy pill each. Let them use this elixir to strengthen themselves. Just, think so. It can be found through MOMU's research experiments. The energy of the energy pill is simply not something that ordinary people can absorb. Unless they also have the same ability as MOMU's damage transfer. Otherwise, the energy of the energy pill will melt into their body cells at once. Once the cells can't bear it. That is a process of body cell disintegration. Unless, MOMU can personally find out a suitable energy index for alchemy for them. Oh. The energy index search for Catherine before has already made MOMU feel troublesome. Now you want him to refine suitable energy pills for Gon and Chie? Forget it, at most, when they can bear enough, MOMU can provide energy Dan again. Chapter 122, The Bureau Against Biscuit. Advertisement. After thinking about it, Mom found that the best way now is to take Biscuit to meet Gon and Killua. Just when Mom was thinking about things, Ganshu finished his explanation. Now, manpower is being organized to go to the base of the raiders. And before doing such a thing, they need to go to the plane to clear the effect of the spell card on them by leaving the game. Even if Mom knew that she hadn't been attacked by a spell card. But in order to settle their hearts for Kenneth, he also left the game once, then entered again. In this way, I was busy for nearly an hour. A group of talents can officially set off, to the location of the strategy team. The base of the raiders is in a dense forest in the wilderness, and there is no spell card to fly here. The only way is to use the magnetic power card to take Mom and his group to fly there through the artificial coordinates of one of the raiders. Just like now, Mom and his party followed behind a young man with a comb in the middle, and came to the side of a guy who had been prepared a long time ago. Then, under the leadership of the young man in the middle, he entered a very secret cave. Here, Mom met a lot of raiders team members. Then it's easy. This trip is actually just to let Mom and others know the location. Now that I know it, it's time to get busy. The strategy team is said to be a cooperative relationship, but it doesn't share everything. For example, information on cards will not be shared. They just did card pooling. After all, if you can find high-level cards, you can earn a lot of money. Therefore, in the end, Mom and his party actually had to play the game and find the cards by themselves. But it was precisely because of this that Mom was thinking of joining the strategy team, and even thinking of waiting for a while. After leaving the cave, Mom was not in a hurry to leave. Wait a little while. Wait until Biscuit appears. Big brother, are you waiting for me? Biscuit looked at Mom, put his hands on his heart, and asked Mom softly with his big eyes twinkling. Advertisement. Hearing this, I think of the image in the Biscuit plot again. Mom shuddered involuntarily. He took a half-step back with his right foot. This half-step back action is quite serious. It was immediately noticed by Biscuit. Biscuit restrained his expression and looked left and right. Seeing that no one was paying attention here, he also stared at Mom and said, "You know me." "Yes, Gem Hunter Biscuit." Mom also recovered her expression, nodded and said. Biscuit was very dissatisfied. In this kind of place, he was able to meet someone who knew him well. Damn it, boy, I'm warning you, you'd better not say anything about me. Biscuit warned Mom viciously. As a fun person, and a person who hates his other body, why would Biscuit prefer to maintain the image of a little girl whose strength has been greatly reduced, rather than the image of a burly girl with peak strength? It was nothing more than that she was a woman, not a man. If he was really a man, it would be irresponsible to himself not to show off his strong body every day. Don't worry, I didn't think about talking about you. I didn't think about it. After all, I'm also a half-disciple of Teacher Wing, and I still have some relationship with you. I just wanted to say hello. Mom smiled and waved her hand said. Mom said so, but Biscuit didn't quite believe it. By the way, let's talk while walking, and take you to see the other 2 disciples of Teacher Wing. Mom said happily with a smile. Biscuit didn't see anything wrong. Moreover, she is also somewhat curious about Wing's other 2 disciples. In the end, he agreed to Mom and left with Mom. Using magnetism, the 2 find Gon and Killua together. As soon as they came here, they found Gon and Killua in a rocky area. In this scene, it is not surprising that Mom can find similarities in the plot. However, Biscuit at the side became gnashing his teeth. As a gem hunter. 0. Ask for flowers. The object of her hunting is not just simple gems. In her eyes, a person with potential is actually a rare gem. Advertisement. And apparently, Gon and Killua are sheep. It's just that they are wasting their potential recklessly now, which makes Biscuit see it and worry about it. What are they doing? What are they doing? Biscuit pointed at Gon and Killua and said angrily. Mom smiled and said, don't you understand, they are playing a game. It's really not poking, you see, their performance is still very good. Listening to Mom's words, looking at Mom's satisfied expression. 0. Biscuit was stunned. He stared blankly at Mom, and almost pointed at Gon and Killua to question Mom. Fortunately, Biscuit held back his emotions and calmed down his emotions. This kind of performance is really too wasteful. I can't help it. Biscuit was very upset, and his breathing became short of breath. She knew this was a game Mom had set for her. However, Biscuit was not very happy to go in. Because, hunting gems is indeed her way of hunting. Both Gon and Killua fit her hunting standards well. So now Biscuit looks PD off. But in the mainland, it is very happy. She had just entered Greedy Island, and before she could find the blue planet, she found 2 undeveloped rough stones. This kind of pleasure and comfort is really indescribable. You can go, I will observe their situation for a while, and I will start when the time is right. Biscuit started to chase people away. Fortunately, this posture of crossing the river and tearing down the bridge is what Mom needs. If only Biscuit was going to teach him too. That's the hell. After leaving, Mom found that she suddenly became idle again. Someone collects the cards for him, and he has all kinds of elixirs in his practice, and he has no shortage at all. At most, it needs to work hard in terms of control. Chapter 123, 90 Kinds of Cards. Advertisement. Time flies. 3 months passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, Mom's strength has been rising steadily. At this time, he didn't even know the strength of his own strength. Because he hasn't tried it. However, he knows a thing or two about the gas value. At this time, his manifest energy has reached at least 23,220 strength, and his potential energy has reached the amount of 436,000. Although the potential strength is still not as good as the 3 guards of the Chimera Ants, of course it is not as good as the Ant King of the Chimera Ants. However, Mom is very confident in her appearance. Because he has estimated how much Netero's display capacity is. Definitely not more than 20,000. In other words, there is a high probability that the Ant King's display capacity will be around 20,767. According to the analysis of the displayed gas volume is the single output strength, and the potential gas volume is the stamina. Compared with the Ant King, Mom's stamina is only a little worse. The output strength is even stronger than the Ant King. Of course, battles are not calculated in this way. There is the existence of damage transfer and the energy storage of Jindan. To Mom, the apparent capacity and potential capacity are actually not important at all. At most, it has some influence on the number of storage bins and the speed of refining pills. Of course, that's what Mom thinks. If others knew that his current energy refining rate was dozens of times faster than before, they would probably stare wide. In the past, Mom estimated that if he produced clean water, he could provide it to people in a city. And now, Mom can even say that he can provide it to people in a country. Yes, it can become so different just by increasing the probability by dozens of times. Because Momo's refining is several times, but the effect of refining is actually to generate clean water according to the effect of the pot of spring water. Advertisement. The strength is very strong, but Momo doesn't have much feeling. Because, he was also very strong before. He has never fought before, and his growth rate is so fast. This made Mom really have no sense of his own strength. It always feels fake. Ding! Just when Mom was doing nothing, his ring rang with a crisp sound. This is the voice of the communication, someone contacted him through the card book. Calling out the card book, Mom casually talked to the person on the other side. The call ended quickly, and it was this guy Kenneth who contacted him. According to Kenneth's words, that is to let him go back to the base now, there are some important things to discuss. In the past few months, Mom has experienced this kind of thing 3 times, but she doesn't think it's a big deal. And every time something needs to be discussed, it revolves around one or several high-level cards. It is all about the fact that these high-level cards have already been collected, and there is no need to spend time collecting them in the future. The purpose of this is to prevent the people who came later from working in vain. And why not just say it in the card book newsletter? Hey, the card book can be monitored. Therefore, for the sake of safety, members of the strategy team will not mention high-level cards in the card book. Slap! Mom patted her and stood up, then took out a magnetic card and flew to the base where the raiders were. After entering the base, Mom didn't see Biscuit, and this is inevitable, because she has quit the strategy team and is now concentrating on playing games with Gon and Killua. When I came to the base, Mom didn't talk to anyone, after all, I didn't know anyone well. I found a seat, sat down casually, and waited for Kenneth and the group to talk. Now, the cards haven't reached the point where they can collect the net enough, Mom thinks they can wait. He also somewhat forgot when the bomb demon started to attack. But I also know that the bomb attack is on the base side. Advertisement. Therefore, Mom came here every time, just to avoid this incident. Scanning the surroundings boredly, looking at the team that seems to have fewer people, but also a little more people, Mom thought thoughtfully. Withdrawing his gaze, he looked at Kenneth who was speaking at the front. Mom was suddenly surprised. Because he heard what Kenneth said that 90 cards have been found, and there are 7 cards whose positions have been mastered, and the final claim is also who the holder is. Although Kazijwala had a fight, yes, their victory was just ahead. After listening to these, Mom thought of the picture of the plot. Turning his head to look at a position, as expected, he happened to see Ganshu raising his hand, saying something to Kenneth with a gentle face. 5 years, whether it is long or short, there is something I want to tell everyone, I am the bomb devil. Ganshu pushed his glasses expressionlessly and said. As soon as these words came out, everyone present, except Mom, were stunned. Then they looked at each other in horror. Faced with this situation, Kenneth was very puzzled, and even thought that Ganshu was talking nonsense. After all, Ganshu is also the most original member of the strategy group. However, facing this kind of situation, Ganshu didn't want to disrupt his plan for Kenneth. Preventing Kenneth from interjecting, he continued to talk about himself being a bomber, and by the way, told everyone that he had planted bombs on everyone. It's 3.5, and Mom has it too. Mom just didn't care. After all, even if the bomb exploded, it would only add some energy to him. Facing Ganshu's performance, how could the midpoint young geese standing behind him watch this happen? Without even thinking about it, he jumped up directly, wanting to unscrew Ganshu's head. Boom. However, Ganshu's strength was underestimated by him. Even though his strength is not bad, it is still not as good as Ganshu. Ganshu easily pressed his head with a pinch of gunpowder, blowing it up completely. He was seriously injured and fell to the ground, he could only pant heavily, unable to move. Frightening the rest of the people in one fell swoop, Ganshu was able to continue to complete his Nan's activation conditions and explain his ability without any time. Chapter 124 If the plan is not implemented, it is only a plan. Advertisement. Liberation. Bang bang bang. Following the shout of the 3 bomb demons, the bombs on the players around Mom exploded at this moment. In an instant, various dead and remnant muscles splashed around Mom. Faced with this kind of thing, the trio of Bomber Ganshu laughed wildly, obviously very happy about it. At this time, Mom is also very happy. He finally waited for this opportunity, an opportunity to collect all 90 types of cards. Rather than the previous situation where the cards were distributed among each person. In fact, just before, when Kenneth and the others pooled the cards. Mom is also able to grab 81 kinds of cards. It's just that Mom still wanted the 9 kinds of cards in Ganshu's hand, so she agreed. As for the fact that he was able to save Kenneth and the others, but he didn't make a move. What's the problem? The relationship between him and Kenneth and his party is simply a cooperative relationship. Even if they die, that is their own business, and I have no obligation to rush up to help them solve this matter. Tisk tisk, they don't even get close to themselves, and they don't even know how to hug their thighs. Thinking about some things in my heart, Mom's actions did not hesitate at all. The moment the explosion sounded, he rushed out directly towards Ganshu's trio. In an instant, Mom first stunned one of the bomb demons, and held the neck of the other bomb demon with his right hand, completing the confinement. In just an instant, he took down Ganshu's two friends. After that, it was Ganyi who ignored the horror and wanted to come forward to save others. The movement of making a gesture to pinch the bomb demon in his hand to death immediately stopped Ganshu's thoughts. While Ganshu waited and watched cautiously, Mom looked at the card book in front of her without any time to spare. Give me your 9 designated cards. After all, you don't want them to die like this. Mom said while sending the designated cards in front of her into her card book. 81 designated cards also took a little time. After Mom finished this task, she still didn't see Ganshu move. Advertisement. Raising his eyebrows, Mom didn't speak, but slowly tightened his right hand. Wait, I can give you all the 9 designated cards on my body, but you have to put one person first. Ganshu was shocked, and hurriedly stopped Mom's movements and shouted. Damn it, even though I already knew that there would be other people peeping at these cards, I really didn't expect such a person to hide under my nose for so long. Moreover, just now he definitely has the voice of life. But he was not harmed in any way. None should be related to defense or absorption. The strongest attack has no effect on him, and the effect of that pinch of gunpowder should be very poor. If you want to defeat such a person, you can only consume his mind energy through time-consuming methods. Not now, saving people and leaving the field, and then looking for opportunities is what I should do now. Ganshu looked at Mom nervously, thinking about how to deal with Shu Mu. As for giving up, that is impossible. There is only one person on the other side. This time, he was caught off guard. If it wasn't for this, how could they have lost, nor would they have been caught? The opportunity to clear the customs is right in front of them, how could they give up? So far, 90 cards have been collected, and the remaining 7 cards have already mastered the location, and the 3 designated cards have already had targets. Victory is already at hand. They spent 5 years, how could they give up? 50 billion renunciations, with this amount of money, you will not be afraid to spend it all your life. It's okay to let someone go. Mom raised her mouth and said with a smile. After finishing speaking, he casually threw the member of the bomber in his right hand towards Ganshu. Puff. Ganshu also didn't expect it to be so simple, he didn't catch his friend for a while, causing him to hit the ground heavily. Cards. Momo raised his left foot and put it on the ground above the fainted member of the bomber, looked at Ganshu and said, 9 cards. Seeing Mom's attitude that as long as he doesn't give out the 9 designated cards, he will directly step on his friend to death. Ganshu was also very angry. Advertisement. However, no matter how angry she was, Ganshu couldn't show it now. He could only call out his own card book, and then took out the 9 designated cards one by one, and then flung them to Mom's side. Tisk. Seeing this, Mom also pouted, how could he not find Ganshu's thoughts? It's nothing more than time to keep themselves busy receiving cards, and they take this opportunity to save their friends. Seeing this, Mom thought about it quickly, and then followed what they wanted. He jumped up to pick up those cards. It just left a round pill in place. Ganshu, who didn't know what the elixir was, just felt vigilant in his heart, speeded up, thinking that 31B would save his friend. On the other side, Mom had already held 9 cards in his hand and checked them, as expected. There are only 8 and 1 is missing. That card should be exclusive to Ganshu's trio. As long as there is this card, other people have to pass their level if they want to pass the level. In this way, Ganshu's trio still have a chance to pass the level. However, this plan. In a flash of thunder, it turned into a plan that would never succeed. A plan is just a plan, if it cannot be exercised. All that is empty talk. After collecting 8 designated cards and a spell card, Mom walked unscathed in this bud field covering a range of 500 meters. Whoosh! Just at this moment, several air clusters flew from the sky. Mom, who thought it was a player, looked at the landing point that was affected. There is another guess in my heart. Bump! When someone appeared in front of Mom, it was also time for Lei Yu to disappear. The figures that caught Mom's eyes happened to be the administrator of Greedy Island that Mom said she had seen in the plot. The visitor first looked at the surrounding environment, and then looked at Mom's figure in horror. Chapter 125 Different Water Output. Advertisement. How could such a person appear here? Du En said in surprise, looking at Mom's disappearing figure. Ada, are you all right? Regardless of Du En's surprise, List asked Ada who came out of the landing point. I'm fine. Ada shook her head, looked at the direction where Mom disappeared and said, that person is an aborigine of Greed Island. What? That's the aborigine here. Du En said with wide-eyed eyes, in other words, he was born with a pregnancy stone. How is this possible? It's not like we haven't tried it before, it's impossible for such an intensity to exist. Razor narrowed his eyes and said, everything is always different, as if you can't use our situation to measure Jin's strength. As soon as this remark came out, it was recognized by everyone present. At this moment, Ada nodded and said, one more thing, the last name of that person just now is Freaks. What? You mean, he is Jin's relative? Du En shouted again in horror. Ada nodded and said, that's right, and Jin's child is also here, he seems to call that person just now a cousin. In other words, that is to say, he is still his cousin. List said in surprise. Razor smiled and said, no wonder. Yeah, no wonder. Several people looked at each other with wry smiles, and then became annoyed again. They looked at the plane in front of them, very speechless. The landing point was not destroyed because of Niankai. But this plane was blown out of a large pit with a range of 500 meters. Although it is not too deep, it has been eliminated by several meters. It's too much trouble to fill. Leave this to us. List said with a smile. Du En was taken aback and shouted, why, everyone come together. Because there are only two of us here who are the most leisurely, and we are also the ones who can control the monsters on the island to help solve things. List said gently. I knew it. Du En said unwillingly. But no more rejection. Regardless of the situation on the greedy island manager's side, Mom who got the card has already returned home at this time. Advertisement. Up to now, Mom's plan on Greedy Island has been completed for a day and a half. It is even said that it has been completed. Because at this time, among the remaining 11 designated cards, whether it is the ruler's blessing of No 000, the jungle of Yipping of No 001, coastline of Yipping of No 002, and Dark Emerald and so on. These cards, for Mom, are actually not useful cards. Ruler's blessing, you will get a castle and a village with a population of 10,000 under the castle. And the people in this village will live in accordance with the laws and instructions made by the holder. As the name suggests, it is actually just an extra 10,000 control units. But they are all ordinary NPCs, which are of no use to Mom at all. Even if you get this card and manifest yourself, it's just a waste of energy. The other Yipping's dense forest and Yipping's coastline are things like admission tickets, nothing. On the contrary, the Dark Emerald card is of no use to Mom. But for people like Catherine, it is a very good thing. This point can be understood by looking at its introduction. Dark Emerald is a gem protected by demons. When the holder is in danger, it can be transferred to others. That's right, this is a card that benefits others at the expense of others. Although it is very unfriendly to others, it is something that can guarantee Catherine's safety. This is good. At least Mom didn't care about that. Now he doesn't have this kind of card in his hand, and he still has to start after the meeting. In addition, some other cards that have not been collected are some S-level cards. However, the effects of those cards are not related to the game, they are very precious items. For Mom, it was nothing. Blue Planet Substitute Armor Shield of Faith Cage Warrior Monthly Ticket Sword of Thief Silver Dog Made Panda. Add the above 4, a total of 11. Advertisement. If you want to pass the game, you must collect these cards. And if you don't want to clear the game, then these cards, just like Mom thought, are useless. Shaking his head lightly, Mom took out the pot of spring water and muscle enhancer of Dr. Crazy under Catherine's gaze. Then it is to directly materialize the card. He first observed the situation of the energy generated by the operation of the pot of spring water. Then collected some. It was placed in its storage warehouse as an introduction to water making. In order to prevent this introduction from disappearing with the passage of time, Mom also started to refine some energy of the pot of spring water. It is guaranteed that it will not disappear due to time loss. Then, Mom tried to use the energy of the pot of spring water to create water. Clatter. In an instant, a large amount of clean water gushed out from the energy of the pot of spring water around Mom's body. Water, too much, it will be flooded. Catherine shouted in a panic. Mom was also stunned by the water-making speed of the spring pot, and hurriedly stopped the water-making energy of the spring pot, and waved it away. How come? Mom didn't care about the clean water that was slowly flowing out of the house, but thought in surprise. It's not that he hasn't tried the water flow of this Hequan. It was just a water column as big as the mouth of a pot. That is, it is equivalent to a larger faucet. Wait, I get it. Suddenly, Mom's eyes flickered, thinking of the problem. The pot of spring water has a spout, and the gold energy of the spring water I made has no limit to the spout. That is to say, the water production speed of the energy of the pot of spring water I made is not calculated according to the 1440 kilograms per day mentioned in the card. Instead, create as much water as you have energy, and the speed is really fast. Power. After thinking about this, Mom couldn't help laughing. Then he looked at Catherine who was staring at him, and fell down. Chapter 126 Longevity Pill? Advertisement. Fix it right away. Catherine interrupted the rhythm of her counting, and Mom quickly cleaned up the clean water in the house. Then he took out a laydan with weak energy and pressed it to the ground. Small electric arcs traveled across the ground of Mom's house, taking away the remaining moisture. In less than 10 seconds, Mom's house changed back to the dry appearance before, and by the way, the house was cleaned up. In this regard, Catherine expressed her satisfaction, and she didn't have to clean it anymore. Seeing this, Mom smiled and continued to work. Then he picked up Dr. Crazy Muscle Enhancer and drank it to test the energy of this card to strengthen the muscles. It was very easy. The moment Mom appeared in the Crazy Doctor's Muscle Enhancer energy, he had already captured it. Some Muscle Enhancer energy was collected directly, and then a large amount of Muscle Enhancer energy was refined and placed in the storage bin. Later, Mom continued to explore the strengthening effect and effect of the energy of the Muscle Enhancer. After a few minutes, Mom was very helpless to find that her 633 idea of using muscle enhancers to make herself stronger had failed. The effect of the energy of the muscle enhancer is actually the same as that of the energy pill. No, muscle enhancers can be Dan's Jr. Because energy pills can strengthen in all directions, while muscle enhancer energy can only strengthen the muscles of creatures. For Mom, it really didn't work out. However, there is a little advantage that energy Dan is better than energy of muscle enhancer. That is the gentle effect. The energy pill belongs to the kind of overbearing that directly blesses it regardless of whether the cells can bear it or not. If Mom doesn't adjust it carefully, it is almost impossible for others to use it, and it can only be used by himself. So much so that Mom just adjusted a copy for Catherine herself. The energy of muscle enhancers is different, although it can only work on muscles. Advertisement. However, it is very gentle, no matter how much energy Mom uses to refine the elixir. It can be released slowly and act on the user's muscles. And after Mom's experiments, he found that the muscle enhancer energy can not only strengthen muscles, but also act as a physical supplement. That is to say, eating the muscle enhancer elixir made by Mom can not only make the muscles stronger, but even obtain an effect of unlimited physical strength. The effect lasts until the energy of the muscle enhancer is depleted. After learning about this situation, Mom did not hesitate, and directly refined one for Catherine. In order to make this muscle enhancer elixir last longer, Mom also specially refined the muscle enhancer energy for a period of time. As a result, the current Catherine is not only slowly increasing her muscle strength, but the duration of her physical strength has also been extended to more than 3 months. Although this thing has no effect on Mom, it is indeed a very domineering effect on other people. After all, even if you don't need this thing, Mom is in existence with unlimited physical strength by relying on the ability to transfer damage. Shaking his head lightly, temporarily giving up his focus on the energy of the muscle enhancer, Mom focused his attention on other cards. I saw that he took out a piece of unbelievable pond, came to the yard and manifested it, and then put a fish in it. Unbelievable pool. The number of fish put into the pool will increase by 1 every day. Fish that live in any water area can live in this pool and swim together. This description seems to be just a very common introduction. However, Mom saw a terrifying fact from it. Dag, in the description, it is said that the number of fish put in the pond will increase by 1 every day. On the surface, it solved Mom's seafood eating problem. However, what is more serious is the bug-like effect of 1 more fish per day. Copy out of nothing? Or regulate the recombination of microscopic particles? If it is a copy made out of nothing, is that fish a new life, or a fake? If the recombination of microscopic particles is controlled, will this fish have intelligence? It was so complicated that Mom was deeply moved. Advertisement. I almost ignored this kind of thing. But, now Mom has no way to be sure, because it takes a day for an extra fish to come out of the pond in front of him. Therefore, he can only wait for a day. Of course, Mom didn't intend to just waste this time. He can also collect energy from other cards. For example, Archangel's Breath and the like. Of course, before collecting the energy of Archangel's Breath, Mom also released cards like Harvest Tree and Recycling Room that would take a day to achieve their effects. Like Unbelievable Pond, I plan to wait until tomorrow to collect energy. Immediately afterwards, the energy collection of the breath of the Archangel began. It is impossible for Mom to be injured by herself, and it is impossible to injure Lin. Therefore, he could only go outside and find someone to test it out. Archangel's Breath heals dying injuries and incurable diseases in 1 breath, but only appears once. Judging from the effect of the plot screen, the broken arm can also be restored. The effect is very strong, and if it was Mom before, he would be very happy to accept it. However, for Mom now, in fact, this kind of energy can only be regarded as a very common effect. Not that Mom was joking, but some time ago. Mom has already extracted this self-healing energy from the self-healing of cells, and can refine a large amount of healing pills in minutes, as for various injuries. Although it cannot be regenerated from a broken limb, it is also a very outrageous kind of elixir. Moreover, It's not that Momo can't refine the elixir of rebirth of broken limbs, let alone rebirth of broken limbs, even immortality. In fact, Momo has already been refined. Can harvest energy from cells, that naturally can harvest energy from cancer cells. If cancer cells were not too dangerous to living things, they would be known as long-lived cells. Therefore, it is not a strange thing to use the energy of cancer cells to refine longevity pills. Chapter 127 Desirable Energy. Advertisement. The elixir of Chongsheng pill can even regenerate the body before the brain is not damaged. That's all for Mom, though. However, for those hopeless people like Catherine, this is the magic medicine. It is precisely because it is too outrageous that Mom is afraid to be known by others. Because Mom knows, once this longevity pill is known by others, even if he is threatened by various forces, it will be very annoying. A large number of people come to ask for medicine. I am afraid that it will have a great impact on Mom's life. Unless he killed all these people who came to ask for medicine. Mom, who is not bloodthirsty, really does not want her future life to be spent in killing and torture. Of course, there are other ways. That is to announce that he only has 3 longevity pills first, and then put them in various places. Then let these peeping forces of the longevity pill go to find it by themselves, and beat them to death. That seems pretty interesting, doesn't it? Mom, who raised her eyebrows, temporarily suppressed her eagerness to try. Then continue to collect the rest of the card energy. Wandering soul pillow, the soul's out-of-body energy. Spirit meter, the mentally calm energy. The see-through energy of skull glasses. The luck energy of risk dice. The emotional energy of remote control. Hormones cookies have denaturation properties. Sleep girl sleep energy. Witches rejuvenation medicine rejuvenating energy. Elders vigorous booster energetic energy. The floating energy of pumice. Memory helmet memory energy. The model of Model King embodies energy. Pole. Advertisement. All kinds of magical energies were collected by Mom. Among these energies, there are many abilities that Mom cares about and likes very much. For example, memory energy. With it, Sham can be used to record all kinds of knowledge. When you know the knowledge, it doesn't mean you can understand them. This needs to be clearly understood. There is also floating energy, although it can only float in the sun, but Momo's own flying skills are added. His flying speed during the day has become even faster. The last thing Mom cares most about is the power of the model. Although in the introduction in the card, only 1:1 models of various vehicles can be realized. However, on Mom's side, things have changed. Although it is still only possible to realize the model, the types of models are enriched. It is no longer limited to transportation. But, after all, this thing is just a model of realization. So their strength will be somewhat low. Fighting is no longer helpful, but in terms of life, it is very helpful. This is what Mom likes the most. So much so that he was smiling all day long. Seeing Catherine was very puzzled. Time flies by. The next day arrived. And this day is also the time for Mom to collect the energy of the 3 cards unbelievable pool harvest tree recycling room. Energy harvesting is easy and smooth. After collecting these energies, Sham was speechless. There are actually only one type of energy collected from the 3 types of cards. They are all qualitative particle recombination energy. Unbelievable pool, the energy collected is to reorganize an identical fish, and it can only work on low intelligence creatures without much intelligence. Even if it is used on animals, it will only get a non-moving animal body. There is no use for it except to eat it. However, this is a good energy, at least when it has a main body. For Mom, it can be produced almost infinitely. Birth to the annihilation of the universe. However, if there is nothing in hand, there is nothing Mom can do. Because, he still has no way to modify the action conditions of these energies. Advertisement. Harvest tree, the energy collected is the recombination of fruits, and once a day, it will surely produce a large number of fruits again, and the type and quantity are random. Yes, this thing is not a product of genetic modification, nor is it the effect of using super fertilizers. Instead, it regulates the microscopic particles and reorganizes various recorded fruits. Asking for flowers. After discovering this, Mom is no longer surprised that the harvest tree bears a lot of fruit in an instant in the morning. Now, Mom doesn't need the harvest tree. Relying on these energies, he can directly reorganize random fruits. But, like the energy collected in Unbelievable Pool, he has no way to modify it for the time being. Recycling room collects energy for reorganization and repair, which is relatively simple. However, it also takes a long time. Copy, result, fix. The 3 effects are just different applications of a homogeneous energy. In this regard, Mom is eager to master the application of this energy. However, he can't do this. Although he can collect various energies, he can also refine various energies and use them. 0. But he can't modify these energies. In other words, it cannot be modified for the time being. To develop his own Nen for this, Mom is not going to do that. Because, doing so would make his Nen too bloated, and the gain outweighs the gain. Therefore, even if he knows that after mastering this energy, he is equivalent to mastering the ability to control particles, he didn't want to do that either. Compared with particle control, Mom pays more attention to damage transfer. The universal elixir was developed with Nen, a damage transfer package, and Mom wouldn't break that kind of thing on his own. Therefore, the best way is to find an energy that can assist him in controlling energy. Even if it doesn't work, the wishing energy will be what he needs. Moreover, compared to particles controlling energy, wishing energy may be more domineering. The ability to control particles requires science, but the ability to make wishes requires no science at all. Thinking about it this way, Mom's desire for wishing energy became even greater. After thinking about it, Mom turned and went back home. Mom, do you have any wishes? Mom asked Catherine. Hey, wish. Catherine looked at Mom in puzzlement, and then asked Mom happily, Son, are you planning to fulfill my wish? Great, I want a few. Chapter 128, Collection of 1000 Wishes of the Devil. Advertisement. Wait, Mom, if you want to realize your wish, then first think of 1000 different wishes, not the ones like giving me 1 billion and giving me 1.1 billion. Mom interrupted Catherine's wish statement and made her a request. Is it possible to realize 1000 wishes so much? Catherine looked at Mom in surprise and asked. Hearing this, Mom was stunned. Relying on cards is of course not enough, the devil can only fulfill 3 wishes. However, after Mom collected this wishing energy, he will really be able to fulfill Catherine 330 Lin's 1000 wishes. Yes, as long as you can think of 1000 different wishes, it will come true. Mom nodded and confirmed. Great, I have too many wishes to come true. Catherine shouted happily. After shouting, Catherine paused, looked at Mom and continued to ask, aside from the fact that this wish cannot be repeated in plural, is there any other restriction? Mom thought for a moment, shook her head lightly and said, as far as I know, not. No. Catherine seemed a little unbelievable, looking at Mom in a daze. Yes, no, said Mom, nodding. Catherine was silent, and then she talked to Mom, and then she was busy thinking about her wish. Seeing this situation, Mom had no choice but to shake his head. He knew that Catherine would not stop for a while this time. 1000 wishes of different quality, in fact, it is too difficult for one person to think about it. The best way should be to take to the streets to conduct questionnaires. However, on Greedy Island, most of the people are NPCs, and Mom doesn't even know if their wishes are what they need. And the total number of players is less than 1000. Advertisement. In addition, these guys may not necessarily come to participate in their own questionnaires. Therefore, if Mom wants to understand these quickly, he feels that leaving Greedy Island and going outside to see the situation is the most appropriate answer. Think about the current progress. Mom found that the time was indeed just right. Without hesitation, he bid farewell to Catherine, came to the port, and left Greedy Island using the rules in the game. After coming out, Mom turned into a social investigator, printed a large number of question papers, and started her own questionnaire answering time. At the beginning, Mom found a fact. He didn't answer the questionnaire well. Faced with their own inquiries, most people chose to ignore and avoid them. Only a small number of people will participate. However, among the people who participated, many of them filled in with the intention of joining in the fun and doing things. After all, this is a questionnaire asking about wishes. It is almost feasible to fill in any wish. Therefore, there are also transformation wishes such as want to become a cat or want to become a dog. There are also abnormal desires such as want to eat the feces of the goddess. All kinds of wishes, if they are placed on others, then Mom doesn't care at all. I just feel that these people are having fun. However, the matter was on his own. Then it becomes different. Advertisement. Obviously, it was impossible for Mom to put this wish among the 1000 wishes. If one is not careful, it will be realized by that devil. Wouldn't he be finished then? Most importantly, this desire, if too much, then it's not accidental, but inevitable. Too much fun, obviously impossible for Mom to accept. Even if Mom can accept it, knowing that he can collect wishing energy to transform himself back, it was impossible for Catherine to let him take the risk. Therefore, Mom looked for a way to assist her in conducting questionnaires. Tough measures are not enough, in order to make passers-by's thinking active and able to think of suitable wishes. It is the best way to maintain various types of emotions. After all, even if it is a curse wish, it is still a 3.1 wish. Therefore, Sham prepared a filling fee for each questionnaire. As long as you fill it out carefully, you can get a reward of 10,000 monks. Although it will cost a lot of nuns, if you can collect the wishing energy of the devil, it will be a good thing. No, it's not just a loss, it's a big profit, right? Thinking of this, Mom also accelerated his actions. In order to be able to obtain various wishes. Mom is cared for in various industries, just to avoid the problem of heterogeneous wishes made by demons. Chapter 129 Different Desires Between the Rich and the Poor. Advertisement. What? You finished writing 1,000 wishes? Mom, who had just returned to Greed Island, looked at Catherine in surprise and said. Of course, I have too many wishes, don't underestimate me. Catherine said proudly. Mom, who was surprised, took the paper from Catherine. Gently shook it, and found that there were still a lot of them. I thought there was only one, but I didn't want to, and I wrote more than a dozen. According to visual inspection, there should be 100 wishes on a piece of paper. In other words, the stack of papers in Mom's hand has at least 1,000 wishes. Many of them may be abandoned wishes. Seeing this, Mom is also full of emotion. Because he knows one thing, wishes only arise when they are not available to the individual. 23 desires will appear only when there is a desire in your heart. But now, Catherine's wish has reached more than 1,000, which is really an exaggeration. Surprised for a while, Mom checked the paper in her hand. Start with the first wish. Revive parents. Seeing this, Mom paused for a moment, glanced at Catherine who was still excited, and then closed her gaze again, and went down. In fact, Mom didn't even know if the devil could resurrect the dead. If you can, that is naturally the best. But if you can't, it's really disappointing. I want a lot of money. Advertisement. The second wish is very simple, but this kind of wish that is not qualitative is actually very difficult to achieve. Because the concept of a lot of money is relative. For a world-class rich man, a lot of money is estimated to be incomparably rich. And for a beggar, a lot of money, perhaps hundreds of thousands, is enough. If the demon really fulfilled his wish and gave Catherine hundreds of thousands, it would make people laugh to death. Even if Mom doesn't really need this kind of desire, it can't be done like this. Shaking his head lightly, Mom has decided to revise the amount of this wish. I want a lot of gold. Another wish related to money, but replaced by precious metals. It's just the same as the last wish, this kind of wish without quantification is not a good wish. I want a rice bowl made of gold. Hey, is that okay? Mom raised her eyebrows and decided to try it later. He looked at the rest of the wishes again, and found that most of the wishes were for some items. There are all kinds of expensive cosmetics, or famous brand bags and clothes. In it, Wayne Muse discovers a complete set of clothing wishes. Other than that, there are all kinds of desires to make oneself stronger. Obviously, Catherine still wants to become stronger. Then there are all kinds of desires to make yourself beautiful. For example, make the hair longer, make the bear bigger, make the calf thinner and so on. Advertisement. Good guy, both women and men seem to have their own dissatisfaction with every part of themselves. When conducting questionnaires outside, Mom also discovered a lot of such wishes. For example, a bald person will wish to have thick hair. There are also people who are dissatisfied with their own sponges and want to make them longer and stronger. All kinds of desires that obviously have a lot of ways to do it, made Mom very speechless. However, this is also a good thing, at least it can support the conditions of 1,000 wishes. But apart from these wishes, Catherine's other wishes are in line with her own situation. For example, entering the heart grievances to help Yuhua and Dua resolve the misunderstanding together. Well, Heart Resentment is a TV series, Yuhua is the heroine, and Dua is the hero. This is obviously what Catherine wished while watching a TV series. And there are many more wishes like this. In order to avoid the conditional restriction of the devil's 1,000 wishes, Catherine also used a different description. It's like money and gold before. Both are wishes that can make people rich, but they are really two wishes. And it was Catherine who was able to collect more than 1,000 wishes with ease. Looking at these wishes, Mom couldn't help but think of the various wishes she had obtained from answering questionnaires outside. There are all kinds of things, but one or two can be seen. Poor people want money and become stronger. There are many types of becoming stronger, including but not limited to obtaining various abilities, or obtaining various abilities and props that have been shown in other movies and TV shows. The rich want immortality and the ability to rule over others. Very precise, I'm afraid I feel that I don't need to do it myself, there are men who can do it. Chapter 130 Wishing Energy Acquired. Advertisement. Mom picked out 1,000 wishes from the wishes she collected and the wishes written by Catherine. Then some rhetorical revisions were made. Then, under Catherine's urging, he took out the capricious demon card. Then, under Catherine's gaze, the word gain was called out. Bang, as the card exploded, white smoke came out. A demon who looked somewhat similar to Aladdin appeared in front of Mom and Catherine. Seeing this, Mom didn't hesitate, and after the devil asked, she directly asked Catherine to hand the paper to the devil. This is my wish. Catherine looked at the devil expectantly and said. Yes, this is Catherine's wish, and of course it is Catherine's wish. Mom is just responsible for calling out the devil. Well, your wish is very simple, the devil said after quickly reading the wish in his hand. Okay, your wish has come true. After the devil finished speaking, he disappeared in front of Mom and Catherine. At this time, Mom didn't care about Catherine's situation, but concentrated on refining the wishing energy in the golden elixir. The wishing energy he collected this time was too little, and he was also worried that it would disappear all of a sudden. In order to avoid this situation, Mom needs to pile up the wishing energy. Advertisement. Mom has long been familiar with refining energy. Therefore, after spending some time, he also successfully stored a lot of wishing energy. After a sigh of relief, Mom smiled with satisfaction. Then he looked at Catherine beside him. At this time, Catherine has obtained the 3 wishes of the devil. But looking at her expression, one could tell that she didn't like these 3 wishes very much at this time. Son, didn't you say that 1,000 wishes can be fulfilled? Catherine looked at Mom and asked, why are only 3 wishes fulfilled now? Let's talk about this later, Mom, tell me, which 3 wishes have come true? Mom urged Catherine to ask. Catherine murmured, but still told Mom about her 3 wishes. And Catherine's 3 wishes fulfilled by the devil are long hair reaching her waist, a trillion nuns, and a golden panda. 3 wishes, all of which are of the lowest value come true. Mom raised her eyebrows and said, it seems that the devil will choose his own wishes. Catherine also said bitterly, yeah, and look, the 1 trillion nuns that the devil gave me are still the island's moniker cards, not the currency of the outside world. While talking, Catherine called out her card book, and took out the card with 1 trillion ordinances written on it for Mom to watch. Seeing this, Mom was thoughtful for a while. What is the law of the fulfillment of this wish? It's because my mother has been staying on Greedy Island, so I gave the card directly. Advertisement. Or is it a matter of my mother's subconscious mind? Or, the demon has the ability to independently replace the concept of wishes, and can fulfill wishes with the least amount of energy. This can also save yourself more wishing energy. Save energy, what is this doing? Well, forget it, let Jin and the others handle the matter of the devil. Now, we still have to deal with the issue of wishing energy. Okay, Mom, let's start to realize your wishes, but among those 1,000 wishes, most of them are unnecessary, so I won't fulfill them. Mom waved her hand, comforted Catherine, and said, most of those things can be bought as long as you have money, and I will give you the money when the time comes, so you can buy it if you want. After speaking, Mom picked up the piece of paper full of wishes. Wait, you mean, you want to fulfill these wishes for me? Can you fulfill them? Catherine looked at Mom in horror and asked. Mom, don't cry, don't you want to resurrect your grandparents? Mom said helplessly. Catherine froze for a moment, looked at Mom and asked expectantly, can it really be resurrected? Of course, but you can't revive the 2 old people here, and I think they might want their own bodies instead of me just giving them a body. Mom nodded and said. That's right, it's better to have your own body. Catherine nodded ecstatically and said. She wasn't afraid that Mom was lying to her, because she didn't think Mom would lie about such a thing. And when I think of it, my parents can still be resurrected. This made Catherine especially excited. Chapter 131 Come back to dig a grave. Advertisement. Mom and the others packed their luggage and left Greedy Island with the escape card, heading to Whale Island. This time they came here, they wanted to set up the cemetery of their grandparents, get those ashes from it, and use them to rebuild the bodies of the 2 elders. As for why not directly use wish energy to obtain it? This is because Mom wanted Catherine to take such a trip. Otherwise, staying at home all day, Mom is worried that something will happen to her mother. Therefore, even if he can use the wish energy to easily get the ashes and destroy the grave of the 2nd elder, Mom wouldn't do that either. This is a good opportunity, if you don't take advantage of it. That would be such a waste. As for making a wish so that my mother would not have social fear, to be honest, Mom would not do it. Because that would be considered disrespectful to 903's relatives. It is also trampling on the bottom line of oneself as a human being. Arriving at Whale Island, Mom looked at Catherine who was standing still and looking at the pier in front of her, and swallowed what she just wanted to say. He didn't speak, just waited quietly, waiting for Catherine to come back to her senses. He guessed that Catherine was remembering his past. This is a good thing, if Catherine can get back the momentum of her childhood, maybe there will be no fear of the king. Hey, isn't this brother Mom? I haven't seen you for a few days. Yes, I'm a bit busy these days. The appearance of Mom also attracted the attention of the fishermen at the pier. The fishermen are very friendly to Mom, who works for everyone's welfare. Advertisement. The conversation between a group of people and Mom, dab, brought Catherine back to her senses. The two discussed it and decided to meet Mito's mother and daughter before digging the grave to collect the ashes. Walking on the way to Whale Island, Catherine fell into a state of nostalgia for the past again. It seems to be very familiar with the surroundings. Thinking about the relationship between Catherine and Mito, it seems that Catherine's frequent visits to Whale Island have become less incomprehensible. Soon, Mom and Catherine came to Mito's house in front of the tavern. After all, it was daytime at this time, and no one was drinking and bragging here. You are Catherine. Looking at Mom and Catherine in front of the door, Mito said in surprise. How come, Catherine is already the same age as me? How is it maintained so well? How did you do it? Mito couldn't help being surprised. At this time, Catherine's skin was as smooth as a baby's under the effect of the beautiful skin hot spring. In his 30s, now it seems that he is only 18 years old. Still very immature. Everything else is fine, but skincare is an important concern for any woman. Especially when you see a peer who maintains a good figure and smooth skin in front of you. This concern is even more obvious. Mito, long time no see. Catherine said happily to Mito. Yeah, long time no see. Mito said with emotion, you came back this time to worship. Catherine hesitated, then nodded at last. Advertisement. She and her child came back, of course not for worship. But she can't tell Mito directly that she came back to dig up her parents' grave and get the ashes. If she really said that, Catherine might have to be scolded severely. Therefore, it is better to wait for everything to be resolved, and then explain it a little bit. Come in and sit for a while, I'll talk to my mom and I'll take you there. Mito smiled and brought Catherine and Mom into the tavern and said. Even if Mom knew the route. But Mito insisted on leading the way. For nothing else, she was worried that Mom would not be able to persuade Catherine. It is better to have the presence of a peer. For Mito's insistence on leading the way, neither Mom nor Catherine are willing. After all, they are going to dig a grave this time. If Mito, an uninformed person, watched him, he would definitely be stopped and scolded. However, how can you give up so easily on something you are determined to do? In the end, the matter of going to the cemetery of Mom's grandparents changed from 2 people to 3 people. On the way, Catherine kept winking at Mom, asking Mom to solve the situation. In this regard, Mom shrugged, already indifferent. Now that everything has become like this, then they can only tell Mito the truth. Other than that, there is no other way. Maybe kill Mito? However, this is obviously impossible. Chapter 132 Concept Depth, Why Not Be Afraid? Advertisement. You mean, you can revive people? Mito looked at Mom and Catherine in surprise and asked. It's fake, it should be fake. But they all said so, what should I do? For a while, Mito really didn't know what to do. It's Mom, I can't do this kind of thing. Catherine explained. Mom raised her eyebrows, feeling speechless for a while. I feel sad that my mother really thought that Mito was surprised. Obviously, Mito doesn't believe in the idea that people can be resurrected. Even if Mom and Catherine said about this matter. Knowing this, Mom had no intention of explaining it now. After he revived his grandparents, at that time, without them needing to say more, Late would naturally be able to understand clearly. Catherine has been talking to Mito, no more about the resurrection. This made Mito very helpless. She wanted to persuade Mom and Catherine to calm down and not be fooled by various things outside. Seeing Catherine's momentum, Mito really didn't think he could persuade her. She can only see walking. Soon, the 3 came to the grave of Mom's grandparents. Without the slightest hesitation, Mom started digging the grave directly. It was said to be digging graves, but none of the 3 of Mom did it. It's just that Mom mobilized some wishing energy, and then said turn the soil to the grave in front of him. Advertisement. As Mom's voice fell, the wishing energy he mobilized instantly affected the world. Then the lois on the grave mound in front of them moved aside out of thin air, revealing the 2 porcelain pots that Mito and the others had buried. That was the load containing the ashes of Mom's grandparents. Mom's hand made Mito, who was thinking about how to tell Catherine that the resurrection was nonsense, shocked. Because Mom at this time really has a bit of a posture of saying nothing. In fact, as long as the supply of wishing energy is maintained, he really has such an ability. However, Mom also discovered that it is also a huge wish, and the more wishing energy will be consumed. For example, the desire to erase the planet under his feet, Mom found that he had to go to various places where huge energy can be collected and stay for 7 days. Not enough, and even so, Mom was surprised. To wipe out such a huge planet, it only takes 7 days of energy collection. This is really too outrageous. However, this also shows that the energy of Nian Qi is indeed an outrageous energy. It can simply strengthen the body. It is also easy for people to control and change various substances. It can also manifest various worldly attributes, including space. It can even be said that the rules of cause and effect can be dabbled in. Wishing energy is a kind of causal existence. That is to say, the minds of Nen in the world of Hunter x Hunter are limited, and the upper limit of life of human beings is limited. Otherwise, the development of the Nen would be even more powerful and outrageous. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. Mom guessed that maybe in a few decades, the media music culture in the world of Hunter x Hunter caught up to the era of his previous life with all kinds of brain holes. Those who were Nen back then probably wouldn't be able to set their own abilities as easily as they do now. At that time, the world may enter a mode of fighting with strange rules. It's up to you to find the enemy Nen's rules to crack, and before someone else cracks yours. Thinking of this, Mom's complexion became weird for a while. 0. This style of painting seems to have suddenly changed from a normal fighting style to a weird battle of wits. At that time, those with a lower IQ should be careful. Fortunately, this kind of thing is just his guess, and it has nothing to do with him. Speaking of rules, what ability can go beyond the scope of wishing energy? Even some conceptual abilities Mom wants to know the information. He just needs to avoid those concepts. With wishing energy, Mom didn't think it would be difficult to do this. As for the fact that the enemy's conceptual energy prevents Mom from using the wishing energy, it's as if no one has a concept. Damage transfer is a concept in itself. It is the ability to transfer the concept of harm to control. What is the harm? That is everything that can cause harm to Mom. Even if it is not harm, Mom can take it as damage to transfer control. The comparison is not the depth of the concept, what is the real work to be afraid of? Chapter 133 Resurrected and Back Again. Advertisement. Once the ashes are in hand, it is natural to start the resurrection. It was originally planned to go back to Mom's grandparents' house for resurrection. However, now that Mito has happened, there is no way to do so. Therefore, Mom and Catherine chose to resurrect directly here. The steps to resurrection are simple. You only need to take out the ashes of Mom's grandparents, prepare enough wishing energy, and then shout resurrect the ashes in front of you, that's it. With Mom's actions, a large amount of wishing energy was consumed. 4 2 3. The ashes in front of the three of them also reunited directly at this time, and after 3 seconds, 2 middle-aged men and women in clothes were formed. Some of the revived middle-aged men and women did not react, and looked around in a daze. Dad. Mom. But at this moment, Catherine couldn't bear it any longer, she burst into tears and threw herself at the middle-aged men and women, hugging them. Seeing this, Mito was stunned, muttering the words "It's really resurrected." Afterwards, Mito looked at Mom beside him in horror. He never thought that Mom could still master this kind of magical ability. This ability is too far beyond her scope of thinking, so that Mito always feels like his head is getting hot. Advertisement. This made Mito feel that his head was starting to smoke. It's a very simple thing, as long as you master the principle, it's not too difficult. Mom said casually, I even said that even if there is no Hades, I can do this kind of thing. Mito looked at Mom in horror again, and asked, without Hades, wouldn't there be no soul? Can it be revived? Why not? Mom raised her eyebrows and said, the ones are dead now, but before they die, they haven't died yet. As long as they are not dead until now, it is not the same as being able to complete the resurrection. Suck. After hearing Mom's words, Zet gasped. Perhaps it would be better without Hades, at least, this troublesome situation won't happen now. Looking at the situation of her grandparents, Mom suddenly said helplessly. What's the situation? Mito asked puzzled. Mom paused and said, didn't you notice that my grandparents have a lot of things that don't belong to the human world? Mito looked over suspiciously, observed carefully, and found what Mom said. However, this does not allow her to untie her swallow. Obviously, in the underworld, grandparents also have their own acquaintances and relatives, even grandparents are there. Under such circumstances, it may be difficult for them to stay in the human world instead of going back to the underworld. Mom shook her head, laughing endlessly at this. And just like what Mom said, after exchanging emotions with Catherine, and talking to Mom a few more times. Advertisement. Mom's grandparents made a request to go back to Hades. Regarding this matter, Catherine was very sad, and asked why. As an adult, you can't support yourself even if you have hands and feet. Besides, our grandson is so old and capable, so we don't have to worry about you anymore. If you don't go back to play with those old friends, why don't you still be here? You can't stay here. Catherine felt very astonished, and asked blankly, but, won't I never see you again? Why did I give birth to you, such a fool? Can't you write us a letter, and the grandson can bring us back to life? Just get a mobile phone that can talk to the following. This. Catherine, who was said to be in a daze, could only look at Mom with a confused face and smiled and sent her parents back to Hades again. By the way, I also blessed them with some useful abilities for the following, as long as the supply of yin qi is maintained, they can be used. After that, a large amount of ghost coins were burned to the two old people. When all the dust settled, the scene was still the same as before, only 3 people. 2.1 Well, what about the ashes now? Mom said with a headache. Also, do you want to build graves for grandparents? It's not going to be built anymore, let's put 2 spirit tablets at home, anyway, it's not difficult to contact them. Catherine paused, then shook her head and said. Okay, let's go down then. Mom nodded and said. Greeting Mito, who was still in a daze, Catherine and Mom took Mito down the mountain together. But Mito's heart still stays on the scene just now. Chapter 134, The Danger Brought by Wishing Energy. Advertisement. Then is it really possible to see those old friends who have passed away in the underworld? Yes, my parents are unwilling to stay here in this world because of this. Since this is the case, then there is no need to adjust my body for me, just let nature take its course. It's all right. Back at the tavern, Catherine talked to Mito's mother about her body conditioning. But I didn't want to, and I was rejected in the end. It is even said that the 3 of Mom also saw the eagerness to try. If it wasn't for the fact that she would be very sorry for Mito, Mom felt that the old woman was going to the underworld to meet her old friends now. 23 As a last resort, things didn't seem to be different from before. Mom and Catherine didn't do anything when they came to Whale Island this time. They even dug the graves of Catherine's parents and Mom's grandparents. People who don't know why, I'm afraid they will regard these 2 people as wolf-hearted guys. When the old woman left to continue her work, the 3 of Mom were silent. After a few minutes, Mom said, it's best not to tell about the existence of Hades, lest anyone who knows will run to commit suicide. Also, don't talk about the resurrection, it's not necessary. Anyway, if you die, you can still see it when you go down to Hades. Listening to Mom's words, Kaiser and Mito both nodded. Mito also wanted to resurrect his parents before. But now, Mito really doesn't think this is a good thing. However, she really misses her parents, she hasn't seen her parents for too long. Here you are. Mom walked to Mito's side, handed out a mobile phone and said. Advertisement. What? Mito looked at the mobile phone in front of him in a daze, and instead of answering it, he looked up at Mom. Enter the date of birth and name, and if you have a social relationship, you can contact the Hades. Mom explained. After speaking, he casually handed the other one to Catherine. Then, ignoring the behavior of the 2 trying to contact Hades, Mom walked towards the old woman. He also sent a Hades cell phone that he had just made a wish together to the old lady, and explained to the old lady how to use it. Then, Mom saw 3 women chatting on the phone over there. Mom was silent for a moment. Then he found a seat beside him and sat down. He has no dead friends in this world. So the issue of contacting the underworld has nothing to do with him at all. It also makes Mom bored right now. Mom, who was bored, turned her attention to wishing energy. In the past, he was just not afraid of attacks, and the damage was astonishing, but now that he has the energy of wishing, Mom has discovered it. He seemed, as if, to have nothing left to pursue. Longevity? He did it. Invincible in this world. He did too. Omniscient? With wishing energy, he can do it too. Advertisement. As a result, now he only needs to keep the crown prince who can do what he wishes. With the existence of wishing energy, he can know anything he doesn't know through wishing. Anything he doesn't have, he can also obtain through wishing. Under such circumstances, he seems to have lost his spirit of exploring the outside world. In the end it might even be possible to live as a stone. Grunt. Thinking of this, Mom couldn't help swallowing. Then he hurriedly shook his head, and muttered solemnly, no, in the future, you must never use wish energy to obtain information casually, at least when you can obtain it in a normal way. Also, those 840 things you want in various ways, it's better not to do that. It's no wonder Mom is worried, because this kind of thing is likely to be a common occurrence. So that I won't be dull because I don't have the passion for things in the future. It is very important to keep yourself in an ordinary state of mind. Even if you really need to obtain information, you can't use the method of stuffing knowledge directly into your head. It is good to use books or electronic documents. Thinking of this, Mom couldn't help but think of the matter of gaining memory energy before. Before he got the energy of wishing, he still wanted to record a lot of knowledge through memory energy, and then become a scientist. Exist. Scientists seem to be of no use to him, and visionaries are what he needs. As long as there is fantasy, what technology cannot be realized, and what ability cannot be obtained. No need for exhaustive research and development, just call it out. Chapter 135 Ask me to compete. Advertisement. So, I'm back, and doing nothing? Mom, who was lying on the sofa, felt a little confused. At this time, Mom has bid farewell to Mito and Catherine, mother and daughter, and returned to the home of Greedy Island. Like Catherine, Mom has a tendency to develop into a nerd. And it's still the kind of house that doesn't move. Although food and drinks are bought, when getting drinks, they use various means to get the food they want to eat and drink. Here, it is not limited to wishing energy. Beep beep. Just then, Mom's ring rang. Calling out the card book, Mom got through the connection. But it was discovered that the person who contacted him was a villain whom he hadn't seen for several months. The call informed that Gon and the others are going to collect One Ping's coastline. Now 14 people have gathered, and there is still one person short, so I want to ask Mom to help. In this regard, Mom, who had nothing to do anyway, agreed. After talking to Catherine, Mom took out a magnetic force and flew directly to Gon. When I came to the scene, I found that there were indeed 14 people as Gon said. And Zhu Ziai La was also present. Mom and Gon exchanged a few words, and then stood aside silently. He's just here to help, and he's not the person in charge, so don't stand out. So far, the collection team of Yiping Coastline has been completed. Advertisement. Afterwards, Killua took out a card and shouted directly, "Come with me, Rabbi Xiaofu." Whoosh! A cloud of thought energy wrapped up the 15 people present, and rushed straight towards Rabbi Xiaofu. Not long after, Mom and his party directly smashed into the open area of Rabbi Xiaofu, a coastal city. After landing, Gon acted as the vanguard of the team and led the team towards the top of the mountain. That's really the gym where Razor is. Because Gon and the others have triggered the prerequisites once before, they don't need to wait any longer, but go directly to the top of the mountain. Soon, everyone came to the gate of the gymnasium where Razor was. Without any hesitation, everyone stepped into the gymnasium. As soon as they entered the gymnasium, everyone saw a group of people in strange clothes doing various exercises there. The one who took the lead was the Razor I had seen before. Razor, standing in front of the crowd, carefully looked at Gon and the people around him. For Gon, he is also looking forward to it. After all, that was his best friend Kim's son. When his eyes came to Mom, Razor's expression paused for a moment, and then recovered. It's this person. That's a bit of a hassle. Hope he doesn't mess around. Razor was also very worried. This situation was obviously beyond his expectation. However, if you want him to shrink back because of this, Jia will not do such a thing. Even if he would lose his life because of this time, he has no complaints. Advertisement. Razor nodded to Gon and said, "Single to one matchup, the format of the game is up to us, you win 8 games first." "I already know, come on." Gon shouted confidently. Razor nodded and said, "Then the game begins. My decisive event is boxing, which one of you will be the first?" Facing Razor, the team that has already decided how to allocate it has already been decided, and one person came out of it. The subsequent matches went on smoothly. This is also inevitable, compared with Gon's first team. The current team can be described as a strong soldier. Therefore, it was very easy for the people on Sham's side to win. It only took a while to win the first 7 games. But Mom knew that the first 7 games were basically useless. The most important thing is Game 8. In the 8th game, I will decide the rules of the game. We will have 8 people from each side, and we will have a dodgeball game. The side that wins will win directly. Do you have any questions? Razor looked at the 7 games he had lost, already, and didn't care. With his hips akimbo, he told Gon and his group the rules he had set long ago. He is the author of the question, so the so-called rules are all set by himself. Momo knows the plot, that's why he is so calm, and he doesn't need Yiping's coastline, he doesn't care whether he can win or not. But Gon and the others didn't know, so after hearing Razor's rules, they were all surprised. But things have come to this, they can only bite the bullet and play. Fortunately, the strength of the remaining 8 people is not bad. Gon and Killua looked at each other and thought. Chapter 136, only 3 people left. Advertisement. Biscuit, Gon, Killua, Gornu, Mom, and 3 of the quartet of Jazila. There are 8 people in total, just enough for this dodgeball game. Compared to Mom's side, there are really 8 people, and Razor on the other side is just 1 person. Only with the addition of his 7 spirit beasts, 8 units were formed. In addition, he also has a few mind beasts to act as referees. This is Razor's Nen, Razor and his 14 demons. Afterwards, Razor first explained the rules of the game to Mom and his party. The rules are very simple, the game will be played in the form of 1 person outside and 7 people inside, and it will be considered a loss when everyone in the field is out. However, Mom didn't listen to this explanation much. Because, in his view, dodgeball is just hitting the opponent. For the rest, if you don't get hit by the opponent, what's the problem? It's not just Mom who thinks so, but other people also have the same idea. It's just that the relationship between the dodgeball event and Mom doesn't seem to be great. Although he is a member of the field, he just stands there and stays there. Mom, he looked at Gon, and after they grabbed the ball, Golanu took the ball first. Injecting thought energy, then smashed the doctor at Lang Zhang, whose number was 1. Whoosh! Just when everyone looked at the possible attack and smiled. Snap! Neon Beast number 1 caught the volleyball with both hands. Advertisement. Although the whole figure was sent flying for a certain distance, it managed to catch the attack firmly. What? Seeing this, people on Gon's side were very surprised. You know, the strength of Galianu's blow just now is already impressive. The moment it landed, Neon Beast number 1 slammed the volleyball out with its right hand. Whoosh! The volleyball with a lot of mental energy was thrown towards Gon's group in a hurry. The ball should be very light, but now it has become a sphere that even Killua feels is very heavy. This kind of weight, coupled with this kind of rapidity, can be understood by anyone, and the power it can cause is enough to make people who can't react die tragically on the spot. Faced with this kind of attack, Galianu, who was the first to bear the brunt, was taken aback, and hurriedly turned his body sideways to gather his thoughts. In the next second, Galianu was directly sent flying, and then fell heavily to the sidelines. In an instant, Galianu's whole body was covered with cold sweat, and he looked at his injured position with a painful expression. There is no need for him to bring it up, everyone present understands. He has no way to compete anymore. In response, Sham raised an eyebrow. It can also be imagined that because of his existence, Razor chose to go all out from the beginning. H'detch, to come and not to be indecent. Although Galianu was out, the volleyball fell on Mom's side. Without hesitation, Chwezahula picked up the sphere first, and quickly smashed it at the number 2 Neon Beast on the other side. Once again, the volleyball was caught. Advertisement. Razor's counterattack continued. For a while, volleyballs flew around in the entire dodgeball scene. After a while, everyone discovered a desperate fact. None of Razor's mind beasts has been reduced. On the contrary, there has been a large number of staff reductions on their side. For a moment, it was just Gon and Killua and Mom left. In fact, Mom didn't have any sense of participation at all. He's been in that position since the start of the game. Until now, there has not been a single step. It's as if he was directly ignored by someone, as if he didn't exist. If it weren't for knowing that Razor did it on purpose, Mom would almost think that she was a ghost. It's over, I was careless this time, with this intensity, it may not be easy to gather 8 people together. Galianu said cautiously. Chwezahula on the side also nodded, agreeing with this statement. In their view, although Gon and Killua have strengths, they will definitely not be opponents of each other. As for the last person, who had never done anything, it was really hard for them to believe that he was able to pull the trigger. Now, they have decided that this game is a lost game. They have already begun to think about who else can be their teammate. After thinking about it, among the players in Greedy Island, there are not many such people. This kind of discovery made Ju Zijwala's complexion ugly. Although Batra no longer needs Archangel's breath to heal his lover. However, the body that has been a little exhausted due to worry all the year round needs to be restored by Witch's rejuvenation medicine. Chapter 137 Turning the Tide. Advertisement. Bartra's body can last at most 2 years. And in order to reserve time, Chwezahula knew that he only had 1.5 years left at most. If they can't clear the game in this year and a half, then their reward will definitely be lost. But the current situation is very difficult, they seem to be stuck. If it really doesn't work, then they can only invite experts from the outside world to participate this matter. Although it will cost a lot of money, Chwezahula can only accept it. Next, there was still no Mom, leaning on Gon and Killua, they started posing and punching. He still stood still, full of background boards. Lang lang lang, time flies. In a blink of an eye, he was the only one left on his side. At this time, except for Gon and Killua, everyone else thought this time was over. However, compared to the views of these people, Razor at this time has a serious face. Because he understands that the addition of other people can't reach half of Mom's. No, to say that they are average is to overestimate them. At this time, Mom got the ball for the first time and was standing there in a daze. After looking around and seeing that she was the only one, Mom knew that her time had come. Holding the ball, Mom didn't think too much, and threw both hands at the Neon Beast with the number 7. Whoosh! However, in the next second, Razor jumped directly in front of number 7 Neon Beast, and caught the ball thrown by Mom with both hands. Strength is acceptable. Razor's eyes lit up, and he let go of a lot of worries in his heart. Advertisement. He thought that Momo's power would be as strong as his Nen. As everyone knows, this is just the result of Mom's letting go of how many C's. After all, Mom didn't think that Razor's mind beast could withstand his serious attack. But now, seeing Razor's performance, Mom also thinks that he needs to step up his efforts. Bump! Can you catch this ball? Razor's right hand hit the volleyball hard, and the volleyball, which had been charged with a lot of energy, rushed straight at Mom. Facing this kind of attack, Mom raised his left hand casually under the gaze of everyone. Snap! Steadily receiving Razor's ball, for them, was an attack due to tricks. Grunt! Many people started to swallow their saliva in surprise. The next moment, Mom picked up the volleyball again and threw it at the number 9 Neon Beast. Snap! Razor caught it, and returned the same speed. Whoosh whoosh! All of a sudden, everyone outside the arena discovered that the dodgeball inside the arena was no longer dodgeball. It was an exhibition match between Mom and Razor. Looking at the after images of the amazingly powerful volleyball flying around in the air, and seeing the figures running around on the field, I couldn't help but pull a few people, even if they were outside the field. I began to feel that my life was not safe. This kind of ball that can kill people at any time is flying around in front of him, and he has to play a turning skill from time to time. There was even a time when Mom made a big bend, and the volleyball was almost on the tip of their noses. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. That feeling is really too scary. Let them all be a little weak-legged and want to go now. A good dodgeball game was turned into a fancy volleyball exhibition game by the two of them. Even in order to ensure that he can improve Mom's strength, Razor had already recovered all his beasts before. At this time, his attack power became stronger and faster. However, this also caused Razor to lose several teammates at once. Now, Mom and the others are equal to their previous disadvantages. This discovery seemed to allow them to see the dawn of victory. Razor, be careful. I will continue to increase my strength. If I can't stop it, I will die. Mom caught the ball again, but did not throw it again, but said to Razor seriously. Hearing this, Razor narrowed his eyes into a line, then smiled and took a ready pose. Touch. Momo exerted strength, and immediately threw the one in his hand at Fusa. Strong power makes the volleyball extremely fast. For a moment, the volleyball seemed to be covered with a ring of flames, making the surrounding gas seem to be distorted by high temperature. Seeing this attack, the faces of the people outside the field changed drastically, and they couldn't help but took half a step back. But Razor kept his voice in a low voice, continuing to pose with the ball. Bring it on. Boom. A powerful force fell on Razor's arms and wrists, impacting him. Fortunately, he didn't directly break his arm, but held it up. Touch. In the next second, Razor flew out of his body. Chapter 138 3D to 2D. Advertisement. Grunt. The people outside the arena watched the ruins knocked down by Razor, and swallowed involuntarily. They were frightened by Mom's strength. With such strength, if you want to kill them, I'm afraid it's just the effort of a dozen stones. Thinking of this, how not to make them afraid and surprised. At the same time, they were also worried. What about the next card? I don't need a card, Gon, you can take it yourself, and Mito and the others miss you, go back and have a look when you have time. Mom looked at the card handed by Gon, 143 waved her hand and said casually. After speaking, Mom took out a magnetic power and flew back home. Ah! Gon raised his hand to stop Mom, but he could only see Cao Mu's back. 2. After Mom disappears, Gon wants to catch up and give the card to Mom. But in the end he was persuaded by Killua and Biscuit. Afterwards, the distribution of cards also began. They're bound to have a fight eventually. But compared to the situation in the plot where he was fighting against the bomb demon. But it will become an ongoing game battle, using cards to fight. This point, for Mom, is really no big problem. Regardless of Gon and the others, Mom returned home and continued to stay at home. Advertisement. Staying at home, Mom suddenly felt that this was too boring. He wanted to persuade Catherine to go out for a walk, but failed. When Catherine learned that she would not grow old, she could go to Hades to live a good life after death, and she didn't need to worry about her parents. The whole person has become more homely. If it weren't for knowing that it was not easy for my mother to pull me to grow up when I was a child, Mom would have planned to stop Catherine's supply at this time. Alas! In the end, I could only sigh helplessly. Well, no, I have other ways. Suddenly, Mom thought of something and turned to look at the TV. He. If you like watching dramas so much, if I don't want to put together all the dramas you've watched, and desperately split up the CP, I'll ask you if you are going to correct the matchmaking. Thinking in this way, Mom directly invoked the wishing energy, and then created a virtual world. Although virtual to Mom, they are real to the people in that world. It is a two-dimensional world. After finishing these, Mom walked to Catherine's side. Holding the carrier ball of the virtual world, he clicked his tongue. Within 3 minutes, Catherine's attention was attracted by him. Son, what are you doing? Catherine asked curiously. No, I'm watching Bell Beats and Kissing Kiss, Mom said casually. Advertisement. Impossible, Lingzhu belongs to Wuan, Kuang Kai belongs to Huaying, they are not from the same play, how could they kiss together? Catherine retorted, Wait, you mean they're a real couple? No, it's not reality, I'm just bored, so I combined the characters and backgrounds from some TV movies to create a virtual world. Mom smiled and waved her hands and said, I didn't expect them to walk together. No, how could Wu-en forget the bell beads, they clearly agreed not to separate. Catherine shouted anxiously. Then, snatched the round bead from Mom's hand. Then start looking for a way to get into it. After searching for half a circle, I couldn't find a way. This made Catherine very anxious. Then he turned to Mom and asked, Son, how can I get in? It's very simple, just stick it on your forehead. Mom grinned and said, by the way, don't think that there is a fake world. Compared to that world, they are all real. Catherine couldn't hear Mom's words very clearly, because she couldn't wait to put the ball on her forehead before she finished listening. The moment she put her head on the ball, Catherine's entire body was directly converted into a set of data, and then submerged into the ball. This disguised three-dimensional to two-dimensional means. That is to say, with wishing energy 1.0 and Nen, this extraordinary world can appear so easily. In other technological worlds, I'm afraid they can't do this kind of thing if they don't meet the requirements of dimension technology. This is why ordinary people seek supernatural powers. In addition to longevity, strength, and all kinds of mysteries are the most important things. Mom was one of them before. And now, it's one of others chasing images. It is even said that compared with other people, the means of extraordinary power that Mom can give is more refined and concise. Chapter 139 Virtual Multiverse. Advertisement. To be honest, with so much wishing energy, there is also a powerful damage transfer as the basis for absorbing energy. Mom is claiming to be a god at this time, I am afraid that no one will refute it. Mom said before that the real world is a bit boring, and she doesn't want to get involved in some things that are not there. Apart from this world, there was nothing here that he was familiar with before. All kinds of anime movies are the rest. This made Mom very sad. He even said that he wanted to use the wish energy to help him travel through the world before. However, that approach consumes too much energy. After trying it once, and after a while, Mom immediately dismissed the idea. And most importantly, Mom felt that the world that traveled through the past would reject such things as wishing energy. Although Niankai is not exclusive, there is no need to worry about your own strength and safety. However, it also said that as long as 23 Mom left this world, it would be very difficult for him to come back. Looking at it this way, there is no need for him to go through the world. Anyway, even if you travel through the past, there seems to be nothing to do. But if you want to try the effect of traveling through the world, in fact, creating a virtual world, and then adding in self-dimensional reduction, the effect is the same. As for the fact that the virtual world is created by oneself and is controlled by oneself, isn't it fun to travel through the past? This kind of consideration, in fact, does not need to be too entangled. He only created the virtual world by relying on the energy of wishing, but the operation of the virtual world is still operated by itself. Advertisement. This kind of behavior is no different from the real world. Moreover, Mom with wishing energy, he is in the virtual world and in the real world. The state that can be expressed is nothing more than the stronger expressiveness in the virtual world. After all, he is still a god. The god of creation in the two-dimensional world, the god of wishing in the three-dimensional world. It can't reach the fourth dimension, because Mom is still a little bit worse. If he can stay in the center of the sun for thousands of years, he should be able to upgrade himself to the fourth dimension. And if you can stay on the surface of the black hole for a year, you can also increase your dimension. It's just that Mom doesn't know what will happen after the dimension is upgraded. Can the wishing energy still have an effect? Can the damage transfer ability be held? There are many things that Mom dare not do easily. This kind of worry made Mom temporarily let go of the idea of ascending the dimension. At least in the near future, it is impossible for him to have such considerations. With Catherine gone, Mom also set out to create a large virtual multiverse. In this virtual multiverse, there is also a virtual world composed of a large number of story backgrounds that Mom has paid attention to in her previous and present lives. Some are as big as the universe, while others are as small as a single planet. There are even some virtual worlds, which are manifestations of local theory. Using wish energy to create a virtual world, for Mom, the difficulty is too low. It can even be said that the energy consumption of creating the ball-like carrier in Mom's hand is the bulk. Energy consumption to create a virtual world? Advertisement. Almost as a gift. It's just a bunch of data, and finally formed a virtual world. From the eyes of the creatures in that world, they are real three-dimensional people. In Mom's view, it is really a bunch of data. So, what should we do now? Mom whispered softly, turning the ball in her hand. In this world, there is another crisis, which is the problem of chimera ants. It stands to reason that Mom is supposed to join, watching point gone. At least not let him hang up. However, after obtaining the wishing energy, knowing the existence of Hades, and some conditions of Hades. Mom found that there was no need to do this at all. Even if he goes to Hades, he can be resurrected at will. And those who were killed just went to live in Hades. At most, it is just a change of living environment. It is not much different from living in a city suddenly from one city to another in the present world. In this case, there is really no need for Mom to get involved in the Chimera Ant incident. So Mom thought for a while, and turned her attention to the ball in her hand. Hide in the void. Suddenly, Mom mobilized her wishing energy and said to the ball in her hand. Wave. With a sound like an object falling into the water, the virtual multiverse carrier in Mom's hand was hidden in the void. Immediately afterwards, Mom turned into a data stream and disappeared in place. Chapter 140, Have fun for yourself. Advertisement. Die. Come on. Kill them. Save Ace. This is the world of One Piece. In the headquarters of the Navy at this time, a group of pirates are attacking the Zingtai trap set by the Navy. Want to save Whitebeard's son, Ace. This is also Luffy's older brother. Adopted grandson of naval hero Garp. The battle between the Navy and pirates below was particularly intense, but Mom, who was standing in the air, suddenly hesitated. Originally, he just wanted to come to watch the live-action version of the Top War. I was just looking for fun. But when he got here, Mom found a problem that he ignored. This is a scene where pirates forcibly break into the Navy headquarters. And in this world, pirates are not good things. Although there are many scum in the Navy, for civilians, the Navy is actually a more reassuring party. Therefore, the situation below is actually the impact of the evil forces on the official forces. When I watched anime before, I felt that Ace shouldn't die. It's all because the protagonist of this anime is Luffy. Those who watch will unconsciously substitute Luffy's perspective and senses. This is obviously wrong. Watching the story below continue to develop, Mom remained silent for a long time. There are all kinds of thoughts in my heart. Hey guy, I made a virtual multiverse, and I actually made myself an EMO. Suddenly, Mom said with emotion. Advertisement. The battle development below is almost the same as the anime plot. It's like Mom watched a live-action pirate. Is it interesting? Interesting. However, it made Mom no longer have the idea of a real end. Because he has no idea who he should help. His case was very different. It is almost the case that whichever side he helps, that side will definitely win. There is no point in participating. After thinking for a while, Mom turned and left here. And at the moment Mom left, among the fighting crowd below, those who were knowledgeable and domineering turned their heads to look at the place where Mom disappeared. Obviously, Mom didn't hide her figure when she first appeared. It's just that, because no one knew which side Mom belonged to, they didn't act rashly. After all, a strong man who can fly. If because of this, he was pushed to the enemy's camp. That would be too bad. Mom, who left the virtual multiverse, sat on the sofa at home again. Looking at the white wall and TV in front of her, Mom was thinking about things. For me, the virtual multiverse seems to be just a playback device for watching movies and TV. I can change the entire virtual multiverse with just one word. In it, I seem to be treating it as a plot deduction prop. However, although it is boring for me to play single player, I can also make it a multiplayer game. Mom's eyes became thoughtful. Advertisement. Very good, it seems that there are quite a few talented people this time. In a protective cover, 10 teenagers looked at the group of people in front of them and said with satisfaction. It's none other than Mom, the boring guy who's trying to turn the virtual multiverse into a multiplayer game. But he didn't think about making money from this thing, so this kind of behavior of looking for players is to rely on other methods to screen. It borrowed from the method of the main god's space, but the people invited are those who are world-weary, want to kill themselves, have a desire to explore the unknown, and want to play games. Not many, 100 people are invited at one time. This is the first time, he will act as the leader of this newcomer. Mom, who is almost a god, has to find some way to have fun for herself. And now this situation is very appropriate. In the virtual multiverse, he created a world of testing grounds. Almost all the rules and patterns are copied from the main god space. But it removed the team mode and turned it into an individual mode. Although it is possible to form a team, it requires props. It sounds more like Yakong, Zhao Qian Zhao, room. In any case, the foundation is laid. Then just have fun and have fun. You are? Mom. In the crowd, someone pointed at Mom and exclaimed. Hey, you guys are coming in too. Seeing the speaker, Mom casually raised her hand and said with a smile. And in front of Mom, there are some of Mom's previous acquaintances. Peng Si, Baokuer, the three Mali brothers, Kurapika and Leorio. Peng Si and Baokuer heard that they could find new Udemons here. The three Morley brothers want to become stronger. Kurapika wants to revive the tribe. Leorio wants money. Chapter 141 2 Tasks. Advertisement. Where is this? Leorio asked loudly. Mom smiled and said, this is a good place, a place of trials. As long as you can complete the tasks posted here, you can get points rewards. 1 point can be exchanged for 1 cubic gold, and the basic points for a mission are 1000 points. The group of Leorio gasped. Leaving aside whether this is true or not, the arrogance that even gold can be exchanged cubic by cubic is scary enough. Of course, if you want to survive in the trial ground, then you must have enough strength, otherwise, if you even lose points, you will die. Mom went on to say, so the exchange that can increase your strength is the choice you should make. What's there? Baokuer asked. Nan, do you want to strengthen your physique and increase the upper limit of your thoughts? Kurapika said. Mom smiled and waved her fingers and said, no, it's not just this little bit, but all kinds of exchanges in the heavens and myriad worlds. For example, 813, a devil fruit that can give people a certain ability, let people blow up the energy of the planet with one blow, or become a god, etc. These are the things we can exchange. Here, you can exchange for anything you want. Although most of these things can be done by relying on Nan, if I don't say more, it's not attractive. After listening to Mom's words, most of the 100 people in front of him had eager eyes. There are also many people who show fear and worry. Can resurrection be done? Kurapika asked Mom expectantly. Mom looked up at Kurapika, grinning, of course. 5000 points can revive a person. Mom continued. Advertisement. Once again, the people present were all stunned by Mom's words, and at the same time, they were very happy and relieved. This is especially true for those Nan who come in with their own abilities. In their view, their own strength is enough. Then usually there is no need to spend points to exchange. In this way, if he passes through 5 missions smoothly, he will be able to guarantee his own life. When I thought of this, for a while, I felt that the situation was not bad. What task? Kurapika asked impatiently. Look at your wrists, there are your mission instructions there. Mom casually mentioned. After thinking for a while, Mom gave up the setting of the bracelet and chose to project the task directly on the left wrist. After everyone listened, they raised their hands and looked over. Sure enough, a group of red characters appeared on their left forearms. Mission 1, survive for 7 days. Task 2, kill 10 zombies. So simple. After watching the mission, Baokuer and the others were all surprised. They thought before, what kind of difficult task would it be? But now it seems that it is not at all. For zombies, everyone who has watched movies and TV shows will know a little bit more or less. Advertisement. It is even said that even if you don't know the zombies, the walking corpses still know it. Because in the Hunter x Hunter world, there are indeed such species. Just these 2 tasks? Leorio asked carelessly, is it too simple? Of course, it's your first mission after all. As for the simplicity, that's just for the few of you. For others, the difficulty is not low. Mom said with a smile and nodded. Mom's hints made Leorio and the others involuntarily look at the people with different expressions, and they were also in different moods. Kurapika and Leorio were cautious, the 3 Mali brothers ignored it, and Kuer and Pence couldn't bear it. 6 people who have powers that are much stronger than ordinary people. Thinking about the teammates behind him is different. And asking Leorio and Kurapika to abandon the teammates behind them, they simply can't do it. Since it is necessary to survive for 7 days and kill 10 zombies, it is the best choice to divide into small groups. We are a team of 3, and we will leave now. Hey, come on. See you later. As they said that, the 3 Moli brothers also ignored everyone's attention, waved their hands and walked away. Seeing the free and easy of these 3 people, Mom couldn't help grinning, and there were some movements in the crowd present. It seems that the 3 Mali brothers can form a team and leave, some people who are quite confident in their own strength. Also left. Some would say a word, while others didn't say anything. Leorio tried to persuade him to stay, but it didn't work. Chapter 142, The Road to Survival. Advertisement. What should we do? Let's stay here for now, both of them are Nan, and their strength should be okay. It's okay, we don't know much about the information here, and it's a good thing to cooperate with people. But there is also a problem. Although a lot of people have left, most of the remaining people are ordinary people. Based on my understanding of them, I am afraid that they will not give up on these people. Then what should we do? Just wait and see. Baokuer and Peng Si lowered their heads and discussed. Leorio and Kurapika are also discussing at this time. Those who left had nothing to do, and those who stayed at the scene now were all those who did not work hard in limbs and did not distinguish grains from grains. This is even more difficult. Want to protect these people and kill 10 zombies? Not to mention whether they can kidnap these zombies, but whether these people dare to do it, Kurapika thinks it is a difficult matter. For Kurapika and their difficulties, Momo secretly smiled. This is the task he set out on purpose. Because he knew that Kurapika and the others would definitely not give up on these people. But with Kurapika's strength, it is not difficult to keep this group of people alive for 7 days. Therefore, setting a task to kill zombies is the most troublesome problem. We are hunters, if you believe in us, you can act with us. Kurapika stepped out and said to the people present. Hunter. Really? Great. Advertisement. I ordered an invite online, and it was delivered. Couldn't it be a secret place here? No way, there is no signal here. That boy, maybe what he said is true. Could it be that boy who made a fool of himself? For these people's arguments, Mom was indifferent, leaning sideways on the wall beside him, watching the play. This is a drama, and he ends up just to watch the drama. So, you can talk, but talk as little as possible. Everyone, that boy is also a hunter. Kurapika pointed to Mom and said, and, now is not the time to talk about this, we have to leave here and find a suitable temporary base. Hurry up, there is a group of extremely fast people rushing towards us. Peng said suddenly. Hearing Pengxi's words, both Kurapika and Leorio's expressions changed. They would not take this as a lie, nor would they think Peng Si was joking. Because they all returned to Pengxi's ability, it was not difficult to detect information hundreds of meters away. Hurry up, there's no time to explain, it should be those zombies coming over. Leorio yelled, urging everyone to shout. Hearing this, Mom looked at Leorio with raised eyebrows and grinned. This world is the world of Left 4 Dead, so the zombies here are not the kind of slow-moving guys. They are all masters of the 100-meter flood. Ordinary people put it here, if they don't have any means. Asking for flowers. There is only one dead word. Advertisement. Even Hunter, if his strength is not strong and his energy is exhausted, his life will be in danger. And this kind of zombie is particularly sensitive to sound. There were only a dozen or so zombies rushing towards this side just now. Now, because of Leorio's terrifying roar, the zombies with a radius of several kilometers were all activated and were rushing towards this direction from all directions. Kurapika and Leorio, as well as Cure and Pence all started to run. Mom also followed suit. Among the crowd, some clever people also started to run. But after all, they were ordinary people before, so how could they have such a fast reaction speed? Among them, there are quite a few people who even think that this is just a dream. And some people haven't gotten used to it yet, they just froze in place, staring blankly at Kurapika and the others running. What are you doing? Hurry up and run. No matter where you are, ensuring your own safety is the most important thing. Leorio stopped and shouted loudly to the still sluggish crowd. Shouting is very effective. Those who hadn't responded at first, after looking at each other in blank dismay, they all ran after Kurapika. However, compared to the zombies running at full strength, their speed is much slower. Just trot. This speed made Baokure and the others look very bad. How can I avoid those zombies? Here we come. Mom suddenly reminded me. Chapter 143 Leorio's Guess. Advertisement. Blah blah. Following Mom's words, a large number of zombies suddenly rushed out at the corner of the road behind. The corpses are vast and numerous. And their speed is really fast. Everyone who was trotting just now, after noticing this, their complexions changed drastically. According to their distance. It took only 15 seconds for this group of zombies to approach them. Run, run quickly. Leorio roared again. This time, there was no need for Leorio's urging, and the people ran vigorously. The appearance of hating April 13th for not giving birth to a few more legs formed two contrasts with the leisurely before. Leorio, you continue to run with the team, I will stop them. Kurapika thought quickly in his brain, and immediately concluded that if this continues, they will definitely be overtaken by zombies. At that time, with their manpower, it may be difficult to guarantee the survival of everyone. Therefore, the best way is to intercept halfway. Okay, be careful. Leorio knew Kurapika's strength, and also knew that the zombies should not catch up. After speaking, Leorio looked at Mom who was on the side, and he knew that Mom's strength was even more outrageous. Don't look at me, in this place, your protection is also poison to them, and they must grow up as soon as possible to survive. Mom waved her hands and said, and, is that going to tell me to blow them up too? Listening to Mom's words, Leorio recalled Mom's performance in Yokiksen. Advertisement. Grunt. The next moment, Leorio swallowed involuntarily. Obviously frightened. Wait. I seem to have found the problem. Suddenly, Leorio looked at Mom with wide eyes and asked, could it be that, at that time, you were already participating in this game? Mom paused, then nodded directly and said, of course, otherwise, Do you think anyone can make such a violent attack? With Mom's confirmation, Leorio took a deep breath. At the same time, my heart became hotter. He wants to be a smart doctor who can say no money to patients. To achieve this, he needs to make his medical skills reach a very high level, and it is the kind that can treat any disease. In addition, he also needs to have enough money. For this, he only needs to exchange some gold, which is probably enough. As long as what Mom said earlier is true. He has developed a waveform of NAN that is not only capable of dialysis of the human body, but also of long-distance strikes. But these are not enough, and cannot achieve the ability to cure all diseases. He can only strike precisely on the lesions of the human body, but cannot restore the human body, and can only rely on the patient's own self-healing ability. But now, he wants a more refined ability, and to make his mind more powerful and stronger. As long as he does not need money for medical treatment, then he will be able to say that these things do not cost money. Advertisement. Just as Mom and his party were running, Kurapika had already started to contact the group of zombies. Although he doesn't know how the zombies spread, Kurapika knows that it's better not to be touched. Ring ring ring. He directly threw out one of his chains and waved it at the zombies. The powerful force blasted directly in front of a group of zombies, sending them flying upside down. However, after a few seconds, he stood up again and continued to charge towards Kurapika. Seeing this, Kurapika frowned. Heading, this kind of thing works only when starting. At this moment, Mom's words reached Kurapika's ears. Hearing this, Kurapika paused, and also changed the way of fighting. Waving the chain in his hand, he precisely hit the head of every zombie in the zombie group. Puff puff. As the zombies were knocked to the ground one by one, but they did not get up in the end. Soon, 0.4 of the zombie groups that came into contact with Kurapika were wiped out by him. Many people who turned their heads to see the scene were overjoyed and shocked by Hunter's strength. Let alone leave now, even if Leorio drives them away, they won't decide. It is the instinct of living beings to avoid evil and seek good luck. Nobody is stupid enough to take their own lives for a joke. As for playing rough in front of Kurapika and the others, that's even more impossible, because when it comes to social status, Hunter's social status is actually the highest among them. Chapter 144 Persistence. Advertisement. There are also ahead. In the crowd, someone pointed at the group of zombies ahead and exclaimed. To the left too. My right side too. Oops, we are surrounded. Baokuer said with a frown. What should we do? Pence asked from the side. The bees she sent out had told her that the water was surrounded and impassable. Even Kurapika, who had just dealt with a bunch of zombies, noticed it at this time. At a corner not far away, a large number of zombies ran out again. How many zombies are there? They don't have a characterization. The riot of the corpse group also caused the number of zombies in other places to decrease rapidly. The three brothers Molly, who had already left, looked back at the place where the corpses gathered, and couldn't help but sigh in amazement. That's too much. Snap. Don't talk, these ghosts act by hearing and taste. The group of idiots, the guy who yelled just now, should be the guy named Leorio. Who else could it be? Among them, he is the only one with such a loud voice. Hehe, although it is true that everyone was reminded, it also attracted a large number of zombies. If those people knew the truth, would they hate that idiot? Watch them live or die, we have to live. Talking in a low voice, the three Molly brothers moved secretly. With their good strength, it is actually not difficult to deal with these zombies. As long as these zombies are not allowed to form groups. At this moment, a black shadow flashed from the building near them. Advertisement. Although the movement is not big, and very weak. However, the three Morley brothers still found out. In an instant, the three of them leaned against each other, alert to everything around them. In such a strange place, they couldn't help but be vigilant. Everyone knows that if you are not careful here, it will be the price of your life. Boom. Boom. Time passed slowly, and the scene was so quiet that only the heartbeats of the three could be heard. At this moment, a figure rushed towards the three of them from a nearby window. The three who heard the voice directly attacked the comer without any hesitation. Because they didn't know what it was, all three chose to use their feet. Even if it is poisonous, they can abandon their shoes to protect themselves. As fast as that figure came, it flew upside down. It directly slammed heavily on the wall beside it, making a loud noise. Oops. The three brothers Emily, who made great achievements with one blow, did not feel happy at all. On the contrary, their expressions were not good looking. Da-day. Sure enough, all the zombies around here rioted and charged at their master. Go. Molly, the eldest of the three brothers, gave the order directly. Now is not the time to be a hero. And when the three of them were running away, a group of people on Mom's side were officially surrounded by zombies. Advertisement. Considering so many people, it is impossible to have the same physical strength and speed as them. Bokuer and Leorio directly chose to look for nearby buildings that could be defended. Fortunately, they found a hall, and it is still possible to pack dozens of people. There are a few doorways and a few windows, so there are no other entrances and exits. In this way, as long as Mom and the others stick to a door, the problem is not too big. Don't use Nen, try to reduce the loss of mental energy. Bokuer suggested. This proposal was agreed by Kurapika and Leorio. It doesn't matter whether Mom agrees or not, because he doesn't worry about running out of energy. Standing at a doorway at this time, Mom was shaking the 740 cards in his hand with a speechless expression. Forget about close combat, he uses his fists. I really don't want to use my fist to hit the heads of these zombies and get myself dirty. Therefore, it is a good way to learn Hisoka to use cards. He is so powerful that he even needs to use his mind energy to make the cards obtain extremely strong cutting power. Easily killing zombies one by one. I have nothing to do here, and Mom can continue to watch the show. Kurapika fights with a chain swing. Leorio originally used his fists, but after a few times, he chose to use a dagger to cut the zombie's central nervous system. Apparently, he has discovered that this way he can easily kill zombies. On the other side, Bokuer took Peng Si to act together. In order to reduce the loss of mental energy, Bokuer had to use other means. The bow and arrow had already been discarded by him, and now, Bokuer could only beat hard with the iron rod he found. Chapter 145 Long-Tongue Zombie. Advertisement. Just when Momo and the others were resisting the group of zombies at the door, and the people in the hall were worried, there was a sound of participation. Everyone looked for the reputation, but saw a sticky long tongue, trapped a man and was dragging to the side window. The scream was exactly the sound that this man made. And on the house next to the window, there was a strangely shaped zombie standing there. The long tongue also extended from the mouth of this zombie. Help! Leorio and Kurapika shouted together. Ring ring ring! Brush! At the same time, a chain and energy fluctuation rushed towards the man whose neck was tied with a long tongue. Scoff! The speed of the chain is not comparable to the speed of energy fluctuations. Before the chain moved half the distance, the energy that Leorio shot out appeared from under the long tongue, quickly smashing the long tongue and saving the man. Seeing this, Kurapika shook his arm and changed the movement of his chain. He rushed towards the man, then tied him up and brought him back with force. Whoosh! At this moment, several cards were played out quickly. They rushed towards Leorio, Kurapika, and the strange-looking zombie respectively. Chi chi chi! Advertisement. The powerful cards easily cut the zombies that were close to Leorio and Kurapika. In addition, the head of the zombie who had broken his long tongue and planned to leave was also cut off by a card. Don't be distracted from saving people, otherwise, when these zombies break in, the group of people behind us will all die. After Mom finished speaking, she turned around and continued to shake the cards, pushing out the circle of zombies that had approached a certain distance. Although what Mom said was right, it would be too difficult for them not to save people. Neither Leorio nor Kurapika can do that. No. I will save. Without waiting for Leorio to shout loudly, Xiaomu interrupted his next words first. The mood was abruptly interrupted, which made Leorio feel extremely uncomfortable. Can't you finish it all at once? Leorio shouted angrily. Puff. Kurapika laughed at this. Slowly, he discovered another reading. Don't talk, these zombies are very sensitive to sound. Kurapika said suddenly and seriously. Too bad, I was too anxious to save these people before, and didn't seriously observe the habits of these zombies. What? Voice. Leorio exclaimed. Then he reacted, hurriedly lowered his voice, and smiled awkwardly at the same time, and devoted himself to the work of killing zombies. He speeded up, trying to offset the mistake he just made. Fortunately, there are enough people now, otherwise, Leorio would scold himself. Okay, so strong. Advertisement. Is this Hunter? I didn't even know Hunter was such a powerful character, I thought they were just like special forces. I want to be a hunter too. Forget it. Judging from their strength and the death rate of the hunter test, you can imagine how difficult it will be to pass the hunter test. But, didn't that boy say that after this time, we can get points and exchange them for enhancements? As long as we get the enhancements, then we can become hunters and learn what they call Nen, so we can be as strong as them up. Yes, that's true. Very good. When Mom and others were killing the zombies, the protected people in the hall began to discuss, and they began to strengthen themselves, become hunters, learn Nen, and become powerful fantasies. In this regard, Bokuer and Peng Si looked at each other. You can see the speechless expression in each other's eyes. If the hunter test was so easy, they wouldn't have taken it so many times. Even Peng Si failed the hunter test several times because of a special incident, Li Liaozhao. As far as the physical fitness of the group of people behind them is concerned, let alone reaching the hunter test site, they couldn't even reach the initial test. Unless, this point has enough effect. Looking at the words +1 that kept jumping out on their wrists, Baokuer and Peng Si also sped up their movements. Killing zombies is not a waste of work, but can earn points. Otherwise, Baokishin and Peng would not be so persistent. The current situation is very good, the team still has 3 Nen to take care of them, so it can be regarded as a stable score. If you don't work hard at this time, when will you wait? Chapter 146, Courage, Grab Qualification. Advertisement. Leorio, they still need to kill 10 zombies each, otherwise, they may not be able to go back. Kurapika watched the group of zombies gradually decrease, and reminded Leorio. At the other door, Leorio nodded after seeing that there were not many zombies in front of him. Then he turned his head back to look at the location in the hall and asked, who of you will try? If you can't complete the task of killing 10 zombies, you may not be able to go back. Now, with us watching, you try to kill a zombie. Don't be afraid, nothing will happen. Listening to Leorio's words, no one in the crowd dared to take a step forward, and even shrank back. Thinking about it, if they had enough courage, they would have left like those people before. Then it will be like now. Hurry up! Leorio urged anxiously. Mom, who was guarding a door, was leaning against the door frame at this time, watching a play while casually flicking the card that looked like an infinite card in his hand. The things that Lei 690 Oli encountered now are just like those film and television scenes he saw in the past, they are also outrageous. Even though there were several hunters to help and those who were holding back, they still didn't dare to step forward. Forget it, the most important thing. Unlike some movies and TV shows, Leorio and Kurapika probably won't give up on these ordinary people. This is determined by character, unless these people kill themselves. Otherwise, Ori and Kurapika will help. Moreover, compared with Kurapika, Leorio's situation may be deeper. If these people were injured, he would probably try his best to treat them. Advertisement. This kind of characteristic is very good, Mom still quite approves. Of course, he wouldn't do that. The character is there, if suddenly one day, Xiaomu really does it. Then nothing will happen, it's just making trouble. There will be no other. Time passed slowly, but no one moved. Until the zombies are almost gone, only the one in Leorio's hand and the one bound by Kurapika's chains remain. The two walked into the hall with the 2 zombies and came to the crowd. Come on, kill him, it's not that difficult, right? Take a dagger, start from his neck, you can solve it in one go, it's very easy, which one of you will come? Leorio asked while gesturing. Listening to Leorio's words, the people in the crowd looked at each other in blank dismay. I'm coming. No, let me do it. That, I want to try. The crowd who didn't have any courage just now suddenly has a group of people who want to try. They all want to try, but there are only 2 living zombies in the hands of Leorio and Kurapika. The number of zombies, CDDD, is so small, but there are so many people who want to kill them. So what to do? Of course it's a fight. Advertisement. I was the first to say it, and I should be allowed to come first. Young man, I'm too old, can you give it to me first, ahem. All of a sudden, the hall was filled with all kinds of words. These people, using all kinds of words, wanted to get the qualifications of those 2 zombies. Some people use sorting techniques, some want to rely on the old to sell the old, and some want to use moral kidnapping and so on. The corners of Mom's eyes twitched slightly after listening to all kinds of speech skills, and she only felt taut. That is to say, the strength shown by Mom and others is too scary. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be a scene of overwhelming momentum. Faced with this kind of thing, Baokuer wanted to speak, but was held back by Peng Si. Just to explode the ideas of Kuer and Peng Si, it's better to hide these people, and then they grab some zombies, grab their hands, and kill the zombies. At least it's easier than it is now. It's not that they don't want to save people, it's just that they don't want to be held back by so many people. The current situation is very troublesome, and they need to cooperate with the 3 of Mom to get through these 7 days. Because they don't know what the world is like. I thought that there were only zombies as monsters, but the long-tongued zombie just now dispelled their guess. Since there are special zombies, since there is not only one kind. Before the investigation is clear, it is the best choice to act with Mom and others. Chapter 147, Chaos in a Hurry. Advertisement. Chi. Puff. As the 2 zombies fell to the ground, Kurapika returned the dagger in his hand to Leorio. Then he took back his chain. Zombies, he killed. With Kurapika's intelligence, how could he fail to discover the current problem? Now, they can't give up these 2 zombies to anyone, and it will definitely cause dissatisfaction among others. Although he didn't really care about this kind of misunderstanding, he also knew that now was not the time to deal with such things. Kurapika. Leorio looked at Kurapika and shouted madly. Leorio, only 2 zombies are not enough. Let them continue to quarrel, and it will attract more zombies. You also know that this place is not very safe, especially the long-tongued zombies just now. We don't know there are any. How many? Kurapika interrupted Leorio and said, if these people are attacked together, we won't be able to save them all. That's right, I just looked around. There are other buildings near the windows. If there are all such long-tongued zombies, our side is not a safe place. The best choice is those without windows. A building with a single door. Baokuer interjected. Hearing what the two of them said, the crowd who were still making noise just now fell silent like a duck caught by the neck. Leorio is also aware of this, but he just didn't realize it for a while. Let's go, the zombies in the distance are approaching here. Peng Si said suddenly. Hearing this, everyone in the crowd felt their hearts tighten, and discussions began again. Also, do you want to stay and continue to guard for a while? I don't care. At most, it's just blowing up here. Mom came over and said slowly. The tone was very flat, but to Leorio's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue. Advertisement. He knew Mom's strength. I also know that in order to accomplish some goals, Mom doesn't value others so much. That is to say, once Callum blows this place up. Not to mention those ordinary people, even those naughty people are not much better. Come on, let's get out of here. Leorio said seriously. After speaking, without waiting for everyone's reaction, he walked out of the house first. Karapi looked at Leorio thoughtfully. Based on his knowledge of Leorio, this should be impossible. But he did appear, and there must be something driving him. Thinking of this, Kurapika looked at Mom who was on the side. In this regard, Mom grinned and followed. Go, keep up. Kurapika also knew that this is not the time to discuss these things, and urged the stunned people to say. The strongest people will leave here to find a safer place. Of course, everyone would not stay like a fool, and hurriedly followed out. But there is a saying that is good, when people are in a hurry, it is easy to make mistakes. Moreover, their group of people has reached dozens of people. With this amount, one person does a good job, but more or less there will be some mistakes. For example now. Tay. There was a clear and long collision sound. Advertisement. The people who were walking quickly stiffened suddenly, and turned their heads to look at the source of the sound in a daze. But I saw a middle-aged woman standing there in a panic, and beside her, there was an iron pipe rolling. Obviously this was the reason why the middle-aged woman accidentally bumped into it when she was moving. I didn't mean to. The middle-aged woman explained with a cry. 000. Go, don't stay here. Kurapika shouted directly. This time, he no longer lowered his voice because it was unnecessary. The rest, although very angry at the mistake of the middle-aged woman, are more optimistic about their own lives. At this time, without any hesitation, they ran along with Leorio and Xiaomu who were leading the way ahead. Ho ho! At this moment, a large number of hoarse roars sounded. Boom boom boom! Accompanied by the sound, there was a burst of dull footsteps. Someone looked over curiously, but after a glance, they screamed. Then the pace quickened. Kurapika was heartbroken and turned to look. But I saw a big man with a height of 2 meters rushing towards them. The right hand of this big man is extremely huge, already the size of a person. It can be seen that the power of this kind of zombie is definitely not small. Chapter 148 Then train them. Advertisement. A powerful monster appeared, but Kurapika and the others remained calm. Their strength will not be worried because of this monster. However, although they were calm, people who did not know their strength were terrified. They all started running furiously. In this regard, Leorio kept yelling and could only run along with them to prevent these people from being killed. Seeing this, Mom behind him didn't make much movement. Yuan followed leisurely. Boom! At this moment, the big man who had rushed towards the team just now slammed into 267 on the wall beside him. The wall, which was extremely hard for ordinary people, was directly knocked down. Seeing this, people swallowed involuntarily, and the speed of running became even faster. This is running for their lives. Unexpectedly, few people shouted tired. You know, just now, after only a few steps, someone started to shout that they were tired. It even required Leorio pushing them from behind. Faced with this kind of danger, Mom doesn't even know what to save such a person. Ring ring ring. Kurapika swung the chain and threw it at the big zombie. With a bang, the little head hidden by the big man was easily blown away by Kurapika. Such ease made the people who were struggling to escape just now panicked. Advertisement. For the first time, they realized what kind of existence Hunter is. The killing of a large number of zombies by one person was just the easiest activity for them. Slowly, the people running ahead stopped, looked at the big zombie lying motionless on the ground, and then looked at the handsome young man Kurapika. Grunt. There was a sound of swallowing saliva. At the same time, people are also afraid of Kurapika. No other, just because they feel that Kurapika is too strong. For a while, the team was silent for a long time. In the end, Leorio urged them to go on the road, looking for a house that could protect them. This time, they got lucky and found a building that looked good. Although there are windows, they are small. And there are not many doors. Just the front and rear doors. This made Mom feel strange. He just created this world and decided the world view and background of this world. Other things in this world were not designed by Mom. All are created by the will of the world itself. The will of the world can be said to be the way of heaven, and it can also be said to be an intelligent AI system. Advertisement. Anyway, it's the thing Mom uses to manage these worlds. There are strong and weak, and the world is bigger and the level is higher, so the will and intelligence of the world are higher. If there is nothing extraordinary about that world, it is a standard world template. After entering this coffin-like building, the people in the team relaxed at once. After closing the door, Mom and the others gathered together. What should we do now? Are you really going to tie them zombies for them to kill? Bakuer looked at Kurapika and Leorio and asked seriously. Of course, isn't that agreed? Leorio replied without thinking. Bakuer said angrily, didn't you see the situation of those people just now? Even if you kidnapped the zombies, they wouldn't have the courage to kill them. Then go and persuade them, you will always make up your mind. Leorio said seriously, I will never give up on any patient like me asking for help. Okay, even if you succeeded in persuading them, have you ever thought about how they will live in their future world after this time? Don't you think that their future world will also reach ours? Bakuer looked at Leorio and said seriously. Leorio looked at Bakuer and said angrily, then what do you want? Let them fight the zombies. Bakuer said seriously. This is a good way. Mom also agreed. Leorio and Kula 5.5 pickups shook their heads and said, no, it's impossible for them to fight directly without training. Then train them. Bakuer said loudly, take a few days to train them, at least let them fight by themselves. That's right, if we protect them too well, we might kill them, Peng Si interjected. Mom nodded and said, that's the truth. We can't keep them forever. We can only train their fighting skills so that they can survive the next mission. Chapter 149, The Bad Man. Advertisement. It's impossible to train with bare hands in a short time. Let's find weapons nearby. If you can find guns, that's the best. Kurapika nodded and said. Kurapika. Leorio looked at Kurapika in surprise. Leorio, they are right, we protect too well, we will only kill these people, we don't know how many times we have to do the mission here, if they can't learn to fight. Kurapika didn't say the whole thing, but Leorio and the others understood what he wanted to say. If they can't learn to fight, they will die in the next mission. Mom, who stayed aside, quietly watched the drama happen, and only he knew about it. If you die in this virtual world, you won't really die. It will just lose the memory of this period of time. As for the missing issue, that's even simpler. It's none of 23's business, isn't that the police officer's business? Moreover, the time flow in the virtual world is not the same as in reality. After they entered this world, the speed of time was set to many times faster. Perhaps, by the time they went out, less than an hour had passed. Does that count as missing? Kurapika's group, who didn't know about this, certainly wouldn't be as relaxed as Mom, and would only value the lives of the people in the team. Therefore, both Kurapika and Leorio want people in the team to learn to fight. Including Bakuer and Peng Si. They don't care much about these people, they just don't want to be their nanny. Advertisement. After deciding to do this, Kurapika decided to discuss with the team. However, it was clearly not a good plan. In the case of being able to get help, the human instinct to avoid evil drives people to choose to retreat. Except for some people who have figured it out, most people are refuting Kurapika's rhetoric. At the same time, he persuaded Kurapika to protect them in turn. Some people even started moral kidnapping, saying things like you are so strong, can't you protect us well? Faced with this kind of words, Kurapika and Leorio explained to them kindly that they were worried about their next mission. After hearing this, some people wanted to understand it, and knew that it would not work to continue like this. It is at least better to have someone to help you exercise now than not knowing anything. He also summoned up his courage and joined the ranks of training to fight. However, everyone knows that in this world, there will always be those who are lucky. Some of these people think that they will meet Kurapika and others next time. Some people think that they will meet someone stronger than Kurapika and others. Others think that after this time, they will get points, and they can redeem rewards to become stronger, and they don't need to exercise at all. It is even said that when this person uttered this statement, it aroused the resonance of many people. Not only did not reduce the number of bad people, on the contrary, there are more people. Seeing this, Kurapika and Leorio made a decisive decision and stopped the persuasion. To save any more outrageous excuses. Advertisement. Looking at the rest of the poor people, Kurapika didn't say much, but Leorio on the side looked like he hated iron and steel. He knew that if these people's minds were not changed this time, they would most likely die in the next few missions. But good words are hard to persuade the damn ghost. No matter how much Leorio tried to persuade, this group of rotten people remained indifferent. However, the attitude towards Leorio and his group is very good. Because no matter how badly they performed, they all knew that this task still had to rely on Kurapika and the others. Kurapika and Leorio accepted this and decided to help. On the side, Baokur and Peng Si complained quite a bit, thinking that it shouldn't be so hot with a cold butt. Mom saw this in her eyes and was speechless. At the same time, I got a better understanding of the temperaments of Kurapika and Leorio. This kind of people is merciless to the wicked, but has unprecedented kindness towards ordinary people. Having this temperament should be related to their childhood experiences. Therefore, in the Hay Gang, Kurapika is decisive in killing. Leorio is also able to deal with various battles. However, only civilians will not be shot. At most, it's just a stun. Not even helpless. The character is very good, but some of them are not suitable for the current scene. Chapter 150, The Shooting Incident. Advertisement. Bang bang. Shoot, shoot, shoot as we trained, shoot. Leorio pointed at the zombies in front of him, and loudly urged the people who were already holding guns at this time. Apparently, in the previous search for supplies, they found guns. It is precisely because of this that after training for a while, it actively triggered the arrival of zombie groups and started killing monsters. Not much, everyone only needs to kill 10 zombies. However, the idea is very good, but after killing the first zombie and learning that killing the zombie will get points rewards, everyone is unwilling to stop. After all, they know that points can be exchanged for money. Whoever kills 10 zombies, back down and give up their guns to the others. Leorio continued to shout loudly. Bang bang bang. However, the intense gunfire masked his words. Even if they heard his words, those who got a lot of points by shooting zombies with guns pretended not to hear them. With a look of excitement, he shot at the group of zombies. The eyes directly changed from the previous panic to excitement and greed. Looking at the zombies, it's like looking at the god of wealth. Do you think he can wake up those people? Bakur suddenly said to Mom. Mom was watching a good show. When she heard the question, she paused and turned to look at Baokur. Advertisement. Then he opened his mouth and said, a person who pretends to be asleep, you will never wake up. Yet, I don't think he can't see it. Baokur nodded in agreement. Because he is also a person pretending to be asleep. Mom shrugged noncommittally. Baokur paused, exchanged glances with Peng Si, and then nodded, agreeing with Xiaomu's statement. You man, I've watched you kill more than 10 zombies, why don't you give up your gun? At this moment, someone in the crowd pointed at a person who seemed to have killed 10 zombies but was unwilling. The retreating young man questioned. Don't talk nonsense, my marksmanship is too bad. Although I shot so many shots, I didn't kill many at all. Get out, I want to kill zombies. The dead zombies were also very angry. In anger and panic, he directly pushed the person who pulled him out. The man didn't expect it to be like this, he accidentally fell to the ground. Seeing so many people looking at him, even though he was still very scared just now, but he didn't know where his self-esteem came from, which made him very angry. Ah! He yelled and rushed towards the young man, shouting loudly, give up the gun, it's not yours. After speaking, he stretched out his hand to snatch the gun from the young man's hand. Seeing this, how could the young man do what he wished, and immediately got into a fight with him. Boom! While pulling, the gun rang. However, there were constant gunshots at the scene, and not many people noticed this. Even so, young man Xi looked at the man lying on the ground with a dazed expression, clutching his wound in excruciating pain. Advertisement. No, I didn't fire the gun. He came to grab it. It was him. It was because of him that the gun went off. The young man explained to himself. Leorio, something happened. Kurapika called Leorio, ran to the side of the injured man, and started to work with a serious face. Whoosh! On the other side, Baokur, with a flash, came directly to the side of the young man, and dropped the gun from his hand. Afterwards, he kicked the young man's knee and knocked him to the ground. The situation in this scene quickly attracted people who were still shooting. For a while, they stopped and looked at Leorio who was helping the wounded in the crowd. Without the support of their firepower net, the zombie swarms rushed towards them like waves. "Mom, help me!" Leorio shouted in Mom's direction. In this regard, Mom shrugged and did not speak. Whoosh whoosh. After Sui, Li Zhao, raised his hand, a piece of cards was thrown out. The cards cut the necks of the zombies like precise guidance, and easily killed the zombies in the front. The people who reacted continued to pick up the guns in their hands and started shooting crazily. This time, they didn't get greedy anymore, killed 10 zombies, and after completing the task, they retreated and gave up their positions to other people. In this way, the person who killed the zombies was methodical. But the injured person is difficult to deal with here. The bullet is in the wounded person's body, and Leorio's ability cannot be taken out through the air. Chapter 151 What kind of fool is this? Advertisement. Leorio's ability is indeed able to detect the internal situation of the human body, and can also cut through the skin to find the bullet and take it out accurately. However, there is no medical equipment of any kind here, and Leorio naturally knows that performing surgery in this environment is really too dangerous. A wound infection, if not treated in time, is a life. Thinking of this, Leorio became entangled, and also angry that when he developed Nen, he didn't think well enough. Because, he knows that even in daily life, he will carry all kinds of emergency medical equipment. As it is now, nothing is brought in. Save him, I will help him heal. Karapika seemed to see Leorio's entanglement, and said directly. Hearing this, Leorio looked at Karapika with bright eyes. 617. Without any explanation from Karapika, Leorio just bowed his head and started the operation. He believed that Karapika would not deceive him in such a matter. Leorio's hands are very steady now, and with the assistance of Nian Qi, he easily cut open the injured wound with his nails. Then he gathered his thoughts and punched the wounded man next to the wound. That appearance scared many people back a few steps, and said that Leorio was going to kill someone to reduce the pain of the wounded. However, they are a little ignorant. The only reason Leorio did this was to take out the bullets from the wounded body. It is not acceptable to take it directly, it will tear the wound of the injured. As for using other tools, that route is even worse. If it weren't for the professional tool, CDCF, Leorio would be worried about the big trouble after the mistake. Advertisement. In order to avoid these troubles, his Nen is the most suitable. It controls the size of the Nian Qi and the severity of the Nen. Leorio's punch looked heavy, but in fact it was just a small wave that penetrated along the inner wall of the wound. It was also thanks to Nen that Leorio was able to accurately determine the position of the wounded bullet like a radar. Not an iota of difference. This small fluctuation, which was triggered but not sent out, quickly came to the bottom of the bullet. Then, like a small fist, it is a punch directly to the bullet. With a bang, the bullet flew out and touched the ground beside it. There was a ding-ding sound. Karapika, it's now. Leorio turned to look at Karapika and said. Seeing this, Karapika didn't hesitate, and hung his right hand. Ring ring ring. A chain with a cross fell down. In the next second, the chain stretched directly to the injured man's wound. Then, there was a burst of emerald green light. This scene made the people around them involuntarily gasp in amazement. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the injured man's wound slowly began to heal. After a while, the wounded wounds of the wounded were healed as if they were not injured. Apart from the fact that he lost a lot of blood and his complexion was a little pale, there was nothing else. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, many people breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, their confidence in their ability to survive was even higher. As far as this master's treatment method is concerned, even if they are injured, they will not really die. At most, it hurts a little. If that's the case, then there's still something to be afraid of. The matter of the injured was settled, and the next thing was the matter of the young man who accidentally injured someone. Seeing that the wounded was fine, the young man was actually not as nervous and anxious as before. However, watching Leorio and Karapika look over, he still panicked. It's none of my business. It was he who snatched the gun himself and caused the fire. I didn't want to shoot him. The young man hurriedly explained. You have already killed 10 zombies, why are you still occupying the gun and not letting them go? Karapika looked at the young man and asked coldly. I haven't killed yet. 23, you have killed 23 zombies in total, don't say that you haven't killed enough. Karapika directly interrupted the youth's words. Hearing this, the young man froze, staring blankly at Karapika, not knowing what to say for a while. Suddenly, he saw the gun in his hand. No, I already have a gun, why should I be told by them? Thinking of this, the young man's expression gradually became calmer. Seeing Karapika and the others proudly said, Don't move, I can get points if I kill these zombies, why should I let it go? Don't come near me, I have a gun in my hand. Listening to the young man's words, Mom, who was waving his arms and flying the cards, couldn't help but look sideways. What kind of fool is this? Chapter 152 The Boring Process. Advertisement. Tess? Bullet? These things, if there is no blessing of thought energy, are nothing to those who are none. What can you do with that little energy? To break the surface? This is nothing but a joke to those who are none. A novice like Zoisai who has just learned rap, facing kilowatts punches with several tons of strength, but only pain instead of broken ribs, or even injured internal organs. It is enough to show how outrageous Niankai's protection of objects is. Although the bullet is strong, it is nothing without the blessing of mind energy. Whoosh! Just when the young man was completely at a loss and wanted to warn Kurapika and the others with guns, a figure, before he could react, directly dropped the weapon in his hand. This person is none other than Kurapika. An ordinary person, let alone holding a gun and confronting an. Even holding a bazooka is useless. Let's not talk about whether we can break the defense. I'm afraid it is, even if there are no people. Really, the strength of Nan is too strong. It's still fast. This is less than 5 meters away. For a strong player like Kurapika, it doesn't even take 0.1 second to cross. Boom. Advertisement. In order to avoid accidents, Kurapika knocked the young man unconscious. Then it was thrown to the ground. Then, Kurapika stopped paying attention to this young man. Such a person is not worth saving. Regarding this, Leorio remained silent, but in the end he also ignored the young man. He wanted to help the sick, but that was obviously not the feeling he had for people like young people. It's about the affection for those families who are poor but trapped by illness. Before, I wanted to save people, but because these people were a group of innocent ordinary people, and they had the ability to help. But this kind of help is not a prerequisite for them to be let down. It's just that they don't want to kill people, and they have a direct focus on life. Kurapika is like this, let alone Leorio. But if this is the case, it will not look good. Mom, who was swinging her arms, looked at Leorio and Kurapika's handling from the corner of her eye, but she didn't feel much in the mood to watch the show. Mom, who wanted to leave, had no intention of staying here any longer. However, leaving abruptly does not fit Mom's idea of creating such a virtual world. At least, it needs to be said. Like this. After this wave of zombies was settled, Mom finally said, "Very well, you have passed the most difficult beginning, and I wish you good luck for the rest." Mom, what do you mean? Leorio asked puzzled. What else do you mean? I'm just a novice guide. Could it be that, do you think I need to stay here for 7 days? Mom shrugged and said, since I have completed a task, of course I have to leave. They all completed a task. Baokuer said in surprise, you mean, those who left also completed the task? Asking for flowers. Advertisement. That's not true. Except for a few people who have completed the task, the rest, one counts as one, have been dismembered. Mom shook her head and said. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Kurapika and the others to ask questions, he waved his hand and said, it's time, see you by fate. After speaking, Mom disappeared in a flash of white light. Seeing the place where Mom disappeared, everyone present felt heavy. They were well protected and thought that the rest of them were fine. But I didn't want to, but Mom burst out at this time. 0. There are still so many people who died. Dead so inexplicably. So miserable. For a moment, everyone was horrified, and at the same time, they were glad that they didn't leave. Afterwards, everyone looked at the young man who fell on the ground with strange expressions. They don't know if Kurapika and the others will ignore him. But they knew that if it was Kurapi, then there is absolutely no way for this person to survive the remaining 6 days here. Therefore, hugging the thighs of these hunters like Kurapika tightly is what they should do most. Instead of arguing with Kurapika and the others when they have nothing. Grunt. Many people swallowed their saliva. Then he looked at Kurapika and others in awe. Mom didn't care about this matter, even if it could be easily known, she didn't go to explore it. Instead, the second round of reincarnated recruits has started in a hurry, hoping that some interesting reincarnated people will come this time. Chapter 153, The Game Space is a Crime. Advertisement. It's boring, shit, after finding so many reincarnations, it's better for me to go directly to the virtual world to watch the plot deduced by the world consciousness. Mom, who had returned to reality, lay on the sofa, staring at the ceiling for a long time, speechless. The situation during this time made Mom very helpless. I thought that after gaining the wishing energy and the way to make a wish, I would become a person who can get the wind and the rain, and I would be very happy. However, only after he possessed the wishing energy, did he realize that this is absolutely the most impossible thing. Because, this kind of energy 160 made him lose a desire to want. No, it's not that there is no such desire, but that his desire will only exist for a short time. Then it will be satisfied. Want money? Yes, as much as you like. Want a woman? Yes, there are, as beautiful as they are. Want rights? Of course, a planet or even a universe of people are all at your command. If you want to use spider silk to fly around the city like Spider-Man, you can. If you want to become a thunder fruit capable person like Anilo and kill all directions, you can. If you want to get infinite gems, you can snap your fingers. If you want to become a scion, many masters can fight against each other. It is even said that even if you want to have a child, you can. Advertisement. Everything Mom wants, after he thinks, and then uses the wishing energy. He achieved it all. In this case, Mom just stayed in the multivariate virtual world for half a year, and he was bored to the point of getting tired. As a result, he ran directly back to reality. But the reality at this time has become extraordinarily lively because of the stuff he created before that is similar to the main god's space. The number of capable users soared from tens of thousands before to 1 million, an increase of nearly 100 times. This is nothing, the most important thing is that the strength of these ability users is actually very strong. You know, it was still the time of naughty people. Although there are tens of thousands of Nen masters, there are only less than 100 real powerhouses. In the medium category, there are less than 1,000. The low-level Nen are the majority, all of them have only a little Nian Chi skills, and the Nen Chi value does not even have 1,000 points. Where is it like now? The world is in turmoil. Although Mom has said that things cannot be said in the game space in reality, otherwise it will be obliterated, this time it is truly obliterated. However, even so, there are still many people who have exposed the game space due to various circumstances. Of course this is the case, no matter how great the ability is and how good the setting is, once the base is large, there will always be some people who dedicate themselves for various reasons. Therefore, the exposure of the game space is a matter of time. Now, all forces in the entire human world have set up research on the game space. Many people who have no way forward regard the game space as a place to practice and advance. People with insufficient strength regard the game space as an opportunity to become stronger. Advertisement. People who desire to become stronger but can't learn and regard the game space as a life-saving straw. All kinds of circumstances make the game space a treasure-like existence in the real world. Task? Difficulty? That's all right. The only ones who are afraid and worried about this kind of thing are ordinary people. People who want to be strong and want to become stronger will not be afraid of these. In reality, tens of millions of people sign up for the Hunter test every year, and the strength of these tens of millions of people is more or less stronger than ordinary people. And on the side of the Sky Arena, how many people sign up every year, and how many people have reached the 50th floor or above? This is especially the case on Meteor Street. Even if everyone is not strong, they are all masters of unscrupulous methods. The same is true of Ukexen's gang. The same is true for the armies of major countries. Although there are many ordinary people, it seems that it is no longer the mainstream. In this case, the Hunter Association's 4.7 is of course aware of the game space. He even got an instruction from V5 to conduct research on the game space. The above is the information of the game space. Everyone, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. In the Hunter Association headquarters, there are 14 people around a conference table in a conference room. They are the leaders of the Hunter Association, the president of Hunter, the 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association and the Domian people. The one who spoke just now was Domian, who was compiling information about the game space. Chapter 154, Meeting of the 12 Earthly Branches. Advertisement. Ho 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 ho, you probably didn't find anything. Netero smiled and said to the 12 earthly branches in front of him. As soon as these words came out, many members of the 12 earthly branches present became serious. This is very pessimistic about them. How can it be possible to make them happy? In this case, of course, you have to perform well. After investigation, this game space was not handed down from ancient times, but appeared suddenly some time ago. Judging from various circumstances, it can be concluded that this is the activity of one or a group of Nen people. Su Dog Kitar said seriously while holding a stack of documents. Hearing this, many people looked at Zhu Jin. As far as they know, High 23 Pig Jin and a group of people made a game called Greedy Island. This point is very similar to the current game space. In the near future, there is no such plan, but that group of people are quite powerful, and they can actually make props through this method. Hai Zujin said with his hand on his chin. He spoke to himself, completely ignoring other people's attention. And looking at Hai Zujin like this, the other 12 earthly branches don't care about this guy anymore. Because they also know that if an person develops his ability excessively, it will not make himself stronger, but will make himself weaker. They didn't think Higgy King was such a fool. Advertisement. Greedy Island has been determined. It is a realistic game, but it can only be played on Greedy Island. The gap with the current game space that can be played all over the world is really too big. However, from Hai Zujin's words, they also heard what he meant. Such a powerful NAN game in the game space is absolutely impossible to be written by a NAN player. It was built by a group of NAN people. The number of this group of NAN people is even much more than they imagined. 10, or 20, if you find them, you'll beat them all up. Yinhu Kangzai said with one hand resting on the table in front of him, baring his teeth. As a combatant, he really didn't want to think about these things. Click it, click it. There was another loud sound of potato chips breaking, but everyone didn't care, because they all knew that it was Vyang Jinta eating. They have long been used to it. Of course, among these people, there is another person who is very angry about this kind of thing. Yuji Crook rested his chin in one hand, and said indifferently, Jinta, it's so dirty and stinky. W. Advertisement. Vyang Jinta didn't care at all, and ate the potato chips in his hand regardless. Hey, let me tell you, can you find the key person? Shenho Sayu asked casually while holding the back of his head with both hands. There is indeed a key task. We investigated most of the different batches of people, and found from their mouths that they were all led by a novice instructor who claimed to be Mom. Sugu Kidor took another published document saying. Mom? Who is this? Shenho Sayu asked suspiciously. Yinhu Kangzai said impatiently, it doesn't matter who he is, find him first and ask, then you will know. If you don't say anything, just call him and tell him. Idiot, a group of people, who can you beat? You two P-horn interjected casually. What do you say, it doesn't matter whether he is one person or 10 people, I can still hit him. Yinhu Kangzai said angrily as he knocked on the table heavily. This time, I agree with Yinhu's suggestion. Zishu Paristan raised his hand and said with a smile. The guy who is afraid that the world will not be chaotic in 723. Yuji said with disdain. Zishu Paristan didn't care about this at all, he just kept smiling and looked at the Hunters President, Netero. President, what do you think? Palestine, don't try to disturb President Netero's judgment. Ugly Cow Mijistan said seriously while looking at Rat Paristan. Regarding this, Zishu Paristan smiled indifferently and said, no way, I'm just asking for the president's opinion. After all, everyone is the same, so you can't pay attention. Zishu, it's not that we can't keep our attention. We're just discussing. The discussion hasn't been completed yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Sugu Kidar looked at Zishu Paristan very dissatisfied. Ho 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 ho, well, stop now, Chider, do you have any information about this baby boy? True stopped the ensuing argument with a smile and asked. Chapter 155, Beating All. Advertisement. Yes, Mom, full name is Mom Freaks, there has been no activity information before, and it didn't show up until last year's Hunter test. Sugu Kidor said with the information in his hand. While talking, his eyes looked directly at the end of the table. That is the direction of Hai Zujin. Yo, faced with so many people looking at him, Hai Zujin was not afraid at all, but greeted him with a smile. Hey, you're tall, what's the relationship between you and Mom? Yinhu Kangzai grinned and bared his teeth and asked Hai Zujin. Although the rest of the people didn't speak, they looked straight at Suan Zujin. For those present, after all, Hai Zuking's full name is Kim Freaks. It's the same last name as Mom. In this case, the surname is not a family name like Mom's previous life. The surname Freaks is actually very rare in this world. So, when hearing that Sham's surname is the same as that of Hai Zuking, it is almost impossible to say that you will not think of anything. Advertisement. I don't know about the matter you are talking about. Perhaps, this may be his way of throwing it out. In fact, he does not have this surname. After all, the number of people with the surname Freaks now is definitely not more than one hand. Pig Jin restrained his expression, analyzed seriously and said. Ho 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 ho, speaking of the Hunter test, I have an impression. In that test, there were indeed a few children with relatively high potential. 2 of them seemed to be a pair of cousins. The silent Netero interrupted with a smile and said. Zishu Parisstone said with a smile, yes, that Mom is the cousin of that J Freaks, what a coincidence, this J Freaks seems to be the son of Mr. Jin. Is there such a thing? It's fake, I don't have any cousins. Hai Zujin thought for a while and said directly. No, Mr. Jin, we found out that Mom is indeed a cousin of yours. When he first appeared, he was looking for the parents of one of your cousins, and then he found the Whale Island. Moreover, on the side of Whale Island, I have encountered many things. The local residents all know this Mom. The Domian man took the conversation and said, we went over there to find out, and through your other sister, Ms. Mito, we confirmed that this information is true. Okay, it turned out to be you are the mastermind behind the scenes. Yinhu Kangji pointed at Hai Zujin and said excitedly. After finishing speaking, he launched an attack on Hai Zujin without hesitation. Facing the attack, Hai Zujin didn't care, but began to think suspiciously. What's going on with Mom? Why in that so-called game space, he is still the most critical instructor. Hai Zujin was punched by Yunhu Kangze and flew out. When he flew out, he was still thinking about the various information he had just come into contact with. Advertisement. When Yunhu Kangji was stopped, the fallen Hai Zhu Kim lay on the ground like this and said, "Didn't Mom be an when he participated in the hunter test?" Yes, Momu at that time already had her own nin. The Domian man flipped through the information and said, according to his judgment, it should be a kind of explosive power. 11. Explosive power. After listening to Domianran's words, those of the 12 earthly branches who had their own minds became suspicious. In their view, it is impossible for a person with explosive nin to become a team that needs a trait system or a manipulator to complete the game space. Even said, nin of Mom, it's hard to even be part of this team. Because, this game space does not need nin like Mom to develop. In this way, in fact, it is not true that Hai Zujin is the mastermind behind the scenes, mod how. For nin of Hai Zujin freaks, more or less they all know something. Even if he did make a game, but that game is just a real game formed with the help of the abilities of the other nin people. It is completely different from the situation in the game space, where only one capable person can create introductions. In other words, Yunhu Kangji beat the wrong person. Regarding this point, Yunhu Kangze didn't care very much, saying that at most he was beaten back. It is impossible for him to admit his mistake and apologize, anyway, he has been beaten. Chapter 156, Determining the Team. Advertisement. Ho 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 ho, we can directly ask that Mom about this matter. Netaro said with a smile. The president is right. Sugu Chider said in support of Netaro. Yunhu Kangji asked anxiously, I'm looking for it, but where should I look for it? Where else can I look for it? Of course I'll go to Greedy Island. U2 Pihorn said while playing with his mobile phone. Then who is going to do this? Chen Long Potter asked, looking at the crowd with his arms folded. I don't care about the others, I want to go with me. Yin Huzhong raised his hand and bared his teeth. Zishu Paristone said with a smile, where is Mr. Jin's territory, should I let Mr. Jin go there? Although it was a question sentence, everyone could tell from his tone that he was forcing Hai Zujin to set off as the leader. Of course it was just the leader of the team. It was absolutely impossible for them to let Hai Zujin, who was related to Mom, get along with Mom alone. Even if it is certain that neither of these two people is behind the scenes, they will not do this. Especially since this thing is so much fun, and it may be their chance to go further. How could you let it go? That is to say, it is not sure whether Mom is still on the Greedy Island, otherwise, people like Zishu Paristan who have their own intelligence channels have already set off to the Greedy Island. He loves to play, and loves to play with Netaro, but no matter how he plays, he needs strength. If he has the same strength as Netaro, then he can really play with Netaro seriously once. Rather than, as it is now, it is just a mode for the elderly to play with children. Advertisement. He hates this mode, it makes him very unhappy to play. Therefore, he wants to obtain that game space ability, and make this game space a plaything for himself to become stronger and play with. Okay, but I have to designate the candidates for the team. Hai Zujin agreed to this suggestion, but he put forward his own request. It's set up, but it's not quite set up yet. In this regard, the smart people present were not surprised. Ho 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 ho, okay, but you can only choose from among us. Netaro stroked his beard and said with a smile. Yes. Hai Zujin nodded and said, I don't plan to choose from other people. Then who are you going to choose? Sugu Kidor asked anxiously. Simple, from now on, the first 3 people who leave this room will be my choice. Hai Zujin said with 3 fingers up. Whoosh whoosh. As Hai Zujin's voice fell, the 12 earthly branches at the scene took action instantly. The leader is Inho Kangji. There is action, and of course there is also immobility. In addition to these 12 earthly branches that are moving, there are several 12 earthly branches, by, sitting on the chair without moving. Among them are Si Snake Galu, U2 Pihorn, Zishu Paristan, and Tian Niu Mizistan. Netaro didn't move either, but, he wasn't counted. Advertisement. Okay, I'm the first. Yunhu Kangji shouted loudly. Standing by the side are Sugu Kidor and Chenho Sayu. Ho ho ho, that's Yunhu, Sugu and Chenho, right? Netaro said with a smile. Faced with this question, Hai Zujin shook his head and said, no, I want to bring them. Saying this, Hai Zujin's finger pointed at Shishigalo who had just sat in their seats without moving. Obviously, in Hai Zujin's heart, the person who wants to get involved in this matter is definitely not the person he wants to bring along. Even Zishu Paristone, Hai Zu didn't want to take it with him. However, compared to the others, he chose the mouse Paristan who might be more troublesome. This is a question of trade-offs. Compared with looking at several people, it is easier to look at one person. Why, didn't you just say that the top 3 who ran out were your teammates? How did you change your mind? Yinhu Kangze shouted angrily, pointing at Hai Zujin. Ah, yes, maybe I forgot. Hai Zujin said with an expression of is that the case. Seeing that Yinhu Kangze gritted his teeth for a while, he wished to bite Hai Zujin to death. Yinhu Kangze, who doesn't know how to use his brain very much, didn't know that when he was about to kill Hai Zujin, the other 12 earthly branches wanted to understand one of the things. This guy Hai Zujin is really too narrow-minded. Even if it wasn't shown before, it was exposed in the so-called choice just now. Chapter 157, Social Unrest. Advertisement. It doesn't really matter what you choose, the important thing is not to make the same choice as Yunho Kangji. Because, He Zujin would definitely not choose the group that Yunho Kangji was in. After thinking about this, many of the 12 earthly branches became annoyed. They really want to go to Mom and ask about the game space. But now, because of this problem, they couldn't go, which made them very angry. However, after thinking about it, the expressions of many Erdazi eased down. Now it's just that they are not allowed to go with the team, and they haven't said that they can't go alone. Right. Most of the 12 earthly branches who can't go to Greedy Island have such an idea. In this regard, Netero, Zisha Peristan, and Hai Zujin can all see it. But they can't stop it, they can only let them act on their own. In other words, in fact, Netero did not plan to rely on a few 12 earthly branches to deal with this matter at all. This time, the incident involved too many people, and it was too big. Therefore, his idea is that one group of people passed in the open, while the other group passed in secret. One light and one dark can let them see more truth. Having made the final decision, a group of people also started their actions. Of course, it is impossible to go directly and hastily, and you need to make various preparations. But when the 12 earthly branches were preparing to go to Greedy Island to find Mom, an incident occurred in an archipelago far outside the human world circle. Mito Ni Federation, one of the bottom Balasa Islands in the Hunter x Hunter world map. Advertisement. It is also the most peripheral one. In this archipelago, there is such a magical country. Today, the world's technology is already very advanced, but in the Mito Ni Federation, there is a farming country named NGL Autonomous Country. Entire countries are banned from using technology. Therefore, the newborns who appear here don't even know what technology is. In this regard, they do not feel that there is anything wrong. But those who know the truth know that this is not a primitive country that has abandoned technology at all, but a country that has been controlled by drug traffickers. The so-called abandonment of technology is just to let the residents here grow raw materials for drugs. And on one coast of this country, a humanoid ant is laying eggs. If Mom was here, he'd know that this thing was the Chimera Queen he knew. But this time is different from the time he knew. Chimera ants appeared earlier. The eggs in the cave are likely to be able to hatch within a few days. Once a soldier ant hatches, the subsequent chimera ants will develop at several times the rate. At that time, it will not take too long to grow to the scale in the plot. In this regard, human beings who know nothing about it are still reveling in the matter of the game space. Asking for flowers. There are quite a few people who have successfully carried out activities and are too powerful. Advertisement. And after a person suddenly becomes stronger, there will often be various reactions. Some are calm, some complain, and some are disdainful, but they are all treated quietly. And there are quiet ones, and of course there are exciting ones. The most typical one is that a person who is originally weak, after suddenly gaining strength, will often perform in front of their former goddess or male god. Even use this to win the heart of your sweetheart and so on. 0. However, it was all okay. Except for these kinds that have little impact on society. There is also a kind of madman who is obsessed with the mind of his second child. The first time he gained power, he felt that he was the child of destiny. Feel superior. Then began various anti-human, anti-social operations. Therefore, the social situation is actually not as stable as Netero said. It's just that for the hunters, the society they were in contact with was not a stable society. Therefore, they will ignore that for ordinary people, this is a phenomenon of great social change and social chaos. There are even many families who think this is a harbinger of a big war, so they began to stockpile supplies frantically. And following the trend is the normal state of human beings, and therefore, when there are families frantically stockpiling supplies, it also drives the people around them, one by one, and keeps on taking them down. Soon there was a trend of skyrocketing prices in society. Chapter 158 Huge Planet. Advertisement. Forget it, let's go out. Mom, who really has nothing to do at home, suddenly said. That's how people are, when they think about it, they think about it. Obviously a few days ago, he was still playing extremely happily in the game space. But now, Mom has lost interest in the game space. It's like when people are doing something, they are very emotional and enthusiastic at the beginning. But after a while, it gets boring and boring. Unless there are like-minded people together, or are forced to act. Otherwise, it's probably the case. This 340 situation can also appear in study and work. Mom, who left Greedy Island, didn't know the actions of the 12 earthly branches. And even if you know it, you won't care. No matter what they think, the game space has realized its own operation at this time. The main body is placed in a mezzanine space. It is even said that Mom also gave the game space body the ability to walk by itself. As a result, the current game space is without Mom's shot. It is impossible to be discovered by others. The reason for making such considerations is because Mom also knows that there is a bigger world outside the human world. No, this small place of human beings is nothing more than some small islands in a huge lake. Outside of this huge lake, there is still a huge planet. According to Mom's own knowledge, he believes that the planet they are standing on now is likely to be much larger than Jupiter in the solar system. Advertisement. The surface area of Jupiter is only 122 times that of the Earth. But obviously, just one Mobius lake already exceeds the area of 122 human worlds. That is to say, the planet under their feet can even think about it, getting closer to the size of the Sun. Too big, too big. Mom was really interested. As for saying that you can't go to the Dark Continent without a guide or approval. Who cares about them? He didn't even care about chimera ants, and wanted him to take care of such trivial things. If you are in a hurry, put them all into the game space and kill them. Death deletes memory, but it is Mom's setting. It's not really impossible to kill. And it needs to be approved before it can be included in the game space? How is it possible? But it is just to make people less resistant. After all, in essence, the game space is an artifact created by Mom himself. How could it be possible to set so many inconvenient settings for myself? Take off. Mom, who decided to go to the Dark Continent to see it, flew directly to the border of humans after leaving Greed Island. His speed is obviously very fast, but he didn't use too fast. While flying, he looked at the ground, and suddenly Mom thought of a question. If you want to see the Dark Continent, you don't have to fly there, he can also fly upwards. Yes, he will incarnate as a satellite. Advertisement. I feel excited just thinking about it. Raising his head, Mom's flight direction changed a bit, and the whole person flew towards the sky at high speed. km. 10,000 meters. The higher and the higher the flying, the stronger the feeling of being squeezed by Xiaomu's body. It's just that Mom, who has the ability to transfer damage, directly ignored this feeling. He kept flying towards the sky. After flying for a while, Mom felt that her center of gravity was not as strong as before. It's light and airy, but it's a little cool. Looking at the ice marks on the clothes, Mom also understood that it was not cold, but cold. It's just that he won't be hurt by the cold, so he only feels cool. Knowing her situation, Mom didn't pay too much attention to it, but tried her best to look at the huge planet below. Shocked. The planet in front of him is too big, even if Mom has entered space, he still can't see the whole planet in front of him. He could only see the huge lake below and some landforms around the lake. This is too strange. 3.8 Strange, why is there no difference between the ozone layer of such a big planet and the Earth in the previous life? No wonder the satellites in this world can operate, but there is no way to collect the rest of the information in the Dark Continent. In such a situation, I am afraid that all kinds of civilizations will multiply on this planet alone. On the human side, science and technology and thoughts go hand in hand. According to the situation of the chimera ant, there might still be Zerg in the Dark Continent. Even the Protoss in the interstellar world may exist, anyway, they are nothing more than a group of energy life forms. Chapter 159, Chaser. Advertisement. Interesting, this Dark Continent is much more interesting than I thought. Mom returned to the atmosphere, looked at the distance and grinned. He didn't stay where he was anymore, and Mom flew directly to the Dark Continent. At this time, Mom's speed has increased a lot, and it is not the same sightseeing situation as before. At this time, Hai Zujin also brought people to Greedy Island. When he saw his friend, he also learned from his friend that Mom was no longer greedy. The menacing attack came in vain, which made the group of the 12 earthly branches have their own emotions. Especially Yunhu Kangze, who was gnashing his teeth and went crazy. In order to determine Momo's location, the 12 earthly branches found a tracker who could locate Nan. I thought I would know the location of 23 Mom in the human world. Unexpectedly, according to the position, Momo has left the human world at this time, and is moving rapidly to the outside. Among the 12 earthly branches who had learned about the situation outside the world, they immediately guessed where Momo's destination was. Dark Continent. Thinking of this, the reaction of the 12 earthly branches was even greater than the information that Mom had a relationship with the game space. Obviously, in their view, the game space cannot be compared with the Dark Continent. This is a problem of cognition, because they have never entered the game space and do not know the situation in the game space. Because of this, the group will have this view now. Advertisement. When did he get the visa? Shen Hosaiu asked strangely. No, there hasn't been a visa to the Dark Continent in recent years. Ugly Cow Mijistan shook his head and said. As a 2-star criminal hunter, an operating lawyer of a civil security company, and the conscience of the 12 earthly branches, Ugly Bull Mijistan will pay attention to things that can affect social stability. Therefore, he is very clear about the visa of the Dark Continent. Of course, even if he didn't say anything about it, the other 12 earthly branches who also paid attention to it knew about it. But now is not the time to talk about this. They just want to know, how did Mom pass the gatekeeper without signing the contract? He didn't intend to use a visa at all, and he didn't even intend to contact the gatekeeper. Suddenly, Si Snake Gala said. As a poison hunter, she is also yearning for the Dark Continent, which has a large number of unknown species and can refine various poisons. It can be seen from Mom's moving speed. He definitely does not use airships or ships to act. Therefore, it can be seen that Mom is definitely flying past. Anan who can fly? But, for Mom's Nan, it's obviously a strike type, so why can't it fly? The 12 earthly branches, whose brain is not very good, still can't figure out how Moma flies. Advertisement. But the few 12 earthly branches that the brain earns very quickly have already been thought of. Reaction force, this method can indeed be done. However, that requires a lot of thought energy as support. It was hard for them to believe. How did Cao Mu last for so long? What are you thinking? That person ran away, hurry up and chase after him. Yinhu Kangze shouted impatiently. Although Yinhu Kangze is very stupid, but what he said was recognized by all the 12 earthly branches. Chasing, no matter how you want to chase him, the airship can't catch up with him, and there are no supplies. After going there, how do you want to come back? Is it possible that you want to swim back? You too, Pihorn said disdainfully. Then what do you say, don't care about it? Yin 460 Hu Kangze said angrily. Sugu Kidor said slowly, of course it doesn't matter, but we need to discuss a good charter. Sorry, I'm about to withdraw, and I don't need to discuss the regulations with me. Hai Zujin raised his hand and said to the other 12 earthly branches. After speaking, he walked towards the distance alone. No, you don't have a visa either, how are you going to get there? Sugu Kidor shouted loudly to Hai Zujin's back. Obviously, he has his own way. Zishu Paristan said with a smile. After finishing speaking, I also walked towards Hai Zujin and told the president that I would not go back either. Wait, take me, I'm going to. Yinhu Kangze shouted and followed with his eyes shining. Seeing this, the other 12 earthly branches, although moved, did not act. I still think it would be better to discuss what Sugu Chidar said. Chapter 160 Scary Fleas. Advertisement. At the edge of the Dark Continent, a figure hit the ground straight, making a loud noise. The figure was Mom, who was flying to the Dark Continent. This is the location due north of Mobius Lake. The reason for choosing this place is that it is a plane. Standing here and looking at the plane that is no different from the human world, Mom felt nothing. I felt that I was attacked several times in just that moment. Mom also noticed all kinds of bugs on the plain grass. In terms of size, Mom estimated it and found that it was about the same size as those bugs in the human world. This made Mom wonder. In the plot, it is clearly said that the creatures here are surprisingly large. But now it seems that there is no such use case as he has seen. Confused, Mom began to walk forward. Walking on this endless plain, Mom was also very surprised. In such a large place, there are no animals, only some insects. This is really weird. Under the attack of various insects again, Sham finally saw a green line of the forest appearing in front of him. I feel that if ordinary people come here without wearing protective clothing, they will die here within 3 steps. Mom also quickened her pace. Soon, he approached the edge of the forest. Looking at the scene in front of him, Mom felt only one thing, that is big. Big in every sense of the word. Every tree here is very tall, even comparable to the so-called world tree in the human world. Advertisement. You know, that's a big tree thousands of meters long. And in front of your eyes, grab a handful. Moreover, when walking on the plain before, the grass that Mom stepped on had already grown to the height of a person. Now, Sham had to fly up and hurry. Otherwise, he would have to be in the grass now, unable to see the road ahead. It felt like entering a world of giants. Walking into the forest, Mom suddenly thought of a question. He probably knew why there were only some insects in the grassy plain before, instead of giant animals. If it is calculated in proportion. The plain that he thought was huge just now might be placed in a forest in the human world. Just a little bit of grass on the edge of the forest. And it's the most marginal kind, it's the same with him or without him. It is precisely because of this that those giant animals did not choose to stay here. After all, it's as if a tiger in the forest wouldn't survive in a meadow less than 1 meter wide at the edge of the forest. Shaking his head, Mom laughed at his previous doubts. This is the limit of vision. He entered the Dark Continent for the first time, and he didn't have an accurate judgment on the spatial scale of the Dark Continent. Whoosh! At the moment Mom just walked into the forest, something that had been peeping at him from a distance launched its own attack. The attack speed is as fast as the initial speed of a bullet. This speed is simply terrifying. Advertisement. Slap. Faced with this attack, Mom didn't react at all, and didn't want to take care of it. The moment he was attacked, he reached out and grabbed the thing that attacked him. The two attackers who were caught were also struggling unceasingly, trying to get out of Mom's palm. However, Mom's palm is like an indestructible clip, firmly restraining the attacker. Mom looked at the attackers in her hands flawlessly, raised her eyebrows in surprise, and then recognized the identities of these two gadgets. Flea. A flea the size of a watermelon. Contrast this with a small flea that is usually less than the size of a grain of rice. The two in Mom's hands are simply giants, and I don't know how many times they are huge. A small flea less than the size of a grain of rice can jump to a height of 19 centimeters and a distance of 33 centimeters. It is dozens of times their body length. If you do the math, the two in Mom's hands are about 20 centimeters long. That can at least jump to 6 meters. Doesn't sound like a big deal, but do the math and live at their speed. That would be scary. Within the range of 6 meters, the lethality of these two jumping honey is extremely strong. If ordinary people are hit, they will definitely not be able to escape death. After analyzing these, Mom was also surprised. This is in the peripheral area, if you enter some more. Mom has no idea what's in there. Chapter 161 Give it to you. Advertisement. In an instant, Mom killed the two fleas that dared to attack her, and then threw them aside. Shaking his hands, Mom grinned and continued walking forward. Just now, he felt a lot of eyes on himself. The number is countless times more than before. Obviously, there are more things that focus on oneself. Mom did not choose to explore directly, but maintained the current level of action. He wanted to feel the oppressive feeling of being watched by trillions of eyes. To be sure, this is definitely not a good feeling. It's like the sense of being seen all over the body, which makes people feel itchy all over the body. In this regard, Mom, who has never had such a feeling after obtaining the wishing energy, finds it particularly interesting. 407. Of course, it is impossible to have a sense of crisis. The so-called sense of crisis is the feeling that arises psychologically after realizing that things are too difficult. But for Mom, no matter how he does not use his ability, his confidence in his own strength will make it impossible for him to have such an idea. Especially, knowing that with the ability to transfer damage, it is impossible for him to be injured. How could Mom have the so-called sense of crisis and worry? Itching all over the body was already the limit that Mom could feel. Walking in this huge forest, Mom is as relaxed as if he was on an outing. If it weren't for his energy that has always been profitable, it would be impossible to see how many attacks Momo has suffered at this time. That is Mom, if another person comes over, if, does not wear protective clothing, or does not maintain wrap. It is almost an instant death state. Advertisement. Doesn't do much damage, but is very toxic. Whoosh. Another hunter couldn't bear to shoot Mom. In the bark of a big tree, a flea that had been hiding for a while shot from Mom's back. Snap. This time, Mom didn't let the flea succeed, but reached out and grabbed the flea directly. Hey, little girl, you still want to sneak attack, don't think too much. Mom put the flea in front of her eyes, said something funny, and then crushed it to burst. Whoosh whoosh. After Momo crushed the flea this time, as if the flea group's attack decision was triggered, a large number of fleas rushed towards him overwhelmingly. That scene seemed to be as spectacular as facing a group of missiles. If it were any other ordinary ninja, I'm afraid they could only drink their hatred here. However, Mom is no ordinary nin. Slap. A large number of fleas hit Mom's body, and there was a sound of rain hitting the glass. But it didn't hurt Mom in the slightest. In this regard, Mom looked at the fleas that fell on the ground, and even scratched the itchy spot just now. Little harm, but extremely insulting. At least, in the eyes of the flea king who is in charge of this flea. Mom's behavior is full of provocation. But at the same time, he also noticed the magic of Mom. Advertisement. When so many attacks fell on Mom, it didn't cause any damage at all. That is to say, there's such a massive attack is impossible for Mom to break through. In this regard, the Flea King was also not sure about Mom's situation, so he didn't dare to make another move. Even Mom's actions just now were very provocative. After waiting in place for a while, Mom didn't see any new fleas attacking him, which was very boring. Looking at the direction with the strongest breath in his line of sight, Mom frowned unhappily. Then he took out a Raydan and threw them on the ground under his feet. Give it to you. Mom talked, waved her hand, and walked. Boom. In the next second, Yintan's rich electric energy raged in a radius of hundreds of meters. In an instant, the burnt smell of various proteins spread in this space. Among them was a big tree that happened to come out within Lei Has attack range. Also in an instant, a big hole was destroyed. From a distance, it looks like it was directly bitten by something. Kaka. In the next second, the big tree that had existed for an unknown period of time began to collapse. If a giant tree over 1,000 meters wants to collapse, the speed will definitely not be too fast. This is especially true for species with very small bodies. Obviously, Momu, as a human being, is also a very small species in this dark continent. It took a few minutes for a large tree to fall, and then kicked up the dust of the giant star, causing a strong shock. Chapter 162, Huge Ancient Labyrinth City. Advertisement. Cough cough. Mom waved his hand to disperse the dust in front of him, and coughed a few times on the way. He obviously didn't suffer any damage, but he still had this physiological reaction. Looking around fixedly, seeing the scene that no longer had the previous scene, Mom felt a sense of accomplishment. However, I also feel that it looks terrible here. The peaceful beauty was destroyed. All that remains is the beauty of destruction. Mom didn't like it very much. He prefers the integrity of things, rather than the feeling of being destroyed now. Shaking his head, shaking off the feeling of something in his heart, Mom continued to walk forward. I don't know if the story of Mom destroying the superstar's flea colony has spread. Or this area is the territory of the Flea King. Anyway, during the following period of time, Mom was not attacked. Not even a sneak attack. After Mom walked hundreds of kilometers, the scene in front of him finally changed. In front of him, a tall city wall appeared in front of his eyes. The original appearance of the city wall can no longer be seen clearly. Its surface has long been clinging to it by various plants. This makes the city wall in front of you look like a plant wall. If it wasn't for Mom who came out of some space and saw a rock inside the plant, he wouldn't have noticed it. The appearance of the city wall let Mom know that his destination this time has arrived. Advertisement. Ancient Labyrinth City. One sits inland just north of Lake Mobius. All he knows is that there are herbs that can cure all diseases. If you want to arrive, you need to pass through a sea of trees, which is the one that Mom passed by before. Then go 400 kilometers further and you will be able to arrive. Now, Sham has only walked hundreds of kilometers before seeing the city wall. It's not that he arrived, but because the labyrinth city in front of him is really too big. It is so big that Momo can see the huge city wall from 100 kilometers away. And in this city, there is also its corresponding guardian. Plant weapon gold and silver ingots, dangerous level B+, is the guardian of this ancient labyrinth city. It looks like a human with a round head. However, the real weapon is the ball on the human body. It was a plant that could occupy the body of the corpse after eating the head of the creature. It will be a human body, not because there are creatures like humans nearby, but simply because, decades ago, an investigation team from the human world entered it. At that time, Zhanghe Kingdom sent a large number of troops, but they were completely defeated in that ancient labyrinth city, and the last survivors were only 2 people. It can be seen from this. The threat of this kind of plant weapon gold and silver ingots is quite high. But, that has little to do with Mom. He came to have a look just because he wanted to see this kind of plant weapon gold and silver ingots. So what is the herb that cures all diseases? Nothing important at all. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. In Greedy Island, or in the hands of some naughty people, there are too many such things. Especially Mom, who has wishing energy, will he need this thing? Even if you want to use it, just say no. The destination was right in front of him, and Mom didn't waste any more time. He sped up his speed and rushed towards the ancient labyrinth city. It won't take a while. Mom stood at the foot of the wall of the huge labyrinth city. 0. Looking up at the city wall in front of him, which was a few points taller than those trees, Xiaomu was also tongue-tied. If it is taller than those trees, it is a value of 1,000 meters. Good guy, the height of a city wall has reached more than 1,000 meters, what kind of attack is this to defend against? Shaking his head lightly, Mom didn't fly directly over. Instead, he walked along the city wall and looked at the spectacular scene of the city wall next to him. Along the way, Yuanmu found the gate of the huge labyrinth city. Looking at the gate of Gang Gang, Mom's face became strange. Because, he found that the style of the door in front of him was extremely familiar. If he remembers correctly, the trial door in Kilua's house is exactly the same as this one. It is simply a shrunken version of the huge door in front of you. Well, by the way, someone from Zaldik's family has also been to the Dark Continent, that is to say, the chances of their family seeing this door are indeed very high. Mom rubbed her chin and nodded. Chapter 163 More than 4 million tons? Advertisement. 1, 2, 3, 21. Mom counted the number of gates in front of her. It was found that compared with the 256 tons of Zaldik's 7 doors, the door in front of him had 14 more doors. According to the multiplied value of the gate. If you want to fully open the door in front of you, you need 4,194,304 tons of force. Zaldik saw the gate, and couldn't even reach a fraction of it. Obviously, this door is not prepared for ordinary creatures at all. But for those huge creatures. September 23. More than 4 million tons of power, so that's it. After calculating the resistance strength behind the door in front of him, Mom was a little disdainful. Although it is indeed a difficult value to cross. But that is only relative to ordinary people, and has little to do with Mom. However, judging from the situation of this gate, it is obvious that the power of more than 4 million tons is actually the highest batch on the Dark Continent. Mom rubbed her chin and muttered. This is not difficult to understand, as if Zaldik's family is the door of trials, the highest strength is 256 tons, which is determined according to the strongest batch of people in the society at that time. Before, Mom felt that the entire planet was so huge, and the level of power should be unprecedented. But, now it seems that it has only reached the level of Donshan. Seems strong, but, that's about it. No, that's not necessarily the case. This may be the edge of the Dark Continent. Perhaps in the middle, where the strength of the strong will be stronger. Mom thought for a while, shook her head and guessed. As for whether it is true or not, we can only find out when we see it later. Now. Mom looked up at the gate of the ancient labyrinth city in front of her, and grinned. Then, put your hands on it and start exerting force. Boom ka ka ka. Advertisement. The door that has not been pushed open for many years suddenly rang today. After that, the gates were quickly blocked one after another. 1, 2, 3, 12, 13. A total of 13 doors were slowly pushed open. In other words, Sham exerted more than 16,000 tons of power this time. So scary. And the most frightening thing is that Momo hasn't used any of his abilities, otherwise. As far as Mom's own situation is concerned, not to mention the 13 gates, even the highest 21 gates, he can open them all. Just, not necessary. Pure physical strength, to be able to reach this level, is really a rare power. This thing is already the strongest attack that surpasses many ninjas. One can imagine how invincible Mom is in the human world. With this changed situation, it's no wonder Mo is so boring. After pushing open the door, Mom walked in directly. And the door behind him was also slowly closing. At this time, Mom didn't pay attention to the closing of the gate, but fixed her eyes on a figure that appeared in front of her. Plant weapon gold and silver ingots. The moment Mom pushed open the door, it was activated. After activation, the plant weapon gold and silver ingots immediately started to act. Although she has no eyes, Mom can feel that the plant weapon gold and silver ingots are touching her. That's where it gets interesting. Advertisement. Mom, who was already interested in plant weapons gold and silver ingots, became even more interested in gold and silver ingots at this time. In particular, the observation method of gold and silver ingots seems to be similar to the observation of mental power, and it seems to be similar to the way Song Mao perceives the air to observe the world. Which one is the exact one, you have to look carefully to know. As for the plan to make a wish and learn about it directly, I don't want to touch Mew at all. It's as if he won't use the means of making a wish to understand the information of the entire Dark Continent. What is it for? It's not just to let myself play for a while. Looking at the gold and silver ingots rushing towards him, Mom was indifferent. He was lost in thought. In what form to fight? It has wishing energy and the ability to transfer damage. Mom can be sure that she is invincible in this world. Then they are all in a state of crushing 2.5, just using fists, hands, and feet to fight. That would be too boring. Therefore, Sham wanted to change the way of fighting. It's also a nice bit of fun. Thinking like this, Mom's eyes suddenly lit up, thinking of a good way to fight. Crossbow. Become a shooter and move around. Front dance. With a mutter, Mom rushed out directly. He stepped on the body of the gold and silver ingots, and then jumped back more than 10 meters. At the same time, 2 crossbow bolts hit the 2 knees of the gold and silver ingots. Chapter 164, Gold and Silver Ingots. Advertisement. Puff puff. The crossbow arrows sank into the knees of the body controlled by the gold and silver ingots, and seemed to cause a lot of damage. Snap. Then, the gold and silver ingots knelt directly on the ground, unable to move. Don't wait for Mom to smile smugly. He saw the gold and silver ingots pull out the crossbow arrows from his knees, and then stood up instantly. Oops. Mom raised an eyebrow. Afterwards, he raised the hand crossbow in his hand and quickly shot at the gold and silver ingots. Whoosh whoosh. One by one, the crossbow arrows shot at the round heads of the gold and silver ingots, as if they didn't want money. Now that we know that it is useless to shoot the body of the gold and silver ingots, of course we have to find the most deadly part of the gold and silver ingots. Ding ding ding. 23 However, beyond Mom's expectation, the body strength of the gold and silver ingots is really good. But think about it, the biological power here is so huge. The steel in the human world is not even as good as a straw. It is conceivable how high the strength of the matter here is. Front dance. Reality is not a game, where is the CD time? Moreover, he was just playing around. Not to mention using it for the second time, even if you use it all the time, so what? Day. Advertisement. Whoosh. Day. Whizzing. Unceremoniously, Xiaomu attacked the gold and silver ingots with a wave of front dance. I saw Momo flying around in the sky, and from time to time, he loaded 2 crossbow arrows on the gold and silver ingots. Because the body of the gold and silver ingot couldn't be touched, Mom always shot at the body controlled by the gold and silver ingot, and every time it was its knee. Let it kneel down and stand up all the time. It looks extremely funny. Hey, just play. However, no matter how you play, you will get tired of it. After many pre-battle dances and playing with gold and silver ingots, Mom yawned bored. Forget it, let's do something else. Mom said, putting away the hand crossbow in her hand. With a bang, Mom's whole body instantly came over the head of the gold and silver ingot. At this time, the gold and silver ingots had just risen from the ground, and before it launched an attack on Mom, it lost sight of Mom. By the time it saw Mom appearing in the sky above it, it was already too late. Boom! A powerful blow directly hit the body of the gold and silver ingot. Puff! In the next second, the body of the gold and silver ingots splashed everywhere as if a watermelon had been smashed. The liquid and slag in the body of the gold and silver ingot fell to the ground, and then there was a sizzling sound. Immediately afterwards, under Mom's attention, the liquid quickly evaporated, turned into gas, and melted into the surrounding air. Mom, who was breathing, suddenly found that her energy was slowly gathering. Advertisement. This kind of situation can happen. Of course Xiaomu knows that this is the reason why he is being hurt. That is to say, this thing was broken, and it's still poisonous. Mom looked at the gold and silver ingots on the ground in surprise and said. But think about it, as a plant weapon, how could it not have the key poison? Mom nodded and said clearly. Saying so, Mom squatted down. He took out a branch and looked at the shards of gold and silver ingots on the ground. After a while, Mom stood up blankly, feeling a little sick. Even so, he also saw an interesting fact. These gold and silver ingot slags are absorbing the nutrients of the corpse it controls and growing. At the current pace, Mom reckoned. In another half an hour, these gold and silver ingot slags will grow into another group of small gold and silver ingots. And with some time, the 093 growth characteristic of plants will make them grow again. If you want to kill these plants completely, you have to use fire to burn them to ashes. But even so, for creatures that couldn't deal with gold and silver ingots, they could only hold grudges on their abilities that appeared one after another. At the beginning, you need to defeat the gold and silver ingots, then deal with the poisonous gas of the gold and silver ingots, and then the gold and silver ingots will recover themselves. 3 difficulties, 1 difficulty, and 1 difficulty. It is even said that even the first difficulty has crushed many people. In this regard, Mom felt a little bit emotional, and then left it alone. There are a lot of gold and silver ingots in it, and Mom doesn't have the heart to kill them all. And without the gold and silver ingots, this huge labyrinth city would lose its characteristics. He just came to play, to take risks, not to occupy this place, and he didn't have that much thought. With this in mind, Mom continued to go deeper. Chapter 165, the book ends. Advertisement. Well, it seems that the creatures living here are not big. Mom walked on a street, looked at the surrounding buildings, and was surprised to find that the height of the creatures here is estimated to be about 3 meters on average. The thousands of meters of city wall, but only living creatures of about 3 meters, this feeling made Mom couldn't help but think of the setting of giants inside the high wall. However, think about those huge creatures in the dark continent. It seems that it is not so difficult to understand. Maybe it's because of that. That's why this civilization invented biological weapons like gold and silver ingots. It is also thanks to the gold and silver ingots that this civilization can gain a firm foothold in this land. Such a large labyrinth city was built. Mom took a quick stroll around the labyrinth city. The speed of the sports car took him a lot of time. It was too big, and Su Changqing's ratio was too small. It's just that, besides this, Mom also found that the scenery of this city is just like that. It seems that the entertainment culture of this civilization is very weak because of the heavy pressure from outside. Therefore, what Mom saw here was almost the same. Even the so-called game spread, Mom only saw some circles. He also didn't know what the function of these circles was. Maybe it's a dodge game, or maybe it's a game like hopscotch. Anyway, it doesn't really have much to do with Mom. After watching for a while, I found that there was nothing interesting here. Mom didn't plan to stay anymore either. Leaving the city, continue towards the interior of the Dark Continent. During this period, Mom saw all kinds of huge creatures, but nothing more. The intelligence of large creatures doesn't seem to be very high. Although they are very big, they can't break away from the behavior pattern of wild beasts. Without communication, Mom's interest in the Dark Continent gradually decreased. Although I got a lot of good items, but compared to what Mom wanted to get, there were none. Just when he thought the Dark Continent was boring, he encountered a new thing. Some civilizations that also appeared to be intelligent creatures appeared before his eyes. However, through understanding, Mom discovered again that the civilization level of these civilizations is actually not high. Advertisement. It's just that development is a little different from human civilization. Of course, in addition to this, the individual strength of their entire civilization is relatively strong. The entire civilization, all staff fixed. Perhaps the strongest group of people is not even the Ant King in terms of strength, and perhaps they are not Netero's opponents. But because the base of their civilization is too large, all kinds of strange abilities will appear. For example, this is the case with Nanika, the younger brother of the Killua family. The ability to condition wishes to come true, how would you say that? Even if the physical strength of this civilization is not the opponent of those giant creatures. However, their strange abilities allow them to live in the Dark Continent. And this method is not available in human civilization. Just those weird viruses that are ubiquitous can kill the entire human civilization. Those civilizations in the Dark Continent seem to have added a virus filtering gene to their own genes by their ancestors, allowing them to be immune to some invisible dangers in the Dark Continent. This is somewhat similar to Mobius' natural virus barrier. However, that's all. The fun here is not as good as the virtual world created by Mom himself. At least, that virtual world, because of his laissez-faire development. Now they have begun to evolve more strange worlds by themselves. Although it is reduced in dimension, the level of excitement is much better than that of the Dark Continent. However, this is also true when you think about it carefully. In this world, rules have determined the development of various civilizations in this world. Even though there are all kinds of weird abilities in the Dark Continent, they still cannot escape the limited underlying logic. This is different from the underlying logic that is almost completely absent in the virtual world. And obviously, if it's more interesting than which side, only the virtual world is stronger. Come with joy and return with disappointment. That's what Mom was feeling at the moment. Feeling bored, he returned to his home on Greedy Island. Continued improvements to the virtual world were then invested. It is even said that, for better development, Mom also began to let the virtual world absorb the thinking of all parties, forming a world one by one. If the world view is not big, then a duplicate world will be formed. Advertisement. Those with a planetary view will form small worlds. Those that rise to the interstellar level will form the universe. Comprehensive development. Let the posture of the virtual world rise several levels. But, sometimes, it doesn't mean that there are more interesting worlds, and you will be happy yourself. No matter how much you like something, when you really get in touch with it a lot, there will be a moment when you will dislike it. For example, now, after Mom has experienced many kinds of worlds, he was bored again. This is the helplessness of the strong. In this state, Mom also knew that it was time to shift her focus. After thinking about it, Mom suddenly smiled. These days, he himself is playing as a part of the protagonist team. His current thought is, would it be more fun to be a villain? With this in mind, Sham randomly found a world and rushed in. Sitting on the throne, Mom muttered and said, "Let me see, the logic of the big villain's behavior, well, first send the soldiers to eliminate the brave, wait for the soldiers to fail, then send the cotters, then send the legion commander, and finally wait for the brave to come. Very well, I understand. However, this is also very laborious, so let's send them out together." It was really troublesome for Mom to send out one by one, so he sent out all the generals under his own hands. A mighty Demon King army, under the bewildered gaze of people all over the world, came to Novice Village, and met the brave man who was fighting slimes to upgrade. Perhaps this year's brave men were more stubborn. When they saw the Demon King's army, they didn't intend to run away, but drew their long swords and rushed towards the Demon King's army. At last, the brave is on the street. Hey, it seems that next time, I still have to send out my men slowly, otherwise, why not watch a drama Shen? With Mom's change of mind, life for the brave is a lot easier. And Mom is also making herself stronger and stronger in this kind of slow development. Even the virtual world has a tendency to invade this universe. The world is in danger. But that's already a story behind. Complete book.